Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Planting Trees for All, 3 consecutive SSS-level talents at the beginning. Chapter 71. The team of the Dark Knight Alliance has arrived at the Evil Spirit Kingdom. After walking for a while, the people in the team unexpectedly discovered that they were not attacked by the dead souls. Logically speaking, if you enter such an abyss-level dungeon, you will encounter 2 dead souls, right? But isn't it here too quiet? The captain frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the situation nearby, and asked, Yao Feng, have you sensed the situation of the monsters nearby? Yao Feng shook his head and said, I didn't sense the presence of a monster nearby. The man in black smiled and said, this must be because the 2 abyss-level monsters were fighting each other and the dead souls here were transferred. The words just fell. Suddenly, right in front of the field of vision, a large number of dead souls appeared, attacking the team. In a blink, tens of thousands of dead souls suddenly arrived in front of the team. Before my eyes, there were so many dead souls that I couldn't even count them. Everyone in this team was all frightened. Someone stared at the black-haired man and couldn't help but curse. You have such a crow's mouth, why are you talking about whatever you want? The man in black was also immediately confused. Can you blame me? I just said 2 sentences. Who knows how come all these dead souls have come over? Don't talk nonsense, defend and retreat quickly, and leave the scope of this copy. The captain shouted. They ran away frantically towards the outside of the copy. However, at this time, the army of dead souls had completely surrounded them. You all die. A sharp blade suddenly appeared in the hand of the man in black, and he stabbed a dead soul in front of him. After the dead soul's body was penetrated by the sharp blade, black lines suddenly appeared on its body. Immediately afterwards, the body of the dead soul quickly recovered after dissipating for a short time. The man in black was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of soul is this? Still can't be killed. Just when he was momentarily stunned, a cursed aura suddenly enveloped the man in black. Decay, curse. Several curse buffs were applied to the man in black. His attributes have been weakened several times. Facing these dead souls, they suddenly became powerless to resist. The man in black screamed. He tried desperately to resist. The tide of dead souls quickly drowned it. Not long after, the man in black was the first to die in the encirclement and suppression of the dead souls. The other 6 people couldn't care less about the man in black, and they were all trying to escape. The Kingdom of Evil Spirits, the highest observation tower. Lu Shu's eyes gradually became cold as he stared at the figures of these teams. Are you from the Dark Knight Alliance? Judging from the skills they displayed and the tacit understanding of their cooperation, Lu Shu can easily be associated with the Dark Knight Alliance. Especially the gesture of selling out teammates is so familiar. The overall strength of this team is much better than the average strength of the team led by Rakshasa. Their superpowers are pretty good. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have successfully killed the Sacred Tree Master, Luo Sheng. Do you want to get its Sacred Tree? Before that, Lu Shu confirmed Luo Sheng's Divine Tree talent through the panel. It's just a very common A-level ability, leaning towards physical attack. Such a Sacred Tree has almost no effect on myself. Lu Shu chose to cancel. Do you want to choose to turn the soul of the Sacred Tree Master, Luo Sheng, into a dead soul? Yes, Lu Shu directly chose to refine his soul into a member of his own army of dead souls. This is faster than obtaining the opponent's Sacred Tree. His figure soon appeared at the place where Luo Sheng had just died. A profession of necromancy, sensing a soul that is drifting nearby. At the moment when the living person dies, the soul has not completely dissipated. If some special methods are used, it can be refined into a dead soul. Lu Shu gently raised her hand. A magic circle with a 6-pointed star pattern immediately appeared at Luo Sheng's body. Along with the black light curtain, appeared on his body. The next second, a black soul was suddenly drawn out of Luo Sheng's body. You killed me. Luo Sheng's dead soul still retained a little consciousness when it was just extracted. The Lord screamed in agony like being cut into pieces. The moment he saw Lu Shu, he knew what was going on. Righto, it's too late. Lu Shu directly used his mental power to completely erase Luo Sheng's consciousness. As for his dead soul, his eyes gradually became hollow, just like those of other members of the Dead Soul Army. At this time, In front of Lu Shu, a Revenant panel popped up. Dead Soul Rashung. Type: Revenant, Divine Tree Master. Risk Factor: A+. Force: 350. Speed: 320. Defense: 290. Skills: Blade of the Dead, 100-meter instant slash. Is it just A+ grade? Lu Shu shook her head, feeling a little disappointed. In fact, A+ level strength is already very strong. Equivalent to Abyss of Dead Souls, the ability of the main song Dead Soul boss. However, Lu Shu thought that by refining the Divine Tree Master into a Dead Soul, he could get a stronger Dead Soul. But what I didn't expect was that Luo Sheng's strength was so average. Move your eyes to the other side of the battlefield. The other Divine Tree Masters who were being chased by the army of Dead Souls had fairly good combat effectiveness. Especially the captain's strength. He can actually scatter hundreds of dead souls with one punch. His strength is much more powerful than Luo Sheng's. Lu Shu then showed a satisfied look. If that captain was refined into his own soul, his strength should reach S level, right? When the time comes, your army of dead souls will have 3 S level fighting souls, and sweeping through the abyss level dungeons will become easier than before. Ah 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 ah. From behind, 2 screams sounded from behind the captain. The captain looked back and saw that 2 more members of the team had died amid the siege of the army of dead souls. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but ask, why are all these dead souls coming to hunt us down? Generally speaking, when entering a dungeon, all monsters have a certain range of perception. Even if you want to call your accomplices around you, it will take a certain amount of time. The range of their perception is higher than that of ordinary monsters. Therefore, even if the dead soul summons his accomplices, there should still be some room for maneuver. Today, we were directly attacked by tens of thousands of dead souls. What a hell, the trouble is still behind. The captain looked back and found that the 3 A+ level dead souls had already caught up with him. Curse, Decay. The Nightmare Revenant and the Decaying Revenant launched curse skills towards the captain at the same time. If those 2 black lines fall on the Divine Tree Master, they will greatly weaken the opponent's strength. The captain gritted his teeth. A burst of golden light suddenly emitted from his body. Like a small sun, it illuminates the dark kingdom of evil spirits. The entangled black lines were immediately shattered by the dazzling golden light. The captain suddenly turned around and launched a most powerful punch towards the nightmare souls and corrupt souls. This sudden counterattack was about to fall on the 2 dead souls. What I didn't expect was, the next second, the immortal soul actually stood in front. The golden light instantly shattered the immortal soul. But unfortunately, not long after, black lines continued to condense on the body of the immortal soul. This dead soul came back to life in the blink of an eye. The price paid was just the lives of a few imprisoned souls. The captain's face suddenly changed at this moment, and there was deep despair in his pupils. The most terrifying enemy is not that he is too powerful, but that he is immune to death. Like a nightmare, it has been haunting you. The most terrifying thing is an opponent who has no idea how to kill him. Run. At this moment, the captain no longer had any fighting spirit. He can only run away desperately. The dead soul behind him didn't seem to be in any hurry. The nightmare souls and corrupt souls slowly followed behind the captain, constantly emitting a series of negative buff skills. To counteract these effects, the captain was forced to drain his last bit of energy and continuously emit golden light to offset the skills of the 2 dead souls. Unknowingly, this team of 7 people was down to the last 3 people. Ooze F. In front of their eyes, the Sun City Gate appeared in the field of vision of the captain and the other 2 people. Escape. There was a light of hope in the eyes of the 3 people. As long as you leave the dungeon range, generally speaking, these dungeon monsters will not continue to hunt you. Victory seems to be right in front of you. The moment they stepped out of the city gate, before they could take a breath, they found that the soul of the dead was still slowly following behind them. How can it be? At this moment, the expressions of this group of people were completely distorted. Yao Feng seemed to have remembered something, and said with a pale face, "These monsters are the neutral monsters we encountered. They don't seem to be affected by copy scope. We're screwed, we got into trouble with something we shouldn't have gotten into." The captain's expression suddenly darkened. Neutral monster. etc. Aren't these guys supposed to attack the evil spirit kingdom? Why did they suddenly attack his group of people? In such a short period of time, the monsters in the kingdom of evil spirits have been eliminated by this group of dead souls. At this time, a black shadow suddenly emerged from behind the captain. Before he could react, a sharp shadow blade appeared in the black shadow's hand, sealing his throat and killing him with one strike. As early as the beginning, the S-class shadow soul summoned by Lu Shu was already lurking beside the captain. From the panel, Lu Shu saw the captain's superpower. His explosive ability was quite high. He had to use the nightmare souls and corrupt souls to slowly erode his power. Wait until the opponent has no strength, and then let the black shadow soul kill him instantly with one blow, not leaving any chance for the other party to counter-kill one of your dead souls. The other two Sacred Tree Masters, after the most powerful combat force in the team was killed, had no ability to resist. They were all under the siege of the dead souls and died completely. Lu Shu's figure came to the side of these corpses. Ahead, a black magic circle appeared. The breath of death all poured into the magic circle. Just a moment, the souls of these Sacred Tree Masters have all been extracted. They let out a painful wailing sound, as if they were unwilling to be refined into dead souls after death and allowed to be controlled by others. However, Lu Shu's mental power is too strong. A7. The remaining consciousness of several Sacred Tree Masters was instantly erased. 6A+ level dead souls. A dead soul with S-level combat power. In this way, plus the S-level black shadow souls I summoned, I have a total of 3 S-level souls with combat power, and 9 souls with A+ level combat power. This harvest makes Lu Shu quite satisfied. Now, without relying on Pikachu and Yumi, this army of dead souls can probably sweep through the Abyss-level dungeon. Certainly, when it comes to the boss battle, these dead souls will definitely not be enough. The main reason is that its attributes are too poor and its defense is poor. If used to fight boss, it will consume a lot of money. It is much more convenient to use it to clear out copies. The equipment on them is also quite rich. 4 pieces of diamond level equipment, 10 pieces of platinum level equipment, and 30 pieces of gold and silver level equipment. When Lu Shu took off their equipment, his eyes lit up. Anyway, these Sacred Tree Masters have become dead souls, and their attack methods have also changed from when they were Sacred Tree Masters, so the equipment will no longer have an amplifying effect. It would be better to throw them all into the 5-color altar. A chance to get a lucky critical hit. Think of this. Lu Shu's consciousness switched to the Sacred Tree Island. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes from the state of meditation. These few days, he completely stabilized the realm of Ziqi and laid a solid foundation. Not long after, he will be promoted to the 9th level of Shantian, and then sprint towards the final golden elixir realm. Now we need to use these extra equipment for sacrifice. Lu Shu walked to the 5-color altar. All the equipment was thrown on the altar for sacrifice. As a burst of sacrificial white light lit up, it didn't take long. The 5-color altar burst into a burst of dazzling white light. Immediately afterwards, the last sacred stone was finally lit. A prompt pops up in front of you. You triggered a chance of a lucky critical strike. Remaining times, 1 again. The luck critical strike has been triggered. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He tried to meditate on the location of the treasure map in his mind. In this way, with the blessing of his wish, Lu Shu can crit his luck and guide it in the way he wants. Then, explore the realm of evil spirits. After all, the evil spirits here have become Lu Shu's army of dead souls. Such a large country has completely become Lu Shu's back garden. Go wherever you want to go. After some exploration, the obtained material information pops up one after another before your eyes. You have obtained Search Torch X5. You have obtained Rare Ore X1000, Rare Wood X1000. You have obtained the Holy Grail of Blessing X1. Another Holy Grail. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Blessing the Holy Grail. Level. Epic. Function. Can convert any water source into holy water with blessing power. After drinking it, you will gain blessing attributes. It can also be used to accelerate the growth of the sacred tree. This harvest did not trigger a luck critical strike. After conquering the entire kingdom of evil spirits, the nearby treasures are basically Lu Shu's private property. Therefore, The remaining number of luck critical strikes has not changed. The body of Lu Shu transforms all the purified holy water from the artificial rivers on the sacred tree island into higher level blessed holy water. The growth speed of the sacred tree has also been improved. Products: Devil Fruit, Growth Fruit, Tianling Fruit. Production cycle: 2 days 1,200 600ths 0.73 inches growth point, 23,825 17.0 x 100 equals 1,700 per day. Next stage: Holy Tree 100,000 growth points. The sacred tree is growing faster. The production cycle has also been shortened. There are only 2 days left before I can harvest a new devil fruit. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know what kind of devil fruit we can produce. If the little white fox's ability can be upgraded to SS level, at that time, your own large army will be promoted to a greater level. Dark Island. In front of An Yi, several prompts popped up. The Sacred Tree Master, Tian Nan, has been killed in battle. The Sacred Tree Master, Luo Sheng, has been killed in battle. The Sacred Tree Master, Yao Feng, has been killed in battle. His expression immediately became uncertain. The strength of this army is still clear to An Yi. There is a team led by an S-level talented Divine Tree Master, and the overall quality is much better than that of Rakshas's team. In this short period of time, everyone died in battle. What exactly is going on? Could it be the undead army that appeared in the Grey World? It shouldn't be. Some time ago, that ordinary army was attacked by the army of dead souls, and not a single person was killed. This made An Yi subconsciously think that this boss that appeared in the neutral range might just be a relatively powerful team in the Grey World, and its overall strength was probably between the difficulty level dungeon and the abyss level dungeon. As for the strength of that team, it can compete with the abyss level dungeon. He died just like that. He didn't even send a message to ask for support before he died. This made An Yi realize that the matter might not be that simple. Chat window. An Yi, Netherworld, where is your current location? Netherworld. Coordinates 60, 60. An Yi, the dungeon group where Tianan and Yaofeng are located has been destroyed. The location is near the coordinates 60, 54. Go and check what happened. Don't move around without confirming the situation, especially if you see the dead soul troops. When the time comes, send the picture back to me immediately. Netherworld. Okay. After ending the communication, Dark Knight took a deep breath. Netherworld's strength is among the top 10 in the rankings. If he goes to investigate this matter, the chance of something happening is smaller. Even if that army of dead souls really has abyss-level combat effectiveness, with Netherworld's strength, it can still escape the birthday celebration. Grey World. Location: City of the Dead. Coordinates: 60, 60. Risk factor: D. Netherworld was wearing a black robe and was sweeping the safe area. The nearby difficult level dungeons have almost been finished by him. At this time, in front of Yu Ming's eyes, a chat box for talking to Dark Knight just popped up. After hanging up the communication, his mood suddenly became deep. In front of you is the ranking list. Divine Tree Master, Netherworld. Points: 998766. Rank: 21. Overall rating: A. The second Grey World invasion. Nether's ranking has dropped from the top 10 last time to 21. It doesn't even have an S-level rating anymore. He is a very competitive Divine Tree Master. Seeing that the ranking has dropped so much, although it seems fine on the surface, there seems to be a thorn in my heart and I feel uncomfortable. Neutral soul copy. Perhaps this is a special opportunity in the Grey World. If you can conquer this dungeon, you will definitely get achievement rewards. When the time comes, my strength will rise to a higher level, and I will be able to reach higher points in the rankings. Think of this. Yu Ming turned his head and said to his teammates behind him. The leader of the Alliance sent an order for us to find out the situation of the army of dead souls. Our next goal is to conquer this dungeon. By the way, find out the cause of death of Tianan and Yao Feng's team. Yes, nearby team members responded in unison. Grey World. Location: Village in Yonggan River. Coordinates: 6262. Risk coefficient: laughing face. This is a safe area where you can loot some basic supplies. Elementary wood +1. Searchlight candle +1. Map +1. Some loot that had been swept up sporadically popped up in front of him. After Lu Shu swept away the kingdom of evil spirits, he led the mighty army of dead souls and began to move in the direction of Howling Abyss, sweeping forward while sweeping. We have arrived at Yongin village with coordinates 62, 62. This coordinate is getting closer and closer to Devil Manor. Lu Shu guessed. Devil Manor and Endless Flame City should both be related to Howling Abyss. Perhaps, you need to conquer these two dungeons first before you can continue to conquer the last nightmare level dungeon. Along the way, they swept through the supplies in Yongin River Village. Originally, I didn't have high hopes for this ordinary safe zone. Did not expect. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You triggered a luck critical strike and found a nearby treasure map. A little white fox, holding a treasure map in its mouth, happily came to Lu Shu. The treasure map was found. I never thought I could get it here. Well done, little guy. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Touched the little white fox's head. Finally found the treasure map. Although a luck critical attack was triggered, finding the treasure map is the most important thing. If they were discovered by other sacred tree masters, they would be missing each other. Lu Shu immediately opened the treasure map. In front of my eyes, an information panel suddenly popped up. Treasure map. Location: Bishao Holy Land. Coordinates: 62, 58. Description: a world hidden in the gray fog boundary. If you can find these locations, congratulations, you will open the door to the new world. It's not very far from here. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the location of the treasure map. Coordinates 62, 58 are not far from Yongin River Village. Not only is it very close, but it's also on the way. No one is so lucky. It's truly a lucky strike. He raised the Dead Soul Bone Staff and the Soul Controlling Order, and brought in all the Dead Soul Army. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. Expand your formation for the journey. Go with all your strength towards the position of coordinates 62, 58. The pet army quickly gathered together. Under the leadership of Lu Shu, the large army began to rush towards Bishao Holy Land. Pikachu's speed, coupled with Yumi's attribute bonus, can be as fast as you want. Needless to say, the speed of the Dunkong Fox is even more impressive. Maintaining the rush formation, Lu Shu's troops can advance 4 coordinate points a day, which is no problem. It only took a day. Lu Shu led this unit to the location with coordinates 62, 58. It is different from the gray fog where Yunmeng Holy Land is located. The location with coordinates 62, 58 turned out to be an abandoned city. Grand buildings collapsed. The ruins all over the ground were in a mess. There were no monsters around, and the danger coefficient was also displayed at level E. Basically there is no danger. Certainly, any sacred tree master who comes to this ruins will not think that there is anything worth exploring here. Not even a piece of primary wood could be found. Expand the exploration formation, Lu Shu commanded. With the treasure map, he was basically certain that the hidden passage leading to Bishao Holy Land was hidden in these ruins. Soon, Pikachu, Yumi and the little white fox immediately started searching everywhere. To increase efficiency and speed, Lu Shu even released an army of tens of thousands of dead souls. Like locusts, they are scouring every corner of this place. No position can be missed. However, searched for an hour. With the speed of the army of dead souls, Pikachu and other pets, they basically plundered the entire area. But until now, the entrance to the Holy Land has not been found. Where it is? Strange, I have already explored all the locations that can be explored. The edge of the gray world has not yet been discovered here. The location of the treasure map is usually a special area that needs to be reached through the edge of the gray world. So, where is this place located? Lu Shu frowned slightly, then turned to the little white fox and said, Little White Fox, you use Void Crack and Void Teleportation and try them everywhere. Order received. 100 little white foxes, under the command of Lu Shu, used space-type skills to jump around everywhere. Tried for a while. Suddenly, one of the white fox flew towards the space under the ruins. Something unexpected happened. The moment when Void Teleportation is used, the figure of the little white fox moved downwards. He actually passed through the bottom of the ruins. It seems like dropped into another space. At the same time, Lu Shu's resonance was also cut off from this little white fox. Found it. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This feeling is exactly the same as what he felt when he went to Yunmeng Holy Land last time. He immediately walked towards the location where the little white fox disappeared. Buried under those ruins is the passage leading to the location of the treasure map. As long as the ruins above are dealt with, you can find the location of the entrance. The stars have changed. Tit. Lu Shu's palm launched a violent wave of air. The spatial coordinates where the little white fox disappeared were originally buried in ruins. When Lu Shu used the star shift, the fierce spiritual energy burst out from his palm and roared towards the ruins. The ruins suddenly flew into the sky. A deep and large hole appeared in front of Lu Shu. It turns out that the passage leading to the Holy Land is hidden under the ruins. Lu Shu suddenly realized. No wonder the army of dead souls and Pikachu searched the ruins for a long time, but could not find the entrance to the ruins passage. However, the little white fox used jumping and found it in no time. Although the ruins block the passage, space jumping can ignore the obstacles of the ruins and directly reach the other end of the space. I have to say that the skills of the little white fox are really useful. Put away the Guangxu army. The next second, Lu Shu led the Pikachus towards the abyss and jumped in. The scene in front of me suddenly became clear. The picturesque scenery spread out in front of me, with an air of immortality. The distant palace sounded like a fairy. The sacred mountain was full of precious light, as if it had endless treasures. After Lu Shu came in, the little guys in the gray world also squeezed their heads and followed Lu Shu into this holy land. When all the pets came in, Lu Shu used resonance again to connect everyone's vision. Set up the exploration formation. Pikachu, go find the location of the palace. Yumi, come with me to the sacred mountain. Little white fox, you continue to stay here and use space teleportation. Don't miss any place here. Lu Shu commanded. Soon, this group of little cuties immediately started exploring nearby. Go to the sacred mountain. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The geographical environment of this sacred mountain is too dangerous, so there are not so many spiritual herbs that can be planted. However, this area is suitable for the growth of spiritual ore. Maybe we can get higher level spiritual ore. The flashing Yumi jumped around nearby. There are also a small number of spiritual herbs growing on cliffs. Although the number is not as large as the last exploration of the Yunmeng Holy Land, Lu Shu still picked these spiritual herbs. There are some species that have never been seen. If we take them to the Sacred Tree Island to plant, we can also add new recipes. Although eating such a small amount of spiritual herbs is far less helpful for cultivation than fruits. However, if you eat such high-end spiritual herbs for 3 meals a day, then the accumulation of a little will also promote future breakthroughs. Just then, a Yumi suddenly found an amber ore in front of him and called out excitedly. Lu Shu immediately looked with the vision provided by resonance. A prompt popped up. Basalt ore appeared ahead. A piece of ore reflecting brilliant light, like a small hill, piled up behind the sacred mountain. From the color, the grade of these ores is much higher than that of the purple spirit ore. Lu Shu immediately put these ores into the warehouse. You have obtained earth level ore, basalt ore x 25,000. It's actually 22 stones of earth level ore. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. You know, the purple spirit ore obtained last time was only a black level ore. However, the purple spirit ore is higher in grade than the sky spirit ore. Among them, the purple spirit power contained can dispel the dead souls and has a stronger defensive attribute. The basalt ore is a higher level earth level ore. Whether in terms of defense or other functions, it is probably a level higher than the purple spirit ore. The only pity is that there are only 25,000 basalt ores here. If we want to make a complete defense line, we are still halfway short. Perhaps, we can find the next treasure map and get the other half of the ore. Lu Shu thought to himself. After collecting all the ores nearby. In the center of the ore, an ancient stone tablet appeared in front of Lu Shu. Heavenly stone tablet. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. The second heavenly stone tablet was collected. It seems that it is because Lu Shu already has a heavenly stone tablet. Therefore, the heavenly stone tablet easily connected with Lu Shu. Last time, it was necessary to carve a teleportation array and forcibly move the stone tablet to his own Shenshu Island before it connected with other mythological buildings such as Tianmen. Maybe it was because Lu Shu already has the aura of the heavenly Dao steel. The cause and effect of this made the heavenly Dao steel recognize Lu Shu's identity. With just a thought, the heavenly Dao steel can be stored in the warehouse. Put the heavenly Dao steel in your pocket. Lu Shu walked around near the sacred mountain. Almost all the treasures that should be taken have been taken. Continuing to explore, it seems that there is not much gain. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The mythical musical instrument, Guanghen appears in front. Pikachu found it. Through the vision of a Pikachu exploring the palace, Lu Shu saw a strange piano placed in a palace-like palace. When Pikachu gets close, there was actually a misty music coming from this piano. It sounded like an auditory hallucination in Pikachu's ears. Pikachu's eyes became hazy and he walked towards Chin's direction. Return. Lu Shu's voice came to Pikachu's ears. The little guy's consciousness suddenly woke up and he quickly took several steps back. Lu Shu rushed here. When he saw Guanghen, he immediately felt that this instrument contained a bleak murderous intention. If you approach this piano rashly, your life may be in danger. Lu Shu was first in place, leaving a teleportation array. His clone is not afraid of death anyway. At worst, if it fails, you can send a new clone over. Successfully engraved a teleportation array. Lu Shu walked towards Guanghen. Suddenly, the sound of the piano reached Lu Shu's ears. With the lethality of spiritual illusion, he wanted to get him lost in the ethereal music. Snort. Lu Shu snorted coldly. The next second, a spiritual energy shield emitted from his body. Illusion has no effect on Lu Shu. Before that, Lu Shu traded Lu Feng's hand for a supernatural fruit related to illusion. In itself, he has the ability to release illusions. These illusion attacks hardly pose a threat to the divine tree master who is good at illusions. Coupled with Lu Shu's mental strength, it is already very high. The attack of the sound of the piano was immediately ineffective. Unconsciously, Lu Shu's figure was already 3 steps closer to Guanghen. At this moment, an attack of piano sound suddenly burst out from the strings. The sound of the piano, full of desolate murderous intent, turned into a surge of spiritual energy, forming a ripple like water waves, and enveloped Lu Shu. Lu Shu faced such a fierce attack, but his eyes were not moved at all. He stepped lightly and pointed out. The bleak piano sound attack was immediately resolved by this finger. Only 1 step away. Suddenly, Lu Shu felt that there was endless murderous intent surrounding her. Murderous intent is on full display. All around Guanghen, dense spiritual energy lines suddenly swept out, covering it like a spider web. It seems like a killing formation has been launched. If you want Lu Shu to know that if you approach this place at will, you must pay the price first. Lu Shu snorted coldly and waved his palm in all directions. In vivo, the majestic purple energy turned into a barrier, blocking the spiritual energy line attack. At this moment, Lu Shu took the opportunity to step forward and gently touched the strings with her fingers. Everything is silent. All the sounds of the piano suddenly disappeared. The moment when Guanghen was touched, Lu Shu seems to have broken through the test of mythical instruments. Truly acquired this instrument. The equipment panel pops up in front of you. Guanghen. Type: musical instrument. Requirements for use: master level piano skills, none. Illusion profession or illusion power. Attribute: illusion puncture plus 500. Skills: Chinyan dream, Chinyan pierces the heart, Chinyan turns into sword. Description: the Guanghen can confuse people's hearts and can be turned into a sharp sword to kill enemies. It is an instrument left behind by ancient myths. As expected of an instrument from the mythical age. Just a musical instrument has such lethality. If I use this harp to perform illusions, I'm afraid no one can resist my illusions. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. The bonus of illusion puncture is really too high. As long as the mental power is just a little bit higher than other sacred tree masters, such a high illusion penetration can make the opponent completely defenseless and fall into the sound of his own illusion. Strictly speaking, this Guanghen cannot be regarded as a weapon. It is just an instrument used by fairies in ancient times to attend banquets and play casually. But it already has such terrifying properties and effects. It's hard to imagine how lethal it would be if it were a truly mythical weapon. Look at the conditions of use. Do you need a master's piano skills? Lu Shu frowned slightly. My current piano skills have only reached an advanced level. At this time, Pikachu found a skill illustration in a scripture collection pavilion. You have obtained the top skill illustration, Qin Yi. You have obtained a master level skill illustration, Qin Yi. You have obtained the top skill illustration, clothing making. Whether to study or not. Yes, the next second. Both of Lu Shu's skills have been upgraded. Clothing production. Level. Top. Function. You can use higher quality materials or less materials to create the clothing style you want. Piano art. Level. Master. Function. You can use mythical musical instruments to play the most beautiful music in the world. Mountains and rivers cannot describe your piano skills. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. With master level piano skills, I can use Guanghen Qin. If I meet a divine tree master in the future, my illusion power will be of great use. Before that, the illusion fruits traded by Lu Feng and Lu Shu can generally only disturb the opponent when dealing with the sacred tree master. But Lu Shu doesn't need to use illusions at all and can deal with most of the sacred tree masters. Therefore, illusion powers just don't seem that useful. But with this Guanghen Qin, Lu Shu can even create some specific illusions, allowing other sacred tree masters to fall into them and move according to their own will. In this way, the operating space and practicality will be much larger. Have to say, there are really a lot of good things in the Holy Land of the treasure map. Shopping for a while again. The things in the palace have almost been explored. Come to the warehouse. All kinds of silk appeared in front of me. Tip. The top clothing material appears ahead, Yulong silk. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Top clothing. Now you can add another set of clothes to wear. Search nearby immediately. You have obtained Yulong silk x 10,000. Just a few minutes. The Yulong silk in the warehouse has been collected by Lu Shu. Crafted using clothing. Would you like to choose Yulong silk x 50 to make your outfit? Yes, Lu Shu confirmed without hesitation. Upgrade to top-level clothing production. Not only can you use better clothing materials, but you can also save material costs. Moreover, the upgraded clothing will only have higher attribute effects. Soon, a panel popped up in front of him. Dragon costume. Attributes. Luck plus 50, Blessing plus 25. Exclusive. God Tree Master, Tree Man. Level. Top. Function. The ultimate luxury. Light up exclusive temperament 327. Touch it gently with your hand. Dragon costume is made of the most noble dragon silk. It's like the clothing created by the heavenly palace. Wearing it on your body, it reveals your temperament even more. Set off that unparalleled face. It makes people feel impeccable. Lu Shu also quickly made the same clothes for Pikachu, Yumi and Little White Fox. Do you choose to use Dragon Silk X10 X100 X3 to make 300 sets of dragon costumes? Yes, the next second, a clothing panel popped up in front of me. Dragon costume. Attributes. Luck plus 25, Blessing plus 15. Exclusive. Pikachu, Yumi, Tuko. Level. Top. Function. The ultimate luxury, lighting up the exclusive temperament. The luck attribute of all members has been greatly improved. Especially for their own pets, they all changed into dragon costumes. The overall luck bonus should be multiplied by 100. Suddenly, a little white fox shit in a new world. This area is very hidden, located behind a cliff waterfall. However, through the void teleportation, jumped to the fake Yamanaka. But found another cave inside. Hint. The enlightenment Bodhi tree appears in front. Closing square bracket. There is such a place. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. After walking around the palace, I thought that there was no discovery in this holy place. Unexpectedly, the little white fox discovered another world through the ability of space movement. Following the movement trajectory of the little white fox, Lu Shu quickly found the location of the tree. This place is also extremely secretive. On the surface, it is a waterfall. However, after crossing the waterfall, there is another scene inside. A beam of sunlight poured down along the deep and narrow cave entrance, and just shone on a Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree looked more and more sacred, as if full of wisdom. It was a scene like a pilgrimage. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel respect. Lu Shu walked towards the Bodhi tree. He unexpectedly found that when he came under the Bodhi tree, his nature was greatly improved. It was as if he was enlightened. Many problems encountered during practice were instantly enlightened and had the effect of enlightenment. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Such a good Bodhi tree has been staying in this narrow valley all the time, what a waste of talent. Why not move it to your own sacred tree island? Then, Lu Shu engraved a teleportation array under the Bodhi tree. As the light screen flashed, the next second, this Bodhi tree appeared in its own sacred tree island. Sacred tree island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes faintly. Next to the teleportation array, a Bodhi tree stands quietly. Success. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with joy. Bodhi tree has enlightening effect. If there is a Bodhi tree next to you when you are practicing, then your cultivation efficiency will undoubtedly increase a lot. Juling Tower. From the horizon, a crane suddenly flew over. Stay on the Bodhi tree. Those eyes seemed to be filled with joy when they landed on the Bodhi tree. Lu Shu keenly noticed that the crane seemed to have some kind of reaction to the Bodhi tree. The crane flew to the Bodhi tree. Suddenly, at this time, the Bodhi tree actually bloomed slightly with a burst of white and holy brilliance. He actually had a connection with the crane. Lu Shu's eyes paused slightly. At this time, the Bodhi tree is truly connected to its own island. At the same time, in front of Lu Shu, a spiritual tree panel also popped up. Spiritual tree. Name: Bodhi tree. Level: Junior Spirit tree. Attribute: Comprehension plus 50. Enlightenment points: 1000. Next stage: Intermediate spiritual tree, 5000 enlightenment points. It turns out that you need to be enlightened to be recognized by the Bodhi tree. Lu Shu smiled bitterly. It turns out that my understanding is too poor to connect with the Bodhi tree. Therefore, when it was first transferred, the Bodhi tree was not really connected with the sacred tree island. When the crane flew over, there was a connection with the Bodhi tree. Until this moment, the Bodhi tree became part of the sacred tree island. If I didn't have the crane, the Bodhi tree might not necessarily be connected to the sacred tree island. Lu Shu suddenly felt that the enlightenment brought to her by the Bodhi tree was completely different from just now. And after the crane and the Bodhi tree met, and after enlightenment, their cultivation speed seemed to have grown a lot. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Now, the speed at which the crane absorbs spiritual energy is actually faster than himself. This is the time to practice spiritual energy. Suddenly, a small cyclone appeared around the crane again. As his body was bathed in a white brilliance. Boom, he actually broke through to the 9th level of Qi training. Lu Shu was a little surprised. This crane is so fierce. It has only been a few days since I came to my sacred tree island, and I have already broken through to the 9th level of Qi training. Your crane has reached 100 evolution points and will automatically evolve to the 2nd level. This moment, in front of Lu Shu, 10 pets appeared in panel 2. Enlightenment crane. Category: Mythical creature. Level: 2nd level. Cultivation level: 9th level of Qi training. Blessing halo. Comprehension plus 20. Evolution points: 50. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 3, 1000. There is no need for Lu Shu to feed any growth fruits, and it will evolve automatically. This progress exceeded Lu Shu's expectations. Could it be that my pet is too ambitious and can evolve automatically? Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh. This is of course a good thing. The speed of the crane's evolution is beyond my imagination. And, combined with the Bodhi tree, it can also bring you a very high comprehension bonus. Lu Shu immediately went to Shintong Pavilion. He felt that he had some insights now. Perhaps, in the natural environment of Shintong Pavilion, you can more truly experience this feeling of enlightenment and seek breakthroughs. Shintong Pavilion. Lu Shu's figure soon sat cross-legged in the middle of a fragrant flower bed. He sat down cross-legged and began to practice. After the understanding is improved, Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that with her own practice, she could easily break through that layer of bottlenecks. During this time, the Qi fruit was basically eaten. The purple energy in the body has also reached a bottleneck period. After having this epiphany, Lu Shu suddenly understood how to transform the purple energy in his body into the form of inner elixir. The most important step in advancing to the golden elixir realm is to condense spiritual energy into elixirs. Before forming an elixir, all the purple energy scattered throughout the body must be directed into the dantian and condensed first, and then the elixir can be slowly formed. After completing this step, you can basically enter the 9th level of Shantian. There is only one step away from officially forming the elixir and breaking through the golden elixir realm. Lu Shu sat down cross-legged and recalled in her mind the method of condensing the golden elixir of purple energy coming from the east. Before that, it was also difficult for him to grasp the flow of purple energy. It is not easy to control this kind of advanced energy aura. Therefore, the more advanced the attributes of the aura, the more difficult it will be when forming the elixir. But when it comes to the actual promotion, the transformation of strength obtained will also be extraordinary. However, after the understanding is improved, Lu Shu immediately knew how to condense the purple energy in his body. Just a little thought, the purple energy in the body suddenly moved around according to his own will and condensed into a whole. At this point, the elixir has not been completely formed, but being able to condense the purple energy is already a huge progress. Practice for an hour. Boom! There was a loud thunderous sound in Lu Shu's body. Breaking through to the 9th level of Shantian. Pipe! Quote. He opened his eyes and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. At this stage, there is no need to be too anxious. You only need to slowly guide the purple energy in your body to condense into a complete golden elixir, and you will be able to break through to the golden elixir realm naturally. At this time, Lu Shu heard several refreshing alerts in her ears. Ding! You got Devil Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Intermediate Growth Fruit X3. Ding! You have obtained High-Level Tianling Fruit X1. Coming! Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. These fruits have finally hatched. Especially Devil Fruit. This is the fruit that Lu Shu has been waiting for. Walking towards the direction of the sacred tree. An extremely dark fruit grows from the branches and leaves of the divine tree. The Devil Fruit panel immediately popped up in front of Lu Shu. Dark Fruit. Type: Superpower Fruit. Effect: after eating it, you will gain the power of Dark Fruit, which can turn all objects it touches into black holes and return them to nothingness. It's Dark Fruit. Lu Shu took a deep breath, her eyes showing joy. Simply, it can be said that there is no devil fruit that is more suitable for little Yuhu. The little white fox's original superpower is to escape from space and become elusive. The dark fruit in devil fruit can suck all objects it touches into the void space. The only weakness may be that it requires close combat. Little white foxes, void teleport, and void crack perfectly make up for this shortcoming. As long as you swallow the dark fruit, there is no doubt that the little white fox will become the strongest among all your pets. Yamato has perfect combat power. Think of this. Lu Shu immediately sent his thoughts to his clone. Let the large army from the Grey Realm return to the Sacred Tree Island for a supply run. By the way, swallow 100 dark fruits. You buried a dark fruit tree +1. You have buried 3 intermediate growth fruits, and the intermediate growth fruit trees +3. You have buried a high-level heavenly spirit fruit, and the advanced heavenly spirit fruit tree +1. Immediately afterwards, 3 subspecies spiritual tree panels appeared in front of Lu Shu. Dark fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: dark fruit. Period: 0.6 days, 365 600ths. Production times remaining: 1. Intermediate growth fruit tree X3. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: fruit of life. Period: 0.6 days, 365 600ths. Production times remaining: 2. Advanced Tianling fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: fruit of life. Period: 0.6 days, 365 600ths. Production times remaining: 1. Teleportation array. A curtain of light enveloped it. The large army from the Grey Realm returned to the Sacred Tree Island. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Shu smiled. These little guys have been fighting outside for so long, but they are exhausted. Use cooking. Lu Shu has already prepared a lot of delicious food, waiting for the returning soldiers to enjoy. Pikachu, Yumi and the little white fox who came back from the Grey World suddenly had starry eyes. I was so excited to see delicious food all over the place. Hurry over. Let's eat. Let's eat. Every little cutie eats happily. Bah, bah. 3 times 5 divided by 2. It didn't take long. The delicacies all over the floor have been eaten up by the pets. Half a day passed quietly like this. At this time, 3 reminders came to Lu Shu's ears. Ding! Your dark fruit tree has reached the production cycle, dark fruit plus 100. Ding! Your advanced growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, advanced growth fruit plus 100. Ding! Your Tianling fruit tree has reached the production cycle, Tianling fruit plus 100. Little white fox, come here. After everyone finished eating, Lu Shu called 100 little white foxes over. The words just fell. The little white foxes collectively used void teleportation, and all flew into Lu Shu's face. He gave a wry smile. These little guys are so clingy. Lu Shu pointed at the dark fruit tree and said, you should eat those fruits when you go. The moment the little white foxes saw the dark fruit tree, their eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that he also realized that this is what Lu Shu said before, the devil fruit that can make himself extremely powerful. The little white fox had long wanted to follow Lu Shu and go to the battlefield together. He looked at Pikachu and Yumi, both killing enemies in front, but he could only turn on the spectator mode from behind. How could the little white fox, who looks well behaved on the outside but has a sense of arrogance in his heart, be willing to accept this result? Now, devil fruit is finally ripe. The next battle. It will become the stage for the little white fox. 100 little white foxes performed void teleportation at the same time. Bah, bah, it didn't take long. 100 dark fruits were all split up by the little white foxes. Each little white fox eats one. The moment after eating dark fruit, the body of the little white fox suddenly became ethereal. Around him, swallowing black hole vortices appeared. From time to time, the surrounding space is distorted. Lu Shu was shocked when she saw it. The changes in the little white fox seemed to be beyond my imagination. The compatibility between dark fruit and little white fox is much higher than expected. Hard to imagine how powerful the little white fox will become in combat after gaining the dark fruit ability. After eating dark fruit, after a while, the little white foxes suddenly fell asleep collectively. Several Pikachus walked forward curiously and found that the little white fox had fallen asleep, feeling a little frustrated. I also want to find friends to play with. As a result, he actually fell asleep. Forget it, let's play hide and seek with Yumi. Yumi and others stood nearby, looking curiously at the sleeping Xiao Bai Ni. It seems that something has changed in the little white fox. At this time, in front of Lu Shu, a pet panel popped up. Escape fox. Type, elf, powers, void teleportation, hostile perception, void rift, dark fruit. Physique, B+, speed, A+, spirit, A+, overall potential, SS+. Quote, the moment I saw the properties panel, Lu Shu's expression can only be described as stunned. SS+, I just ate the dark fruit and gained an extra power. The potential of the little white fox has suddenly increased by an entire S. Achieved double S level, and there's A+ sign. Isn't Song one step away from the strongest SSS level? Lu Shu took a deep breath. Tate plus B. After the little white fox gained the power of dark fruit, it was equivalent to gaining the strongest money attack. As long as it comes into contact with everything, the little white fox can use the power of dark fruit to plunge the opponent into a black hole of nothingness. This is the ability to instantly kill your opponent. How terrible would it be if 100 little white foxes used this kind of power at the same time? Lu Shu is simply unimaginable. The potential of the little white fox has been increased to SS+ level, which shows that the bonus provided by dark fruit to the little white fox is far beyond my imagination. Wait until the little white fox wakes up, then feed it some growth fruits and see what changes will happen to its attributes. Lu Shu thought. Next, Lu Shu's eyes were focused on the high-grade Tianling fruit. This kind of heavenly spirit fruit is suitable for monks in the late stage of the Shantian realm. But, Lu Shu is now only one step away from the golden elixir realm. The role that high-level heavenly spirit fruit can play seems to be very limited. Suddenly, Lu Shu remembered that she still had the ability to synthesize. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I synthesize these 100 high-grade heavenly spirit fruits into one fruit. Will you get the fruit of directly breaking through the golden core realm? Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately used the synthesis skill. Whether you choose to turn 10 high-grade Tianlinkang fruits into one top-grade Tianlinkang. Yes, x 10 top-level heavenly spirit fruits appeared in Lu Shu's hands. Whether you choose to combine 10 high-grade heavenly spirit fruits into one pill-forming fruit. Yes, the next second, in Lu Shu's hand, there was a golden fruit. It's different from the fruit of life. This golden fruit contains majestic spiritual energy, as if Taoism exists within it. Elixir fruit, suitable for 9th level Shantian, King of Golden Pill cultivation. Function: concentrate the golden elixir, or increase the total amount of spiritual energy in the golden elixir, and promote the improvement of cultivation level. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. As long as I swallow this elixir-forming fruit, I can break through to the golden elixir realm. Enter Shantong Pavilion. Sit cross-legged. Close your eyes and rest your mind. After everything is in good condition and the breath has been adjusted, Lu Shu will produce elixirs, which will fall from the eyes. A wave of Uzumaki suddenly hit him. The purple Uzumaki is hovering over Lu Shu's body. The majestic purple energy gathered into an ocean, poured into the dantian, and slowly condensed into a flawless purple elixir. Immediately afterwards, the aura on Lu Shu's body suddenly shone brightly. Golden elixir realm. At that moment, his life level was greatly improved and transformed. Just a slight movement of thought and an invisible momentum caused the surrounding vegetation to sway. Is this the strength of the golden core realm? Lu Shu opened her eyes, and the breath on her body instantly filled her body. That is the embodiment of the purple energy controlling the entry and being able to freely expand and release it at will. Although it didn't cause any big phenomena in the world. Righto. Lu Shu has truly been promoted to the golden elixir realm. Across to the sky, he struck out with his sword. The sword intent condensed with purple energy soared into the sky instantly, breaking through the clouds and mist. Cool. Lu Shu took a deep breath and felt extremely happy. Realizing the strength of the golden core realm, compared to the innate realm, the feeling of transformation is much greater than the one from acquired to Shantian. Reaching the golden elixir realm, the destructive power can destroy the city. That is a higher level of life realm. The realization gained is naturally different from ordinary people. The moment you are promoted to the golden core realm, Lu Shu suddenly felt that there seemed to be something extra in her spiritual world. Divine consciousness. This term suddenly appeared in Lu Shu's mind. Among the exercises in Purple Energy Coming from the East, the concept of spiritual consciousness is discussed. Once you reach the golden elixir realm and open your heavenly eyes, you can gain divine consciousness. A thought. Lu Shu immediately communicated with her own spiritual ocean. It was a river as bright as the Milky Way. Endless starlight hovers in this dark world. Is this my spiritual ocean? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. He tried to communicate with the spiritual ocean and operate the third stage of purple air coming from the east. Purple Chi power. Suddenly, the spiritual ocean was controlled by his own mental power and immediately transformed into the form of purple energy. Those ethereal nebulae gained a fixed form after being tempered by Lu Shu. It is the form of purple energy. 263. It will take a certain amount of time to turn these spiritual oceans into purple energy and cultivate to the third stage of purple energy coming from the east. Lu Shu did not rush, but polished slowly. Cultivation in the spiritual ocean involves certain risks. Maybe it's possible that your spiritual world will be impacted and you'll end up in a state of confusion. It's possible. Lu Shu has the guidance of the Purple Chi East Coming technique. As long as he follows the correct path, it will naturally not be a problem. Half a day passed. The Milky Way in his spiritual world has been completely transformed into a purple nebula. It looks like a dream. And Lu Shu only needs to spend a certain amount of time to communicate these mental powers to his eyes, and he can activate the purple energy eye power. It will probably take a few more days. Lu Shu probably made judgments and calculations about his cultivation progress. Although it has not officially entered the third stage of purple energy coming from the east. However, Lu Shu's mental power has reached S-level. One day, when the purple pupil power is activated, he can use his S-level mental power to gain some unexpected powers. Open the Character panel. Figure. Divine Tree Master. Tree Raider. Powers. Resonance, Teleportation, Clone Technique, Hallucination, Monster Prophet. Occupation. Shadow Assassin, Grandmaster Level 2, Necromancer, Grandmaster Level 1. Skills. Advanced Carpentry, Top Miner, Advanced Decomposition, Advanced Disguise, Advanced Cooking, Intermediate Curse, Devil Contract, Top Clothing Production, Advanced Synthesis, Master Piano Art. Cultivation Level. Golden Elixir Level 1. Talents. 100 times increase SSS-Level, Fruit of All Realms SSS-Level, Spring Resurgence SSS-Level. Luck. A. Spirit. S. Sacred Tree. 3. At the same time. After producing devil fruit and other fruits, the divine tree has produced a new product. Products. Golden Pill Fruit, Golden Pill Kung Fu Fruit, Golden Pill Martial Arts Fruit. Production Cycle. 4 days 2200 550ths. Once you reach the Golden Core Realm, ordinary Heavenly Spirit Fruit will indeed have no effect on you. The skills also require certain upgrades. Lu Shu's realm improved and temporarily slowed down. After 4 days, he will get a new starting point and sprint towards a higher level. After half a day, dusk, golden sunlight shines on the sacred tree. The golden light of the setting sun passes through the dense treetops and turns into golden Madara dots, shining on the extremely shiny fur of the little white fox. Pikachu and Yumi are tired of playing hide and seek. In addition, after eating so much, a wave of sleepiness swept over me, and I couldn't help but lie down on the little white fox. Ah, I have to say, the fur of the little white fox is really soft. A Yumi and a Pikachu each share a small white fox pillow, so comfortable. After a while, the little white fox swayed slightly for a moment and then woke up. Those ruby-like eyes quietly glanced at Pikachu and Yumi, who were sleeping soundly, and suddenly yawned. It seems sleepiness is contagious. Seeing all the friends around me sleeping. Well, I haven't woken up yet. Go ahead and sleep some more. Lu Shu has already walked out of Shintong Pavilion. He looked at the sleeping little white fox, Pikachu and Yumi in the distance, and couldn't help but smile. Wait a little longer for these little guys. Anyway, this time of exploration, there are still 10 days left for the invasion of the Grey World, so there is no need to worry. This little time is not too much to waste. Or, Lu Shu actually enjoyed it. He came to the Bodhi tree. Unexpectedly discovered. Now, the crane actually took a deep breath and absorbed the last remaining bit of spiritual energy. The next second, a wave of promotion spreads to all directions. Acquired realm. Lu Shu was a little dumbfounded. I originally thought that the speed of the crane's progress was already outrageous. I never thought it could be more outrageous. At this time, Lu Shu discovered that the Bodhi tree suddenly bloomed with a holy brilliance. The Bodhi leaves look even more lush. The whole tree exudes a sacred atmosphere. Makes people feel more peaceful. Feel the changes in the Bodhi tree. Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that her understanding seemed to have been improved. Quickly open the Spiritual Tree panel to check. Spiritual Tree. Name. Bodhi Tree. Level. Intermediate Spiritual Tree. Attribute. Comprehension plus 100. Enlightenment points. 5,500. Next stage. Advanced Spiritual Tree 20,000 enlightenment points. It turns out that when my cultivation level and Linghei's cultivation level are improved, I can increase the enlightenment points of the Bodhi tree. In this way, in the later stages of my cultivation, I will no longer lack my attributes. Coupled with the condensed fruits, it can help me successfully break through the bottleneck of the realm. Once you go back and forth, it's equivalent to no bottleneck. Lu Shu showed an expression of joy, as if she had discovered a new world. To know, the further you go in your cultivation, the more important it becomes. The fruits of the sacred tree can only be said to provide the most help in material terms. But, in the later stage, not only the cultivation level must keep up, but also the soul and realm perception must reach the same level, otherwise it will be delayed. These parts of cultivation cannot be compensated by fruits. However, the Bodhi tree can gain a large number of enlightenment points when it advances to a higher realm. In this way, as long as Lu Shu keeps up with his cultivation, the corresponding realm insights will not be scarce. Picking up this Bodhi tree will make you a fortune. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. Then, He set his sights on the heavenly Dao stone tablet he obtained this time. This mythical building has not yet been placed on the sacred tree island. Put this Tiandao stone tablet together with another Tiandao stone tablet, CCDJ. Buzz buzz. Between heaven and earth, the humming sound of the avenue suddenly came. The two heavenly stone monuments are connected and blooming with brilliance. The sacred tree island suddenly had a mysterious atmosphere. It's like a secret that cannot be revealed. Lu Shu sensed that the aura of this world was stronger than before. The Tianji formation also connects all nearby mythical buildings together to form a harmonious whole of yin and yang. There are great improvements to the defense of the entire island. Open the panel of myth ruins. Mythological site. Ruins. Tianmen incomplete Tiandao stone steel x2 incomplete 5-color altar, Shentong pavilion. Attribute increase. Attack power plus 700, defense plus 500, spirit plus 300, critical hit plus 30%, puncture plus 130, blessing plus 60. Ding. Your intermediate growth fruit has reached the maturity stage, intermediate growth fruit plus 100. This reminder came to my ears again. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Intermediate growth fruit trees have a total of 2 production cycles. The first cycle has just been reached. Now, the second cycle has also been reached. 3 intermediate growth fruit trees, 2 production cycles, a total of 600 intermediate growth fruits. Lu Shu came to the side of the artificial river. I have to say that the golden dragon koi is really smart. When I saw Lu Shu coming, I knew I had something good to eat. Before Lu Shu could get closer, this guy had already arrived at the river bank, opened his mouth, and was waiting to be fed. Lu Shu couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. He is indeed a guy who can bring good luck to himself. It was meant to be a life of happiness. Feed the intermediate spiritual energy fruit. The golden dragon koi swallowed an intermediate growth fruit, evolution points plus 20. The golden dragon koi swallowed an intermediate growth fruit, evolution points plus 20. This time's intermediate growth fruit can add 20 evolution points. Lu Shu couldn't help but nodded. There are 10 more primary growth fruits than the last feeding. Thus, it takes 5,000 evolution points to evolve the golden dragon koi from the 3rd level to the 4th level. The required intermediate growth fruits are 200. Count 200 intermediate growth fruits. Lu Shu fed him all at once. The golden dragon koi's appetite is also large enough. No matter how many fruits come to it, it will eat as many as it can. It didn't take long. 200 intermediate growth fruits have been swallowed up by the golden dragon koi. Spend 5,000 evolution points. Golden dragon koi. Category: mythical creature. Level: Level 4. Blessing halo. Luck plus 100. Evolution points: 100. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 4, 20,000. The next second, the body of the golden dragon koi is growing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. This narrow artificial river has gradually accommodated the huge body of the golden dragon koi. Lu Shu suddenly felt embarrassed. Such a small place cannot accommodate this big fish. By the way, the golden dragon koi is too big. It's almost like a dragon. I'm really going to turn into a golden arowana. Ah, I wonder if this arowana likes eating peanut oil. The golden dragon koi turned around with difficulty, suddenly looked towards the sea, and jumped slightly. Lu Shu's eyes moved, and he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Do you want to go to that sea?" The golden dragon and koi fish nodded. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. By the way, after the gray fog spreads, the scope of the island has expanded beyond the ocean. He has not yet explored what is in the sea. In that sea, there is a reason why the golden dragon and koi carp want to go. Otherwise, isn't it more comfortable to soak in blessed holy water than sea water? Seeing that the golden dragon koi insisted on going, Lu Shu said nothing more and took the golden dragon koi to the sea. The golden dragon koi jumped into the sea, instantly dived into the seabed and disappeared. Seems to be looking for something. Lu Shu didn't pay much attention. The golden dragon koi is a mythical creature, and it has its own luck bonus attribute. Even if you encounter any danger, you can turn it into a disaster. Lu Shu then let the golden dragon and koi swim freely in the sea. This narrow artificial river is indeed too small for the golden dragon koi. Return to the island. Lu Shu suddenly saw that the little white fox, Pikachu and Yumi were all awake. And they surrounded me. Desperately. Obviously he is greedy for the fruit. Lu Shu couldn't help laughing. These little guys probably couldn't sit still because they saw that they had fed the golden dragon koi 200 fruits. Why are you still sleeping? Do you have anything to eat? Lu Shu placed 300 intermediate growth fruits in front of these little guys and said. Just eat one. Don't eat more. Share it evenly. The little cute creature followed Lu Shu for a while and learned the rules. He even dropped a piece of fruit without moving to eat it. Bah, bah, 3 times 5 divided by 2. After eating the fruit, all pets have begun to change. 3 pet panels popped up in front of Lu Shu. Pikachu, type, Pokemon, power, 100,000 volts, shock fruit. Physique, B+, speed, A+, spirit, S, overall potential, SS. Yumi, type, magic cat, powers, continuous hit and block, fishing missile, Yumi possession, strong energy, the final chapter of the grimoire, sparkling fruit. Physique, B+, speed, A, spirit, S, overall potential, SS. Escape fox, type, elf, powers, void teleportation, hostile perception, void rift, dark fruit. Physique, B+, speed, A+, spirit, A+, overall potential, SS+. Finally, at this moment, all Lu Shu's pets have potential values reaching SS level. The potential of these little guys has reached SS level. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. In this way, the strength of my Grey Realm army has risen to another level. It should not be a problem to conquer the nightmare level dungeon. There are 100 fruits left. Lu Shu chose to feed the crane. The crane swallowed an intermediate growth fruit, evolution points +20. The crane swallowed an intermediate growth fruit, evolution points +20. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. It didn't take long. The crane's evolution points have been increased to more than 2,000 points. Consume 1,000 evolution points. Successfully evolved to level 3. A new panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Enlightenment Cran. Category: Mythical Creature. Level: Level 3. Cultivation Level: Acquired Level 1. Blessing Halo. Comprehension +50. Evolution Points: 1,200. Evolution Points required to upgrade to Level 4, 5,000. Although there are still more than 3,000 evolution points left. But, consider that the crane can automatically upgrade. For the remaining gap, once more advanced growth fruits appear, it should be easy to catch up. Ding! Your street lamp flowers will produce street wicks x 10,000. Street wick. Production cycle: 7 days. Function: wicks that can dispel gray fog and provide vision can be left in a corner of the gray world to provide vision for a period of time. Isn't this just an eye? Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. It is equivalent to inserting eyes on the map of the gray world. Able to gain perspective for a period of time. If you want to conquer the Grey Realm dungeon and are worried about any problems, you can place street lantern wicks around it. In this way, you can directly detect any situation. The street wick can also be directly transported to the copy through the control of spiritual energy, and the view inside can be viewed in advance. In terms of vision, although the wicks of street lamps are consumables, they provide a lot of maneuverability. Think of this. Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. Almost ready. It's time to trigger and conquer the gray world. During this period, the strength has undergone a qualitative leap and growth. Lu Shu already has some confidence in conquering the nightmare level dungeon and has enough knowledge in his hand. He has full confidence that he can get the first kill achievement reward of the nightmare level dungeon this time. A teleportation light curtain descended. Soon, Lu Shu led a large army and returned to Bishao Holy Land. Searched again for a while. Make sure there is nothing good left in the Holy Land. Lu Shu then took all the troops and returned to the Grey World. After a day of traveling, an extremely deep manor appeared in front of you. The view ahead was pitch black. The entire manor is full of ghosts. A copy panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Devil Manor. Coordinates: 64, 55. Risk factor: S. Boss. Demon Manor Lord Abyss level. Items: Special Fertilizer, Search Torch, Demon Advanced Skills Illustrated Book, Demon Suit, Demon Seed. Before the strategy copy, Lu Shu first sprinkled the wicks of street lanterns near Devil Manor and Endless Flame City. The bright light particles immediately lit up the gray fog. Even away from the wick, this can still provide Lu Shu with a view. This is a very strange experience. It seems that as long as you communicate your mental power to the wick of the street lamp flower, you can be aware of everything around you. Each wick can provide a field of view of approximately 10 meters. Lu Shu casually sprinkled 1,000 wicks and spread them out, gaining a field of vision of 10,000 meters in radius. Devil Manor and Endless Flame City formed two closed intersections. You must pass through these two dungeons to reach the deepest part of the Garden Drama Abyss. This time, strategy for more difficult nightmare-level dungeons. Lu Shu did not want any changes or accidents to occur. Therefore, sprinkle the wick of the street lamp flower outside the two copies. This 10,000-meter field of vision allows Lu Shu to predict any nearby information in advance. This way, when you conquer the dungeon, you won't be afraid of other sacred tree masters coming to cause trouble. Devil Manor. Just got into it. Lu Shu raised the undead bone staff in his left hand and the soul control order in his right hand. An army of 100,000 dead souls suddenly covered the entire sky. The scene is even scarier than Devil Manor. Those who don't know better think that the group in the area where Lu Shu is located is a dungeon. The level of Devil Manor is like a little monster compared to Lu Shu. Then, the army of dead souls all poured into Devil Manor. The nearby demon guards appeared in the field of vision. When they see an intruder, they immediately roar and fight without mercy. Devil Warrior. Type: Demon. Risk factor: A+. Sensing range: 100 meters. Force: 300. Speed: 250. Defense: 320. Skills: Demonic Fighting Will, Hockey Body Protection, Death Charge. Description: They are warriors among the demon clan. They are born to fight and do not know death. If you fight with them, you'd better pay attention to their life-threatening fighting style. However, these demons looked insignificant in front of an army of hundreds of thousands of dead souls. Nightmare souls and corrupt souls constantly release curses. The undead souls are at the forefront, resisting damage. Just one of the demons nearby will be attacked by dozens of dead souls. Although demons have certain restraint properties against dead souls, they are a more advanced race after all. However, there are too many dead souls nearby. The Devil Warriors were completely unable to resist so many dead souls, and they were all suppressed. The breath of the curse continues to weaken their combat capabilities. In the battlefield, the Black Shadow Revenants have also entered harvesting mode. Every time its figure passed an enemy, the dark black magic blade slit the demon's throat without any suspense. Countless demons fell into a pool of blood without even the ability to resist. At this stage, the Abyss-level dungeon has already been pushed by Lu Shu. One prompt after another popped up in front of me. You killed the Devil Warrior and obtained Demon Armor Platinum Level X1. You killed the Devil Warrior and received Demon Boots Platinum Level X1. You killed the Devil Warrior and received the Demon Sword Platinum Level X1. The explosion rate of this equipment is too high. Lu Shu looked surprised. Even though the Demon Warrior is a relatively advanced monster, it doesn't carry such explosive equipment. In a blink, there are already dozens of platinum-level demon suits in Lu Shu's warehouse. Most of the equipment is repeated armor, boots, arm guards, long knives, etc. The highest level is platinum. However, so much equipment, all thrown on the 5-color altar, is enough to light up several sacred stones. Seeing this, Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he killed the monsters in Devil Manor. Pikachu and Yumi watched from behind and started to get excited to try. Lu Shu smiled and said, "When the boss battle comes, it's up to you to take action." Click. Ahead, the sound of dead souls being eaten suddenly came from the scene. Lu Shu's eyes moved and she looked forward. Deep in the Devil's Manor, a large number of devil flowers appeared. This kind of flower looks extremely ferocious, like a devil's mouth, and there is a blue aura lingering around it, making it look extremely monstrous. Eat a dead soul. The devil flower has become even more powerful. Lu Shu's eyes moved. A monster panel immediately popped up in front of you. Devil flower. Type: Demon, Cursed Plant. Risk factor, A+. Sensing range, 120 meters. Force, 450. Speed, 350. Defense, 150. Skills, Devour, Demon Coil, Soul Absorption, Devour Enhancement. This kind of devil flower has a strong restraining effect on the soul. Its soul absorption can swallow the dead soul directly into its belly. Moreover, after devouring the souls of the dead, the devil flower can become more powerful and become the nemesis of the army of dead souls. After seeing the demon flower's skills, Lu Shu immediately asked the army of dead souls to retreat and let his pets take action instead. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, use the power of shock fruit to deal with these devil grass. Little white fox, wait behind you. Your skills are more important. Reserve your mental power first. The little white fox originally wanted to take action. 2. Dark fruit's ability costs much more than other abilities. Lu Shu plans to leave all the dark fruit abilities of the little white fox to the final boss. Just leave these devil flowers to Pikachu and Yumi to deal with. Yumi turned into a flash of light and possessed Pikachu. Eaten the intermediate growth fruit. The attributes of Pikachu and Yumi have all been improved. Coupled with the bonus brought by possession, Pikachu's current attributes have increased again. View the pet attribute panel. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Power, 100,000 volts, shock fruit. Physique, A. Speed, S. Spirit, S+. Overall potential, SS+. Pikachu's speed has reached S level with Yumi's possession. Moreover, when the spirit reaches S+ level, the corresponding potential even reaches SS+. This bonus. Lu Shu showed a surprised expression. After many times of feeding the growing fruits, after Pikachu's attributes reach a certain level, as long as Yumi is possessed, the upper limit will be exceeded immediately. S-class is a big watershed. Now, Pikachu's speed becomes as fast as the flash of light. When Lu Shu just gave the battle order, Pikachu's figure has almost arrived on the battlefield. A slap, shout towards the devil flower. Boom. Shock fruit. The supernatural power is completely released at this moment. The violent air waves emitted a harsh space sonic boom. Such a big devil flower, after being slapped down, even the shadow disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lu Shu was a little shocked. The mental power has reached S+ level, and Pikachu's superpowers have become stronger again. The power of shock fruit can be completely released. Although the devil flower has very powerful attributes in all aspects, because it is a plant, it basically has no defense ability when faced with physical damage. The poor defense is the biggest weakness of this plant. Lu Shu made a judgment at a glance. Pikachu's shock fruit, used in conjunction with S+ level mental power, instantly transforms into a ruthless assassin. On the battlefield, whenever Pikachu's figure turns into a flash of light and appears near the devil flower, slap it down. Don't call it a devil's flower. Several nearby devil flowers not far away suffered the same fate. Soon, a series of kill prompts popped up in front of my eyes. You kill the devil flower, and get the devil flower seed X1. You kill the devil flower, and get high-grade fertilizer X1. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Devil flower seeds. As long as you plant it, you can get 100 devil flowers. This kind of plant is specially designed to restrain the monsters of dead souls, and after devouring the dead souls, it can also evolve. If you plant these devil flowers on your own sacred tree island, you will get an army of devil flowers. Most of what the devil flower drops is high-grade fertilizer. I haven't tried using special grade fertilizer yet. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The quantity of high-grade fertilizers is relatively scarce. Therefore, Lu Shu has not yet tried to combine high-grade fertilizers into super-grade fertilizers. Swept away the nearby devil flowers. Lu Shu has obtained hundreds of packages of high-grade fertilizers and dozens of devil flower seeds. The inventory is quite sufficient. Synthetic super fertilizer is no longer a problem. Lu Shu plans to try the effect of top fertilizer after defeating this dungeon boss. Upgrade high-level fertilizers and synthesis into top-level fertilizers. The growth rate of the sacred tree can be increased to a certain extent again. Who destroyed my manor? A roar suddenly came from a distance. The Devil Manor Lord is surrounded by demonic flames, and the huge wings behind it fly high in the sky with its body. Those demonic eyes stared at the intruder below, extremely angry. The moment I saw the Devil Manor Lord in front of Lu Shu, Boss Panel 21 also popped up at the same time. Demon Manor Lord. Type: Demon. Risk Factor: S. Sensing Range: 250 meters. Force: 1110. Speed: 830. Defense: 1010. Skills: Blood Demon, Demonic Power, Demonic Roar, Demonic Summoning, Death Charge, Demonic Armor, Triple Fury. Description: Although the owner of the Demon Manor likes to grow flowers, this does not mean that he is a person who is good at cultivating his moral character. On the contrary, he likes to look at the flowers he cultivates and devour them one after another. A weak and pitiful soul, it is like admiring a cruel work of art. Yumi, possess the Little White Fox. Little White Fox, use Void Teleport. Go to the Demon Manor owner and unleash Dark Fruit's power on him. This moment, Lu Shu finally issued the command to attack the Little White Fox. 100 Yumi turned into flashes of light and immediately possessed the Little White Fox. At the same time, Escape Fox. Type: Elf. Powers: Void Teleportation, Hostile Perception, Void Rift, Dark Fruit. Physique: A. Speed: S. Spirit: S. Overall Potential: SSS. After being possessed by Yumi, the overall potential of the Little White Fox actually reached the SSS level. Lu Shu looked at this data and was immediately surprised. Before he could react, 100 SSS level Little White Foxes have activated Void Teleportation at the same time. Came to the side of the Devil Manor Lord. The next second, also cast Dark Fruit's power. 100 extremely dark black holes in the void shrouded the body of the Demon Manor Master. The pitch black light curtain instantly enveloped the entire body of the Demon Manor owner. That moment, the whole world seems to have become quiet. The huge body of the demonic Manor Master seemed to be shrouded in death light. The next second, its entire body disappeared into the black hole abyss of nothingness. Together with the deafening roar, it also fell silent instantly. Heaven and earth are silent, everything is empty. When the black hole disappears, the owner of the demonic manor also disappeared. It's like it evaporated out of thin air. Is this an instant kill? Lu Shu was stunned, although he knew that the Little White Fox must have become stronger after eating dark fruit. But it's hard to imagine how shocking it would be to see 100 Little White Foxes using dark fruit's powers at the same time to instantly devour an abyss-level boss. If other Sacred Tree Masters were to see this scene, Mo would be extremely shocked. For them, the abyss-level boss is an insurmountable chasm, and any skill they activate can make the entire team's scalp numb. However, the Little White Fox only teleported for a short period of time. Then, gently touch forward with your hand. The owner of the demonic manor was killed instantly. Our abyss-level boss is shameless. Not a single skill was released. Just gone. Pikachu and Yumi also stared blankly. Especially you, possessed into the body of the Little White Fox. At the closest distance, I observed the Little White Fox exerting the power of dark fruit. When did the Little White Fox become so powerful? The impact and shocking feeling of this picture made Yumi hang on to the Little White Fox, unwilling to leave. Hug your thighs, hug your thighs. 990. Successfully killed the Demon Manor owner. Soon, the Little White Fox passed the level and teleported into the void, jumping back, with a hint of shyness and surprise in his ruby-like eyes. It seemed that even the Little White Fox himself didn't realize that he had become so powerful. Little White Fox, you must be beautiful. After reacting, Lu Shu couldn't help but praise. Pikachu and Yumi couldn't help but touch the Little White Fox's hair. It seems to be saying that the Little White Fox has become the strongest in the team. The Little White Fox showed an expression of great enjoyment. The wish finally came true. Not only can I follow Pikachu and Yumi and fight on the front line. Moreover, the Little White Fox's current strength can even protect its companions from harm. This is the happiest thing. After a while, a prompt sounded in Lu Shu's ear. You successfully killed the boss of Demon Manor, the Lord of Demon Manor. Get the Master Skills Illustrated, Minor. Obtain Demon Pendant Master Level X1. Obtain Abyss Demon Flower Seeds X10. Get Special Fertilizer X10. Get the Scepter and Torch X1. Lu Shu's eyes were first on the skill illustrated book. Whether to learn the master level skill illustrated book, minor. Yes. The next second, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, the skills panel popped up. Minor, level, master, function. You can use legendary ores to build defense lines and other various ore buildings. With the master minor level, the 25,000 earth level basalt mines collected from Bishao Holy Land can be used. However, if you want to form a complete defense line, there is still less than half the number. Subsequently, Lu Shu set her sights on the Devil Pendant. Devil Pendant. Category: Jewelry. Grade: Extraordinary level. Attributes: Magic plus 300, Spirit plus 100, Spell Penetration plus 100. Devil's 8-piece set Sad Face 3/8. Set effect: Demon Restraint plus 20, Demon Perception plus 30, Demon Gain plus 20. Description: A pendant forged by demons. There are still 5 pieces left. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Lu Shu did not wear the platinum level demon equipment. The level of these equipment was too low. Now, extraordinary weapons and diamond level suits are Lu Shu's first choice. The next copy, Endless Flame City. It seems you can get more advanced demon suits there. Moreover, while the risk factor is higher, you can also get more advanced rewards. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Although the devil set has only been collected into 8 pieces until now. But he learned from the map information that Endless Flame City has more equipment output. Legend has it that there is the Devil's Equipment Foundry there. The danger factor of S+ level is also a dungeon difficulty that Lu Shu has never challenged. There will be more output there. Would you like to use the Scepter and Torch X1? Yes. Search range plus 100. The next second, Lu Shu's field of vision was once again expanded by 100 meters. Now, the fire source in his hand is as bright as a small sun. With a field of view of more than 400 meters, the surrounding area is bright. Even the perception range of the Abyss level boss is not as large as Lu Shu. Suddenly, Lu Shu felt a sudden movement in the wick of a street lamp. Anyone, through the transmission of spiritual power. Lu Shu transferred her thoughts to the strange movement of the street lamp wick. A small team appeared in front. A Divine Tree Master's panel caught Lu Shu's attention. Sacred Tree Master. Netherworld. Power. Nether Warlock Profession. Level. Master Level 3. Talent. Netherworld Fruit S+ level. Spiritual Fruit A level. Maturity Acceleration level. Lucky. E. Spirit. A+. 2 fruit talents. Lu Shu immediately became interested in Netherworld. Nether Fruit can obtain a new profession, Nether Warlock. This profession can summon the power of the Netherworld, and its system is close to controlling nothingness. If the level is high, you can use the Void spell to devour everything, and the attack power is quite powerful. Or, summons the Netherworld's nothingness, shrouds the surroundings, and gains near immortal attributes. Nether possesses both ultimate offensive and defensive power, and also has a huge need for mental power. Because the skills of this profession are really too heaven-defying and pervert, just like using a plugin. In addition, his sacred tree can also produce spiritual fruits. If you eat it, you will gain mental energy for free. It's more direct than cultivating immortality. Lu Shu broke through to the golden elixir realm, and her mental power reached S level. The other 2 professions have already broken through to the master level. Righto. Nether's profession is only at the master level, and he has already gained such high mental power. One can imagine how effective his Divine Tree talent combination is. Therefore, Netherworld was also able to get a high ranking in the rankings. This man's fruit is interesting. Lu Shu laughed softly. As far as he knew, Netherworld seemed to be the #1 admiral in the Dark Knight Alliance. The position is second only to the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance. As for his talent, it goes without saying. Since you are the Sacred Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance, I will accept your Sacred Tree. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he did not act rashly. The Nether Warlock is a very difficult class to kill. Plus, there are more than a dozen Divine Tree Masters with A-level talents around him, which is not an easy team to deal with. With Lu Shu's current strength, defeating a team of more than a dozen people will naturally not be a problem. But the Nether Warlock is very capable, and maybe he can escape under the cover of his accomplices. If you want to kill, you must kill thoroughly. Otherwise, Let a fish slip through the net. There is a risk that your own divine tree ability will be exposed. A plan gradually emerged in Lu Shu's mind. He left a teleportation formation in Devil Manor. Subsequently, on the island, Lu Shu's body sent a new clone to the Devil Manor, where it stayed, waiting for the arrival of Yu Yan and others. Lu Shu led the large army and continued to advance in the direction of Endless Flame City. The rest is just to wait for Netherworld's team to move another coordinate position. One of Lu Shu's clones is at Devil Manor, waiting for their arrival. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. Do you want to use synthesis to synthesize 10 packages of high-grade fertilizer into 1 package of special-grade fertilizer? Yes, as a white light curtain lights up. The next second, Lu Shu had an extra bag of special fertilizer in her hand. He came to the side of the sacred tree. Just in time. By this time, the duration of the last package of high-grade fertilizer has also ended. It's time to try the effect of special fertilizer. Lu Shu gently sprinkled the special fertilizer on the sacred tree. Your sacred tree is absorbing special fertilizer, and its growth points are +100. Your sacred tree is absorbing special fertilizer, and its growth points are +100. Next to the sacred tree, there are 10 more lines of BUF boxes absorbing special grade fertilizer. At the same time, Lu Shu opened the sacred tree panel. The growth rate of the sacred tree has also been increased. Products: Golden Pill Fruit, Golden Pill Kung Fu Fruit, Golden Pill Martial Arts Fruit. Production cycle: 2.5 days, 1,600/650ths. Growth points: 27,525, 20.0 x 100 equals 2,000 per day. Next stage: Holy Tree, 100,000 growth points. The production cycle has been shortened a bit. Moreover, the number of growth points gained every day has increased from 1,700 to 2,000. It is indeed a special grade fertilizer, it is really useful. In this way, my sacred tree will grow from a high-level spiritual tree to a holy tree in just over a month. Lu Shu felt a bit expectant. After using special grade fertilizer, he looked in the direction of the crane. The results were unexpected. Shan has cultivated to the 3rd level of acquired heaven. As the level of the Bodhi tree increases, it will also have an enlightening effect on the crane. The nearby mythical buildings and their continuous blessings have made the spiritual energy in the sacred tree island very rich, and the crane's growth rate has exceeded Lu Shu's imagination. It feels like it won't take long for the crane to break through to the innate realm. By the time, this seemingly elegant and easygoing crane may turn out to be unexpectedly violent when fighting. Next, Lu Shu walked to the 5-color altar. This time, all the platinum-level equipment swept from Devil Manor were thrown on the altar. Buzz buzz. As 3 voices sounded, the 5-color altar was suddenly lit up with 3 more consciousnesses. There are only 2 divine stones left before the next luck critical attack, and it will be completely lit. Unlocking the luck critical strike is not just as simple as getting the treasure map. If necessary, we can even turn danger into good fortune. I will be able to achieve what I want more smoothly. Lu Shu thought to herself. Anyway, luck critical strikes are definitely not too much. As long as you have the blessing of luck, you will never lose money. Whether it's saving your life, clearing a dungeon, or finding a treasure map. Anyway, luck crit has a wide range of uses. The remaining 2 sacred stones. You only need to clear the copy of Endless Flame City. Lighting up these 2 sacred stones is definitely not a big problem. At this time, Lu Shu noticed that the golden dragon koi carp was calling to him on the coast of the island. The spiritual consciousness is thrown over. I saw that the golden dragon koi had returned from the deep sea and returned to the coast, prancing about as if calling Lu Shu to come over. Seeing this guy's behavior, Lu Shu immediately came to the island. Seeing that Lu Shu had come over, the golden dragon koi suddenly opened its mouth and vomited on the ground next to it. Hundreds of fresh sea fish were spitted by the golden dragon koi to the coast, and their bodies were still rolling and jumping on the beach. At the same time, a series of panels popped up in front of Lu Shu. Deep sea fish. Type: special grade food. Function: produce extremely delicious fish meat, which has a certain role in promoting the growth of pets. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Quote. After the golden dragon koi finished all this, it continued to swim towards the deep sea. Before that, Lu Shu has been exploring the gray world. I didn't expect that. Maybe, after the fog fades. In this deep sea, there may be endless treasures that can be explored. The fish that Golden Dragon Koi brought back this time were just a thank you for Lu Shu's previous feeding. Exit. In this deep sea, there are endless treasures waiting to be explored by yourself. Lu Shu immediately collected the fish meat. Use. Cooking. The next second, in front of Lu Shu, several extremely delicious fish dinners appeared. Take a bite. The delicious deep-sea fish often only needs simple and unpretentious cooking to get an extremely delicious taste. Lu Shu enjoyed it by herself first. Subsequently, it's time to put these fish and meat feasts on the auction market. In the recent trading panel, the value of primary fertilizer has declined. The scope of the gray world explored by the sacred tree masters is wider, and over such a long period of time, many low-level sacred tree masters have been eliminated. Nowadays, sacred tree masters usually use mid-level fertilizers to trade. Lu Shu also wants to make top-quality fertilizer herself. Then, he raised the price of the delicacies he put on it regularly every day to mid-level fertilizer. The price of limited edition delicacies has increased to that of high-end fertilizer. The limited edition ingredients have been replaced with fish. The moment when Lu Shu uses new top-quality fish ingredients to make delicacies and puts them on the transaction interface, the World Public Screen of Shenshu Games once again caused an uproar. World Public Screen. Hey, come and see, Mr. Lu Shu has released a new delicacy. This time, the ordinary daily delicacies seem to have become the previous limited edition delicacies, but the quantity has become 100 servings. Ha ha ha, this time I finally have the opportunity to taste the limited edition delicacies of Lushu Boss. Wait a minute, look, Lushu Boss seems to have released a new limited edition delicacy. Holy shit, it's actually made from top-quality fish meat. How come Mr. Lushu can even get fish meat? Does this kind of thing really exist in the gray world? It should be the deep sea outside the island. I have also explored there, but in the shallow sea area, I can only find a very small number of fish, and the quality of the ingredients is not that high. Doesn't this mean that the island range of Mr. Lushu has expanded to the deep sea? That's too powerful, isn't it? How much of the gray world must Mr. Lushu explore before he can expand the area of the island to the deep sea? YYDS, the tree-rolling boss. As expected of being number 1 in the rankings, it's so strong. The moment Lu Shu's delicacies hit the shelves, all were sold out. These bosses don't care whether it is primary fertilizer or intermediate fertilizer. Even if it is high-level fertilizer, they will not hesitate to take action. Lu Shu slowly developed their spending habits. Therefore, the price of gourmet food changes with the market. This group of regular customers will not hesitate at all. As long as there is a product within a reasonable price range, they will grab it without even frowning. After the price of primary fertilizers in the market dropped, intermediate fertilizers gradually became the mainstream commodity for exchange and trading. Lu Shu raised the price, and in the eyes of all the sacred tree masters, there was no problem at all. The sales during this period are obvious to all. It's not like you want a piece of platinum and diamond equipment. Luxuriating yourself with some high-grade fertilizer seems to be a normal thing in the eyes of most sacred tree masters. However, that's the kind of values. Invisibly, it will bring huge benefits to Lu Shu. In the sacred tree game, as long as you earn something from other sacred tree masters, the income will be calculated at twice the rate. Because if you make a profit and others lose, the gap between them will become bigger and bigger. This gap is invisible and grows invisibly. Some sacred tree masters are aware of this and want to use this method to gain a market for some delicious food. However, whether it is the ingredients or the taste of cooking, compared with Lu Shu, the gap is not huge. Once you have tasted Lu Shu's food, you will never buy other people's food. This market is basically monopolized by Lu Shu. The other sacred tree masters couldn't get a piece of wool, so they had no choice but to sigh. Oh my god, the quality of this fish is simply too good. No wonder the previously limited edition delicacies have become ordinary delicacies. It turns out that the boss has obtained higher-end ingredients. The fish meat is so delicious that it's the best. Not to mention using 1 pack of high-grade fertilizer to replace it, I feel it's not a loss if I use 10 packs. The boss in front of me is so generous, I'm not even qualified to grab delicious food. The handicapped party shed tears of envy. When can I also taste the delicacies made by the top guys? You have all received the upgraded limited edition. I haven't even been able to grab a piece of delicious food. It's so uncomfortable. Whenever Lu Shu launches new gourmet products, the chat box of Shenshu game will trigger a wave of discussions among food lovers. If this trend continues, the value of Lu Shu's food basically increases with the market value. As long as he maintains this rhythm, he can obtain a certain amount of transaction value from the trading market every day. This accumulation over a long period of time in the future will bring huge wealth to Lu Shu. Until now, if something good appears on the trading interface, Lu Shu will not be short of exchangeable fertilizers at all, just go up and exchange them and that's it. Gray World. Location: Ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Coordinates: 63, 55. Risk factor: none. Lu Shu led the large army to a collapsed city. This place is very similar to the Lost Holy Land that we saw near Castlevania last time. However, the scope of this Lost Holy Land is much larger than the last Lost Holy Land. Toit: the last Lost Holy Land was a holy city. BB: this Lost Holy Land is like a country. Lu Shu came to the door of the holy place. A dusty gate blocked the front. Tip: you need to pass through the Endless Flame City and get the key to the Lost Holy Land to open this door. You must first pass the copy of Endless Flame Formation before you can get the key to the Lost Holy Land. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Maybe, in this Lost Holy Land, there are also key items to pass the Wailing Abyss. Lu Shu has not forgotten that when he cleared Castlevania last time, exploring the Holy Land also brought him a lot of help. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately walked in the direction of Endless Flame City. Endless Flame City. Coordinates: 64, 57. Risk factor: S+. Boss: Fire Lord Abyss level. Boom. In front of me, a city of flames appeared. Fire domain. Many huge flaming meteorites fell down. There were countless violent explosions. The flames form a natural barrier, blocking the way forward. These flaming meteorites are specially used to block the sacred tree master from passing by. Lu Shu stopped in her footsteps, looked at the fire field in front of her, and frowned slightly. The geographical environment of Flame City poses quite a challenge. If you want to pass here, you will easily be harmed by flaming meteorites. We have to find a way to stop these falling meteorites. Activate the ability of Monster Prophet. Lu Shu immediately learned that these meteorites were flame formations created by the S-class elite monster of the Flame City, the Fire Mage. Fire Magician. Type: Demon, Magician. Risk factor: S. Sensing range: 270 meters. Force: 810. Speed: 530. Defense: 610. Skills: Meteorite Magic Circle, Flame Roar, Demonic Magic. Description: if demons are born with powerful magic power, then this demon has a huge affinity for flames. I see. The appearance of this flame magic array is controlled by the Flame Magician. As long as you kill this monster, the flames in front of you will disappear. Lu Shu immediately sent out the little white fox. Little white fox, you use the void crack to find the location of the Flame Magician. Yumi, possess the little white fox. Lu Shu commanded. Soon, the little white fox turned on the void stealth mode and moved in the direction of the Flame Magician. In sight, a demon wearing a flame robe stood on an altar. Surrounding the altar is a sheet of magma. The Flame Magician condenses the power of flame magic from these flames to maintain the continuity of the flame array. At this time, in the void, 100 little white foxes suddenly appeared and killed themselves. Intruders, how could you possibly get through here? The Flame Magician was shocked. It couldn't imagine that the little white fox in front of it could pass through the flame magic circle and attack directly to its side. Die! The Flame Mage roared and used Fire Roar. Suddenly, the majestic flames were summoned from the staff in its hand, and were about to sweep towards the little white fox. The little white fox didn't even bother to look at it, but just raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, a deep black hole appears before your eyes. No matter how majestic the flames are, when they touch the black hole in the hands of the little white fox, they are instantly swallowed up. The Fire Magician was horrified. At this time, it already wants to escape. I saw the opponent moving towards the boss. Lu Shu saw the situation on the field through resonance, narrowed his eyes instantly, and said, "Little white fox, it's going to find the boss to bring in reinforcements. Kill it immediately." The words just fell. Cast, void teleport. The figure of the little white fox came to the side of the flame magician in an instant. 100 black lights shrouded the flame magician at the same time. "Ah, despicable intruder. You have offended the Fire Lord. You will definitely pay the price for what you have done." Amid a roar of impotent rage, the flame magician's figure disappeared into the endless black light. At the same time, several rewards popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the elite lord of Endless Flame City, Fire Mage. Obtain Flame Magic Weapon Robe, Diamond Level X1. Obtain Demon Necklace, Diamond Level X1. Obtain Fire Demon Soldier Heart X1. Fire Magic Weapon Robe. Type: Robe. Grade: Diamond Grade. Attributes: Defense plus 300, Fire Resistance plus 100, Demon Resistance plus 50, Durability 1280. Devil Necklace. Type: Necklace. Grade: Diamond Grade. Attributes: Magic plus 200, Spirit plus 100, Spell Penetration plus 80. Set Effect: Devil's 8-piece set Sad Face 5/8. Set Effect: Demon Restraint plus 50, Demon Perception plus 100, Demon Gain plus 50, Demon Critical Hit plus 20%. Heart of Flame Demon Soldier. Category: Combat Power Increasing Consumables. Grade: Advanced. Attributes: Fire Resistance plus 200, Mental Power plus 100, Spell Penetration plus 100, Attack Power plus 200, Demonic Critical Strike plus 20%. Duration: 30 minutes. Killed the Fire Mage. The flaming meteorite in front of him suddenly stopped. Go to Flame City. At this time, at the door, a row of Fire Demon soldiers blocked the front. Fire Demon Soldier. Type: Demon. Risk Factor: A+. Sensing Range: 200 meters. Force: 710. Speed: 430. Defense: 510. Skills: Flame Armor, Flame Crash, Demonic Roar. Description: A demon born in flames, with strong ability to withstand high temperatures. Lu Shu raised the Undead Bone Staff and Soul Control Order. Whoosh! Shadows of evil spirits suddenly filled the entire sky of Flame City. 377 in the blink of an eye. In front of Lu Shu, the auras of hundreds of dead souls have appeared. You killed a Fire Demon Soldier, and obtained the Flame Demon Soldier Armor, Platinum Level X1. You killed a Fire Demon Soldier, and obtained the Flame Demon Soldier Boots, Diamond Level X1. The dead souls are rampant. The nearby Fire Demon Soldiers were immediately swept away frantically. It seems to be due to the explosion of lucky attributes. From these Fire Demon Soldiers, you can actually get a lot of Diamond Level Demon Suits. To know if you are an ordinary Divine Tree Master, it is not that easy to spawn monsters and explode Diamond Level equipment. However, sweeping the area around, Lu Shu has put together the Devil Suit into a 7-piece set. Set Effect: Devil's 8-piece set Sad Face 7/8. Set Effect: Demon Restraint plus 100, Demon Perception plus 150, Demon Gain plus 100, Demon Critical Hit plus 50%. There is still one last piece of jewelry left, Devil Ring. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Jewelry such as rings cannot explode from the body of the Fire Demon Soldier. Some special monsters are needed to drop this kind of equipment. Lu Shu was not in a hurry and continued to attack in the direction of Flame City. Swept away the nearby Fire Demon Soldiers. Lu Shu harvested dozens of pieces of platinum and diamond level equipment. If you throw all these equipment into the 5-color altar, you can almost light up the chance of a lucky critical strike again. Continue to explore some distance forward. A bronze gate should be in front of you. Boom! After the bronze door was opened, feel the burning flames of death. There was a demonic roar coming from inside. A demon with flames all over its body and a height of 100 meters straddled in front of Lu Shu like a mountain. The Lord Boss of Endless Flame City finally appears. At the same time, a boss panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Fire Lord. Type: Demon. Risk Factor: S+. Sensing Range: 400 meters. Force, 1210. Speed, 1030. Defense, 1110. Skills, Fire Meteor, Hell of Fire, Endless Flame, Double Bloodlust, Bloodline Awakening, Quadruple Fury, Flame Body, Fire Immunity, Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity. Description: the Fire Lord with the bloodline of ancient demonic flames has no physical form, and its entire body is composed of flames. If you want to kill this kind of character with no fixed form, it's best not to have any illusions about ordinary attacks. Die, Bug. A huge fireball appeared in the hands of the Flame Lord. The huge flames smashed towards Lu Shu. The scope of this fireball is extremely astonishing, as if it will completely burn everyone here. He snorted coldly, faced with such a massive attack. There was no fear on Lu Shu's face, and she calmly took out the holy sword of war and slashed forward. The purple sword flashed. The huge fireball was immediately split apart. Reach the golden elixir realm. At this moment, the purple energy condensed on the tip of Lu Shu's sword is extremely powerful. Once again, he gathered a burst of purple energy and slashed out with one sword. Lu Shu's speed was so fast that the Fire Lord couldn't react at all. From breaking fireballs to counter-attacking with sword energy. In a blink, the sword light suddenly turned into a long streak. Cut forward, the Flame Lord's body was immediately split into two halves by this sword. Seeing this sword light, it brought fatal damage to the Fire Lord. However, the Fire Lord's body, after being separated into two halves, suddenly healed again. The Fire Lord's fire form, immune to physical attacks. The next second, the Fire Lord angrily threw two huge fire meteorites at Lu Shu again. Boom. Use physical skills. The master level bonus of the Shadow Assassin has made Lu Shu's speed reach an almost ghostly level. The dodge attribute is also high enough. Just a slight jump to the side. The explosion range caused by the meteorite did not reach Lu Shu shared and was easily avoided. The moment the meteorite hit the ground, there was a huge explosion. The Fire Lord's damage is also high enough. If it were hit head-on by this meteorite, the consequences would be disastrous. Are physical attacks ineffective? Lu Shu frowned slightly. Not only are physical attacks ineffective, magic attacks and fire attacks have little effect on the Fire Lord. If you want to defeat the Lord of Endless Flame City, you'd better have water attribute magic. However, my mage profession does not have the ability to control elements, but as a necromancer. It's really troublesome to deal with this immortal boss. Lu Shu's brows wrinkled. The flame form makes the Fire Lord difficult to be killed by ordinary damage. After being hit by most attacks, its body can transform back into the form of flames and then come together. The recovery ability is close to immortality. You must use special attack methods. At this time, the Fire Lord activated the Fire Meteor again. Lu Shu dodged the meteorite and fought back in the same way as before. The sword light still successfully divided the Fire Lord's body into two halves. But, in just a few seconds, the Fire Lord's body healed instantly again. Its flame body can heal instantly after the body collapses. It can be said to be an extremely troublesome boss. The situation has reached this point. There is no way that the Fire Lord's attack could fall on Lu Shu. However, Lu Shu's sword energy was unable to cause substantial damage to the Fire Lord. Caught in a stalemate, Lu Shu calmly judged the situation in front of her, her eyes moving slightly. Little White Fox, try to activate the power of Dark Fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, the little White Fox nodded immediately and teleported away in the direction of the Fire Lord. The next second, the Black Death light immediately enveloped the Flame Lord. 100 little White Foxes activate Dark Fruit's ability at the same time. Endless black light shimmered in this place. There was silence for a moment. Such a big Flame Lord was swallowed up instantly. Not a trace is missing. Did it succeed? Lu Shu's eyes moved. However, the next second, the Fire Lord's body suddenly condensed again. It suddenly suffered such a terrifying attack and looked quite ferocious. Suddenly, the surrounding lava started to surge. The Fire Lord launched the Hell of Fire. The Fire Lord activated the Endless Flames. Boundless flames spread around Lu Shu. The Fire Lord is completely angry. Although the little White Fox's attack cannot kill it, it has a considerable impact. The Fire Lord controlled all the flames nearby and headed towards Lu Shu's overwhelming earth-coiling mat. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Yumi, possess the little white fox. Little white fox, use the power of dark fruit. Absorb all these flames with the black hole. Yumi possessed the little white fox and immediately made the little white fox's mental power reach S level. Unleash the power of dark fruit. The black hole immediately absorbed the boundless flames around it. At this time, Lu Shu first collected the other armies of dead souls. The flame of the Fire Lord carries the amplifying properties of the demons and has a strong restraint effect on the dead souls. Behind him, there were only nightmare souls, decaying souls, immortal souls, and hundreds of imprisoned souls. These functions of replacing the dead soul are naturally used to resist harm. Lu Shu harnesses the nightmare souls and corrupted souls to unleash curses and debilitating power on the Fire Lord. Unexpected, when the two black breaths landed on the Flame Lord, the flames on his body actually weakened a bit. Are curse-type attacks effective? Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. He himself also has related types of skills. Released an intermediate curse towards the Fire Lord. With Lu Shu's level mental power, the effect of using this skill is even more obvious than that of nightmare souls and corrupt souls. The Flame Lord's aura has obviously weakened a bit. Try to cut out a sword light again. The Fire Lord's body was immediately split into two halves. Certainly, after its body is separated and dissipated, it can slowly come back together again. But Lu Shu clearly felt that the Fire Lord's recovery speed had slowed down. While the Fire Lord is recovering, its resistance to curses, weakness and other skills will become even lower. So that's it. Lu Shu's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Found a solution to this boss. Immediately, Lu Shu said to Pikachu, Pikachu, release the shock fruit's power and blast this guy's body to pieces. Pick up. Pikachu nodded. Cast, shock fruit. The small fist carries terrifying power. One punch like this. The Fire Lord's body was immediately shattered. Later, Lu Shu released several curse powers again. The aura on this boss is constantly weakening. The speed of healing is also getting slower and slower. At this moment, the Fire Lord finally realized he was in danger. The aura on its body rose again. The Fire Lord launched the Bloodline Awakening. The Fire Lord activated Double Bloodthirst. Around. The flames of the Flame City all surged towards the direction of the Flame Lord. These flames are the key to the Fire Lord's power. Lu Shu immediately saw the clues. Little White Fox, release the Dark Fruit's power in all directions. Create a field to surround the battlefield. Don't let these flames enter the body of the Fire Lord. The words just fell. The Little White Fox immediately used Void Teleportation. The dark light curtain shrouded it into a barrier, blocking the flames from the battlefield. Although the flames of the Flame City were summoned by the Flame Lord. But while it was still in midair, it was absorbed and swallowed by these black holes. The Fire Lord failed to activate Bloodline Awakening. The Fire Lord activated Double Bloodlust and failed. This skill enters the cooling time. The Fire Lord enters a weak state. 4 prompts appear in succession. At this time, the Flame Lord's aura was suddenly weakened. Activating this kind of amplifying skill itself will cause some damage to oneself. It is equivalent to overdrawing oneself and gaining strength. However, once it fails to activate, it will immediately enter a weakening effect. At this time, Lu Shu's curse and other skills are more likely to have an effect on the Fire Lord. Several rounds of attacks were carried out. At this time, the Flame Lord's body is already filled with traces of black aura. Its healing speed is getting slower and slower. Lu Shu suddenly remembered that she still had illusion skills. I brought Guanghenqin back from Bishao Holy Land, but I haven't tried it yet to see how it works. If the curse attacks, it can cause real damage to the Fire Lord. So, can I use the attack skills of illusion to make the Fire Lord lose himself in the illusion forever? My mental power has reached S level. Using illusion skills, combined with Guanghenqin, should be able to play a big role. Think of this. Lu Shu thought about it. The next second, a guqin appeared in his hand. Fingers lightly rest on the strings. Master level piano skills. The moment the music is played, the sound wave of the strings turned into a ripple, spreading towards the Fire Lord. At this time, the Fire Lord's body suddenly shook. Its recovery speed is almost equivalent to stagnating. The Fire Lord received illusion damage. Illusion lost. 10%. When the disorientation reaches 100%, the Fire Lord will lose consciousness forever and die. I didn't expect that I could use illusion to kill the Fire Lord. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Every time Pikachu uses Shock Fruit, the Fire Lord's body will be shattered. Usually at this time, the skills of Nightmare Revenant and Corrupted Revenant will play a big role. The little white fox's dark fruit block the surrounding flames. Prevent the Fire Lord from absorbing any fire source from the Flame City. Thus, Fire Lord will not be able to enter the second stage of Berserk mode. The Fire Lord, who has entered a weak state, is now even less resistant to illusions. Lu Shu continued to play the piano. The sound of the piano, in the figure of the Flame Lord. Once again, he was swatted away by Pikachu. With the constant attacks of Nightmare Souls and Corrupt Souls, more curse buffs appear on the Fire Lord. The effects of the illusions performed by Lu Shu are even more obvious. Illusion lost, 20%. Illusion lost, 35%. Illusion lost, 50%. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Just at this time, the Fire Lord seems to feel a strong crisis. The next second, its body recovered completely in an instant. Roar, endless flames burst out from his body. The Fire Lord activated, Quadruple Fury. Basic attributes quadruple. Suddenly, the properties of the Fire Lord became extremely explosive. Its body suddenly expanded a lot. The destructive power becomes extremely terrifying. Immortal Soul, stand in front. Lu Shu looked calmly. All the team members immediately retreated. At this time, the Immortal Soul was standing in front of the entire team. Boom! A terrible meteorite fell down. The Immortal Soul was immediately smashed to pieces by the meteorite. But the next second, the connected black lines on its body sacrificed a few insignificant souls for death, and it immediately recovered. On the attributes of immortality, there is also an admiral in Lu Shu's team. Launching, Quadruple Fury, is not completely cost-free for the Fire Lord. The violent attribute caused it to completely lose its consciousness and only knew how to attack. It never occurred to me that the undead soul cannot be killed, and the Lu Jiao's tree behind it needs to be dealt with. The undead soul just stood in front, constantly withstanding the Death Lord's crazy attacks. Wait until this guy smashes it dozens of times. At this time, the Flame Lord's aura suddenly became weaker. The Fire Lord's Quadruple Fury has passed and he has entered an extremely weak state. At this time, the Immortal Soul retreated. It's Lu Shu's turn to get the place back. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi attack the Fire Lord at the same time. Lu Shu said, "Now, the Little White Fox does not need to release the power of Dark Fruit to absorb the surrounding flames. The Fire Lord has entered an extremely weak state, and even the ability to absorb fire and restore its origin is temporarily unable to be used. At this time, you only need to concentrate your firepower and output, and you can achieve great results." The troops are firing on all cylinders and attacking like crazy. The Fire Lord's body instantly dissipated again. Lu Shu was in the back, continuing to play the piano. The Fire Lord received illusion damage. Illusion lost, 60%. Illusion lost, 70%. Illusion lost, 85%. Illusion lost, 99%. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Finally, when illusion loss reaches 100%, the Fire Lord's body has stopped healing. The department never reappeared. The Fire Lord has been completely lost in the illusion, lost consciousness, and is judged to be dead. You pass the boss of Endless Flame City, Fire Lord. Get the Fire Lord's Ring, Extraordinary Level X1. Get Fire Lord's Heart X1. Get Searchlight Fire X1. Obtain the key to the Lost Holy Land X1. Get the Master Mage Professional Skills Illustrated, Fireball Technique. This reward is beyond my expectation. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. A cursory glance at the rewards panel. There seems to be a lot of good stuff. There are some items that I have never seen before. After all, the dungeons that are cleared are S+ level. Although they are all Abyss level, the risk factor is higher, and the rewards obtained will naturally be more. First, Lu Shu set her sights on Fire Lord's Ring. A equipment panel pops up in front of you. Fire Lord's Ring. Type: Ring. Grade: Extraordinary Level. Attributes. Magic plus 800, Spirit plus 200, Spell Penetration plus 180, Flame Addition plus 10%, Flame Control plus 20%. Set Effect. Devil's 8-piece set Sad Face 8/8. Set Effects. Demon Restraint plus 200, Demon Perception plus 300, Demon Gain plus 200, Demon Critical Hit plus 100%, Puncture plus 200. Devil Suit. Finally got 8 pieces. Lu Shu took a deep breath. He looked at the familiar panel with a bit more satisfaction. After the set reaches the full effect of 8 pieces, its attributes are directly doubled. The subsequent critical hits and punctures can even increase the damage to the demons to a very high value. Next, Lu Shu looked at Fire Lord's Heart. Heart of Fire Lord. Category. Combat Power Increasing Consumables. Grade. Rare. Attributes. Fire Resistance plus 500, Mental Power plus 300, Spell Penetration plus 200, Attack Power plus 400, Demonic Critical Strike plus 50%. Duration. 30 minutes. Lu Shu glanced at the attributes. This attribute was pretty good. The main reason was that the increase in attack power and mental power was very fishy. It can be used together with Fire Demon Soldier's Heart. I can gain a lot of mental attributes in a short period of time. In this way, the effect of using illusion skills will be much more powerful. Not long ago, Lu Shu also set up a field of vision outside Devil Manor and saw the Dark Knight Alliance organizations such as Netherworld coming to this dungeon area. Although these two combat power increasing items may have limited effect on the Wailing Abyss behind it, they are very effective against Netherworld. Nether has the talent of spiritual fruit and his innate spiritual power is very high. It's not that easy to control someone with illusions. These two props can 110 give Lu Shu more information to control the Netherworld. Do you want to use Searchlight X1 to light the fire source? Yes. View range plus 100. Fire source divinity plus 1. Divinity. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Immediately afterwards, an explanation panel appeared in front of me. Fire source. Range. 550 meters. Divinity. Elementary. Function. Resist the Netherworld area, offset the influence of Dark Knight, vision suppression resistance plus 10. Next stage. Intermediate divinity 10 searchlights left to collect. I see. The divine fire source provides certain effects for some specific fields and skills. Perhaps, the Howling Abyss is not as simple as imagined. Similar to the Endless Flame City, the environment there is a fatal threat to the Divine Tree Master. And this threat may come from the darkness that suppresses vision. The source of divine fire is also a must-have condition for exploring that Wailing Abyss copy. Otherwise, you're going to die. Lu Shu vaguely guessed the role of the searchlight fire. If the Divine Tree Master wants to explore that Wailing Abyss but has not cleared the Endless Flame City and has not obtained the searchlight divine fire and key props, then he may just go there and give it away. In addition to getting the divine fire, Lu Shu also obtained a skill illustration related to fire. A prompt pops up in front of you. Detection. You already have the mage profession and can learn it. Do you choose to unlock the master level mage professional skill illustration, Fireball? Yes. The next second, a skills panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Fireball. Level. LV9 master level. Function. Can summon huge fireballs or control advanced flames. Fortunately, I have the profession of necromancer. The necromancer is also the magician. Therefore, you are qualified to unlock the master level fireball technique. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. The mage profession is truly a panacea. Many special skills can be unlocked as long as you have a mage profession. This fireball technique is actually included in the skill panel of necromancer CCBJ. It's just like there's an extra species. Correct. Can I use fireball to control the searchlight? It's probably not an accident that the props and skill illustrations were revealed at the same time. With a thought in Lu Shu's mind, she immediately released the fireball technique. The next second, the flames of the search torch suddenly became raging. The huge sea of fire swept away in all directions, immediately lighting up the surrounding fog. Lu Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that her fireball technique could even increase the properties of divine fire. Go to the next dungeon, Howling Abyss. Perhaps, divine fire and fireball techniques can play a key role. But before we conquer it, we have to go to the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Obtain the key to the Lost Holy Land. Of course Lu Shu would choose to go to the Holy Land first. Nightmare level dungeon. Don't look at it, there is one more. However, the Fire Lord of Endless Flame City alone is already a boss that is immune to physical, magic, and fire attacks. Who knows what kind of terrifying attributes a nightmare level boss can acquire? Maybe it can even offset the effects of illusions. To kill this boss requires some very special methods. In this way, perhaps the answer can be found at the ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Lu Shu set off immediately. Go back the way you came. At this time, several notification sounds came to his ears. Ding! You have obtained the primary golden elixir fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the golden elixir skill fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the golden elixir martial arts fruit X1. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. His eyes revealed a slight hint of surprise. Finally grown up. Looking towards the direction of the sacred tree. On the tree, 3 golden fruits swayed in the breeze. Along with the lush leaves of the sacred tree, there was a rustling sound. Lu Shu tapped her toes, jumped 100 feet, reached out and picked the 3 fruits. Bury the golden elixir fruit in the soil. Soon, a panel of subspecies spiritual tree appeared in front of Lu Shu. Elementary golden elixir fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: primary golden elixir fruit. Period: 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining: 3. There are 3 chances to produce. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. The fruits produced by high-grade spiritual trees are indeed of a much higher grade. The golden elixir fruit is suitable for your own golden elixir realm. If there are 3 production times, there will be more room for operation. Lu Shu also has synthesis skills. If you are stuck in a bottleneck period, you can also combine the primary golden elixir fruits into intermediate golden elixir fruits or even high-level golden elixir fruits to make a breakthrough directly. Bury the primary golden elixir fruit in the soil. Obtained a primary golden elixir fruit tree. Lu Shu set her sights on the fruits of the golden elixir technique. Put it in your mouth and bite it off. The fruit of the golden elixir technique has been swallowed whole by Lu Shu. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of him. You have swallowed the golden elixir skill fruit and obtained the golden elixir skill, 3 Yuan Juden. In Lu Shu's mind, a book of exercises called 3 Yuan Ju Dan suddenly appeared. Slightly follow the exercises and perform the operation. Time: the spiritual energy near heaven and earth surged crazily in the direction of Lu Shu. Lu Shu sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree and practiced. Soon, every subtlety of this technique has been completely mastered by Lu Shu. The Bodhi tree and crane can enhance your understanding, and you can master a skill in a very short period of time. It runs much more efficiently. If you swallow the golden elixir fruit, Lu Shu estimates that he will be able to break through to the 2nd level of Jindan soon. There are also golden elixir martial arts fruits. Swallow the remaining fruit. Soon, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu again. You have swallowed the golden elixir martial skill fruit and obtained the golden elixir martial skill, 9 Heaven's Sword technique. It seems that he knows that Lu Shu often uses a sword. Therefore, swallowing the golden elixir martial arts fruit will give you martial arts skills that are also related to swordsmanship. Lu Shu immediately took out the holy sword of war. One sword moves the sky. The aura of the golden core realm, after forming the pill, is a whole level higher than that of the Shantian realm. Coupled with the golden elixir condensed by Lu Shu, it is the purple chi golden elixir. The higher the grade, the more suspicious the spiritual energy. Use the 9 Heaven's Sword technique. A sword was drawn out, and the mighty sword energy seemed to sweep across the clear sky. The clouds in the sky scattered like ripples under the agitation of this sword energy. This swordsmanship is really powerful. Lu Shu looked surprised. If used in conjunction with the Holy Sword's exclusive restraint on demons and the 9 Heaven's Sword technique, this mighty sword light could kill all the demons around it in an instant. Primary golden elixir fruit, golden elixir skill fruit and golden elixir martial arts fruit are all produced. At this time, the products of the sacred tree have also been updated. Open the sacred tree panel. Products: Life Fruit, Advanced Growth Fruit X3, Intermediate Golden Elixir Fruit X1. Production Cycle, 4 days 2600/650ths. A new fruit of life is coming. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. This means that new pets are coming to this island. The rest is just waiting. Half a day passed. A prompt sounded in Lu Shu's ear. Ding! Your primary golden elixir fruit tree has reached the production cycle. Primary golden elixir fruit plus 100. Coming. Lu Shu learned from cultivation. Opened his eyes. Just half a day. Now, Lu Shu will harvest the fruits of the subspecies spiritual tree very soon. Basically, there is no need to wait long. 100 golden primary golden elixir fruits are hanging on the tree, waiting for Lu Shu to pick them at any time. Let's synthesize it into an intermediate golden elixir fruit first. Lu Shu thought. Arrive at the golden core realm. Improving your cultivation is not as simple as before. The purple energy golden elixir condensed by Lu Shu is more difficult to upgrade and practice than ordinary golden elixirs. Directly synthesized into intermediate golden elixir fruits, the efficiency of cultivation will be higher. Do you want to choose to synthesize primary golden elixir fruit X10 into intermediate golden elixir fruit X1? Yes. The next second, in Lu Shu's hand, there was a bigger golden elixir fruit. However, this golden elixir fruit has evolved from elementary to intermediate. Have better results. Lu Shu swallowed the intermediate golden elixir fruit. Suddenly, he felt that the golden elixir in his body contained the majestic spiritual energy. Movement skills. Lu Shu quickly digested an intermediate golden elixir fruit completely. But there is still some distance to go before a breakthrough. Continue. Lu Shu synthesized 4 intermediate golden elixir fruits again. 3 times 5 divided by 2. These 4 fruits were also eaten. Boom. At this time, a roaring sound came from Lu Shu's body. As for his cultivation level, he has been upgraded from the first level of the golden core to the second level of the golden core. Come again. Lu Shu also synthesized the remaining fruits. Take 5 intermediate golden elixir spiritual energy fruits. Take advantage of this huge bonus effect. All in one go. Boom. A thunderous breakthrough sound came from Lu Shu's body again. Promoted to the 3rd level of Jindan. At this time, Lu Shu suddenly felt that there were some changes in his spiritual ocean. Purple Chi power. Lu Shu showed a surprised look. Reaching the 3rd level of Jindan, his mental power has also been improved to a certain extent at this time. Originally, it would take some time to completely complete the condensed purple energy. Because of the improvement of Lu Shu's mental power, he completed the final stage of leap. That moment, Lu Shu's eyes reflected a pair of purple pupils. It was as if the essence of all things appeared before Lu Shu's eyes. Is this the power of purple energy? Lu Shu took a deep breath. It's like observing the world from another perspective. The activation of the purple Chi power allows Lu Shu to see the nature of the world more intuitively. Even can use the power of eyes to influence the opponent's mind. The moment when the purple energy pupil power is turned on, Lu Shu's mental power has been upgraded from the original S level to S+. Chapter 81. My purple pupil power is activated, and the spiritual ocean also condenses new attributes. Not only have I gained new spiritual skills, my mental strength has also reached S+. Lu Shu took a long breath, her eyes showing joy. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement for him. S+ level mental power. Nether possesses spiritual fruits. This kind of divine tree master who is born in the divine tree game and has relatively high spiritual power has only reached a level in progress at this time. However, Lu Shu can use S+ level mental power to crush the opponent by almost 2 levels. As for the other sacred tree masters, Lu Shu kept them thousands of miles away. The power of the purple Chi pupil can see through the essence of all things. Carefully observe the texture and gain insight into everything. Not only can you see through your opponent's actions, but you can also break through illusions. Condensing a huge amount of mental power, you can even use your eye power to create illusions to control your opponent's mind, or directly destroy the opponent at the mental level. It can be used as another S-level ability. This is the special benefit that the profession of cultivating immortals can bring. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. It is worthy of being the only immortal cultivation profession in the God Tree game. When you activate your spiritual consciousness and reach S-level mental power, the mental abilities you gain are definitely much more powerful than other professions. At this time, Lu Shu's consciousness moved slightly through the clone who stayed in Devil Manor. He sensed that Netherworld was leading the other members of the Dark Knight Alliance to a position where his clone could sense it. Lu Shu's current field of vision is more than 500 meters. Able to know the location of Netherworld in advance. Are you coming? Lu Shu smiled lightly. The next second, he switched his consciousness to the clone in Devil Manor. Everyone, please pay attention, we have arrived at Devil Manor now. Abyss level copy is not so easy to pass. Expand the defensive lineup, observe the surrounding gray fog, and increase vigilance. If you don't want to die, just concentrate, Yu Ming commanded in a cold voice. A dozen sacred tree masters nearby immediately formed a formation. The team moved very quickly. Everyone's expression was tense. From this point of view, the quality of this team is somewhat higher than that of the previous Dark Knight alliances. Strange, why have you walked for so long and still haven't seen a monster? After walking for a while, a young magician in the team couldn't help but ask with a strange look on his face. People in other teams also noticed this situation, but they didn't say anything. Yu Ming frowned slightly and looked around warily. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. There were no monsters around, which not only did not allow them to relax at all, but also made them less relaxed. Jung jung jung. At this time, in the gray fog, there was a faint sound of a piano. Yu Ming frowned slightly, subconsciously feeling that there was something wrong with the sound of the piano. At this time, in the gray fog, figures of dead souls suddenly appeared. Their strength is around a level. The monster is coming. Get ready to fight. Get into battle formation. Netherworld yelled loudly. Other members of the team did not dare to neglect. All kinds of superpowers waved out from their hands. Magic, shadow, violent fist wind. As long as it is a means that can be used to kill the enemy, the divine tree masters present will use it without any reservation. The revenants were quickly driven back. Before this group of people could breathe a sigh of relief. In the gray fog, a row of demon soldiers suddenly came out and killed them. Both the momentum and attributes are higher than before. Why so many monsters? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Nether instinctively felt that something was wrong with the scene in front of him. However, the current battle made him unable to think too much. His mental power has reached level A, although the monster in front of him is a bit weird. From dead souls to demon soldiers suddenly. This change made Netherworld instinctively feel a little abrupt. But there aren't many rules in the gray world. Is it possible that the monster in front of me cannot be an illusion? Even if it is a fantasy, with my own mental power, it is absolutely impossible to be deceived. While commanding, the battle begins. Soon, the team from the Dark Knight Alliance fought against monsters again. Devil Manor. Lu Shu stood in the distance, playing the Guqin. In his eyes, there are no monsters near Yu Ming and others. They are fighting against the air. In fact, in addition to the dead souls encountered at the beginning, it was the army of dead souls summoned by Lu Shu. The demon soldiers encountered later are all illusions created by Lu. The essence of illusion is to create an environment that is real enough for the opponent to be deeply immersed in it and believe that everything around him is real, so that he can be manipulated by illusion. My mental power reaches S+ level, which is already higher than Netherworld's. I can just use illusions directly to take effect. But if Netherworld's spirit reaches level A, even if it can work directly, if it makes the other party suspicious, the illusion may not have any effect. Quote. Only by using real dead souls to bring the consciousness of Yu Ming and others into a tense fighting state, making them believe that the enemies and monsters around them are real, then they can successfully cast illusions and control their actions. Quote. The corners of Lu Shu's mouth curled up slightly. Today, he successfully performed the illusion and gained some insights. The sound of the piano at the beginning might make a top player like Yu Ming notice something abnormal. However, a subsequent wave of undead monster attacks will make Netherworld selectively forget the sound of the piano. Because the undead monster is a real monster, not an illusion. At this time, Yu Ming and others must deal with it with all their strength. Wait until they are fully in combat mode. Lu Shu activated the illusion again, creating the scene of a monster attack. When the false is true, the true is also false, when the true is false, the false is also true. The highest level of illusion is to let the opponent fall into an illusion of true and false, and believe that everything around you is real. The best effect is achieved. You just stay here and compete with the air for a while. Lu Shu looked at Yu Ming and others calmly, breathing air in place. The strength of this team is quite strong. First consume their mental energy and trump cards. And Lu Shu's large army has to go to the Lost Holy Land ruins first. At this time, there is no time to deal with Yu Ming and others. Let them first lose a wave of energy in the illusion. Wait until the strength of Netherworld's group is almost exhausted before killing them. If that time comes, Lu Shu already knows all the abilities of his opponent. And when Yu Ming knows nothing about the surrounding situation and has exhausted all his mental power, he will only be killed instantly by Lu Shu with one blow. Ruins of the Lost Holy Land. Coordinates: 63-55. On the other side of Devil Manor, Lu Shu led the large army to the gate of the Holy Land. Do you want to use the key to the Lost Holy Land? Yes. The next second, boom, there was a loud bang from the dusty door. A passage opened. Go forward. There is a magnificent country inside. The ancient buildings are relatively well preserved. It indicates that there was once a huge and prosperous civilization here. However, walked some distance, a dark space appeared ahead. Like the torn void, it looks extremely deep. Tip: there is a netherworld ahead, and the risk factor is extremely high, please proceed with caution. Netherworld realm. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Step forward. Ahead, the netherworld was filled with darkness. As long as you enter it, you will be greatly negatively affected. The consequences would probably be much more serious than being hit by a meteorite from the Flame City. As the destruction of this holy land also related to the emergence of nightmare-level copies. Reminds me of Howling Abyss. Lu Shu immediately had some guesses in her mind. Take a few steps forward. Really, a prophetic stone wall appears ahead. The words engraved on it record the fate of this holy land and also confirm Lu Shu's guess. The netherworld from the abyss has reached here. They will not be satisfied with just one abyss. Expansion is their instinct. The terrifying existence born in the abyss has been moving quietly. One day not long in the future, netherworld will arrive here and create a new abyss. At that time, disaster will spread throughout the world. Human beings place their hopes in guardian spirits. Unfortunately, guardian spirits can only protect humans from being devoured by the netherworld, but cannot defeat the netherworld. Human beings are frantically scrambling for the protection of guardian spirits. But the God blessed by the angel will only choose people who have the opportunity to kill netherworld for protection. The guardian spirit is also ruthless. He will not waste human hope on the incompetent, because it will only bring greater despair to mankind. After reading this prophecy, Lu Shu's heart moved slightly, and she guessed. It turns out that netherworld is a monster born from the abyss. But this monster is different from the cursed demon king of Castlevania. It's equivalent to the difference between small monsters and big monsters in the abyss. According to the prophecy, the native monsters born in the abyss also have the ability to expand. If it is a monster as powerful as the Lord of the Netherworld, it can even create a new abyss. And these abysses can continue to create monsters and start to spread crazily. His eyes moved to the netherworld realm near the Holy Land. These swallowed voids turned into a deep hollow. After the Holy Land was attacked by the netherworld, it has become like this. Dem. If you enter the Wailing Abyss, that area belongs to the Lord of the Netherworld. So, such dangerous areas may be everywhere. Just step into that copy. Very. Maybe you will step into the realm of the Netherworld. 0. If you don't find the corresponding props and methods, then the moment after entering, people may evaporate instantly. At the end of the prophecy, the guardian spirit was mentioned. If you want to enter the Howling Abyss, the protection of Chenjuling is very crucial. This can make you immune to the power of the Netherworld. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Think of this. He immediately realized that the power of the guardian spirit could be found in the Holy Land. Expand the exploration formation. Avoid all nether regions. Pay attention to safety and don't move casually. Lu Shu commanded. All the pets started exploring nearby. The scope of this country is quite large. I've been exploring for a while. A message popped up in front of Lu Shu. Tip. 500 meters ahead, a guardian spirit jade pendant appears. The next second, the little white fox held a pure white jade pendant in its mouth and used void teleportation to come to Lu Shu. Well done, little guy. Lu Shu smiled and touched the little white fox's head. He is indeed a little white fox. The ability to move and find treasures is really not something you can't do. Moved his gaze to the guardian spirit jade pendant. A prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. This jade pendant seems to be sealing something. You need to gather 2 other guardian spirit artifacts to fully awaken. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The thing sealed in the jade pendant must be the guardian spirit of the Holy Land. But to awaken the jade pendant, 2 other things must be found. He was not too anxious. Continue exploring around here. After a period of time, it was Pikachu who found a piece of jade. Tip. 500 meters ahead, a guardian spirit scepter appears. Pikachu grabbed the scepter, turned into a flash of light, and returned to Lu Shu. There was joy in the little guy's expression. If you find this scepter, you won't lose to the little white fox now. A panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Guardian Spirit Scepter. Type. Sacred Artifact, exclusive for Netherworld. Conditions of use. Priest none, Mental Power S. Attributes. Nether Resistance plus 500, Blessing plus 200, Spirit plus 1000, Divine Power plus 100. Durability 9999 plus. Skills. Holy Light Protection, Holy Light Purification, Dawn Judgment, Dispel Darkness. Description. In order to deal with the underworld, angels gave humans this scepter. Unfortunately, controlling it requires huge mental power. When disaster strikes, no one can. Enough to use this weapon. Until the last priest fell, this scepter had long been forgotten. Priest. Lu Shu immediately noticed that there were conditions for using this weapon. There is another guardian artifact. Perhaps. That divine object hides the secret of the clergy. At this time, 2 more prompts popped up. 500 meters ahead, the guardian stone appears. Use the sacred stone to unlock a new profession, priest. Sure enough, it has something to do with the profession of a priest. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. The guardian spirit stone emits a bright white light. Subsequently, a prompt also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Do you want to unlock a new profession, priest? Yes. The next second, Lu Shu's body was shrouded in a glimmer of holy light. The most obvious change is mental strength. If we say that the previous mental power was a purple ocean. BB. In this purple ocean, now, there is an extra ball of light that condenses the hazy aura of holiness. As if infused with divine power. It has the effect of purification and blessing. At the same time, in front of Lu Shu, a new career panel appeared. Profession. Name. Priest. Level. Advanced level. Attributes. Spirit plus 500, Divine Power plus 20, Blessing plus 100. Skill. Holy Light Purification LV1. Purify the body of negative skill effects below a level. Blessing of the Holy Light LV1. Obtain the blessing of the Holy Light. Gain 100 points of blessing attributes and 20 points of divine bonus for 10 minutes, and be immune to the negative effects of the abyss such as curses, nether darkness, illusions, etc. Holy Light Barrier LV1. Summon a Holy Light Barrier to resist attacks from abyss monsters below a level. Holy Light Judgment LV1. Summons an A-level Holy Light, causing a large amount of damage to abyss-type enemies. Available skill points. 5. I actually unlocked the profession of a priest. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. In the game Sacred Tree, the priest is a very popular profession. Its holy light and blessing effects have a strong restraining effect on most dungeon monsters. Most A-level, 617, priests are comparable to other professions with S-level talents. The cleric profession that Lu Shu obtained in the Lost Holy Land is equivalent to an additional profession that is specifically designed to suppress copies. Divine Power is the main attribute of releasing holy light. It is also a special attribute that only a few professions have. If Lu Shu meets the Fire Lord again. So, we only need to use the divine power of the priests to judge this kind of demons. No need to use illusions, you can quickly defeat the opponent. Unfortunately, my professional level as a priest is still relatively low. Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. His new career did not come from the fruit of the sacred tree. But it comes from the exploration of the gray world. Although I got a new profession, how do I upgrade it in the future? At this time, the guardian spirit jade pendant in Lu Shu's hand suddenly erupted into a burst of light. The next second, a holy, angelic white shadow floated out of the jade pendant. The moment he opened it, he was like an angel waking up in the world. His indifferent eyes showed wisdom and divinity, as if he was alienated from the world, looking at Lu Shu with calm eyes. Lu Shu also looked at each other. If I guess correctly, I gathered 3 guardian artifacts. Has the guardian spirit been summoned by yourself? Then, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Your mental strength has reached the requirements. Do you want to accept the test of the priest? Yes. The next second, Lu Shu accepted the test of the priest. He suddenly felt the guardian spirit jade pendant emitting a burst of light. It seems to have a special connection with my own spiritual power. There was a sinking feeling in the body. It's as if the soul is traveling somewhere. When I opened my eyes again, the scene in front of me suddenly came to a group of high towers. Welcome the priests to the test of the Endless Tower. The difficulty of this test is level A. The test will be graded based on your clearance time. When you are killed by a monster, the challenge is deemed to be over and your consciousness will return to reality. The higher the level of clearance, the less time it takes to kill the same amount of monsters, the higher the score, and the higher the level bonus you get. Number of remaining layers, 10. I see. By passing the test of the Endless Tower, you can upgrade the level of the priest based on your score. This may be a special test copy in the Guardian Spirit Jade Pendant, but after death, it will just be a failure of the challenge and there will be no negative effects. Lu Shu nodded, understanding the rules. The next second, 2 Netherworld demonic soldiers appeared in front of me. Netherworld demon soldier. Type: Netherworld. Risk factor: A+. Sensing range: 300 meters. Force: 610. Speed: 930. Defense: 510. Skills: Nether body, physical immunity, magic immunity, dark attribute immunity, nether magic armor, death blade light. Description: monsters with the blood of the netherworld are naturally integrated with darkness. If humans cannot illuminate the darkness, they cannot defeat the netherworld. Monsters appear. Lu Shu first tried to use the Holy Sword of War. A sword slashed out. Exido. The purification of this holy sword was only transmitted from the nether demon soldier's body. No substantial harm was done to it. The purification of the holy sword is aimed at demons. Netherworld is also a type of demon, but it has dark attributes. Therefore, only holy light attacks can cause a lot of damage to it. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. The Netherworld demon soldier was injured and immediately raised the demon blade angrily and launched a counterattack. Cast: Holy Light Judgment. A ray of holy light fell from the sky onto the 2 Netherworld demons. Suddenly, the bodies of these 2 demon soldiers immediately turned into a mass of black mist. Completely judged and purified by the holy light, the nether demon soldier suffered A+ holy light restraint damage and died immediately. A+ grade. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Holy light seems to be related to spiritual power. Although his holy light judgment is only LV 1 inch. However, thanks to Lu Shu's mental power, she has reached S+ level. Plus unlocking the divine power of the clergy. Destroying the A+ level nether demon soldier is a matter of skill. Number of remaining layers, 9 layers. Clearance time, 2 seconds. This 2 seconds was achieved by Lu Shu after he tried to use the holy sword. If you really want to use holy light seriously. So, this layer doesn't even need to be used for a second. It was confirmed that the holy sword of war does not have much effect on the netherworld. Lu Shu simply chose to use the professional skills of the priest to destroy some monsters. Complete the levels quickly to get higher scores and rewards. On the second floor, 10 identical nether demon soldiers appeared. Lu Shu imposed a holy light blessing on herself. A holy light judgment. A waterfall of holy light fell from the sky. All the demon soldiers on the field were immediately killed. The second level, 10 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. Third level, 20 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. The fourth floor, 50 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis closing square bracket. When we reached the 5th floor, 200 magic soldiers appeared on the field. There are too many monsters. A holy light judgment cannot eliminate all enemies in 1 second. Lu Shu opened the skills panel. He has 5 skill points left unused. Tried using the priest's skills. Lu Shu has some idea of which skills should be added. Holy Light Blessing adds 2 points. Judgment of Holy Light adds 3 points. Other skills will not be added for the time being, now focusing on speedrunning. After adding points, soon, in front of Lu Shu, a new skill panel appeared. Blessing of Holy Light LV3. Obtain the Blessing of Holy Light. Gain 200 points of blessing attributes and 60 points of divine bonus that last 10 minutes, and be immune to the negative effects of the abyss such as curses, nether darkness, illusions. Holy Light Judgment LV4 summons an S-level Holy Light, causing a large amount of damage to abyss-type enemies. After the skill panel is improved, Lu Shu used a level 3 Holy Light Blessing on herself. Suddenly, his divinity gets a ton of extra boosts. The level of Holy Light has been upgraded from S-level power to S+ level power. Holy Light flashed across the screen. The 200 nearby nether demon soldiers were killed instantly. The 5th floor, 200 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. The 6th floor, 500 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. The 7th floor, 1000 magic soldiers, 1 second to clear the level. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. When we reach the 8th floor, a monster with an octopus face, hair that danced like a demon snake, and an extremely ferocious appearance appeared in front of Lu Shu. The cursed descendant of the Netherworld. Category: Netherworld, Demon Race. Risk Factor: S. Sensing Range: 500 meters. Force: 1310. Speed: 1100. Defense: 1010. Skills: Nether Body, Physical Immunity, Magic Immunity, Dark Attribute Immunity, Nether Roar, Abyss Amplification, Demon Blood. Description: They are the first batch of demons to be thrown into the abyss of the Netherworld for experiments. They not only possess the attributes of the Netherworld, but also possess the physical qualities of the demons. They are difficult monsters that are difficult to purify even with the Holy Light. Lu Shu uses Holy Light Judgment. The S+ level Holy Light that illuminated almost the entire screen immediately killed all the nearby Netherworld demon soldiers. However, the new monster that appeared, the cursed descendant of the Netherworld, just roared in pain. The Holy Light did a lot of damage to them. However, the blood of demons will not be affected by the Holy Light and has great vitality. This extremely painful injury fell on the children of Netherworld and only aroused their ferocious nature. Roar. The 5 nearby descendants of the Netherworld rushed towards Lu. Demon, it just so happens that I also have weapons to restrain you. Lu Shu used his backhand to use the Holy Sword of War. Holding the Guardian Spirit Scepter in his left hand, he releases the Holy Light Judgment. Holding the Holy Sword of War in his right hand, a sword as thick as a bucket slashed down. The cursed descendant of the Netherworld suffered double restraint damage from the Demon Clan and the Netherworld Clan and died on the spot. 7th floor, 2000 demon soldiers, 5 descendants of the Netherworld, 5 seconds to clear the level. The 8th floor, 3000 magic soldiers, 10 descendants of the Netherworld, clearance time is 5 seconds. The 9th floor, 4000 demon soldiers, 20 descendants of the Netherworld, 5 seconds to clear the level. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Finally, come to the final 10th floor. There are no Netherworld demon soldiers here anymore. But 1,000 cursed children of the Netherworld appear here. The scene is simply disappointing. However, Lu Shu's expression remained unmoved. 1,000 monsters, is that a lot? As long as the strength is not enough, no matter how many trash fish you have, they are just cannon fodder. The cursed children of the underworld have very high attributes, but with restrained skills and equipment, killing them is not a big problem. The next second, Lu Shu used Holy Light Judgment. The first purifying blow of the Holy Light cleared away the nether bloodline of these nether children. As long as they are attacked by the priest's skills once, all monsters will not be able to enter the dark state and will not be immune to subsequent attacks. Then, Lu Shu performs Nine Heavens Sword Technique. The aura of the Golden Core Realm is injected into the Holy War Sword. The sword light specially used to purify demons blooms like ripples, surging on all nearby monsters. Just a moment. Wherever the sword light touches, the netherworld turns into nothing. Thousands of S-class ghost monsters, in front of Lu Shu, can only face the fate of being killed instantly. 10th floor, 1000 netherworld descendants, clearance time is 20 seconds. Congratulations on passing the test of the 10-story endless tower. Time used, 43 seconds. Evaluation, SSS level. Reward, Advanced Priesthood Right Pointing Arrow Grandmaster Priesthood. When you kill a nightmare-level netherworld boss, you will open the next $level Endless Tower Challenge. At the same time, the career panel in front of Lu Shu has been updated again. Profession, Name, Priest, Level, Grandmaster, Attributes, Spirit plus 1500, Divine Power plus 100, Blessing plus 200. Skill, Holy Light Purification LV1 Purify the negative skill effects below S level on the body. Blessing of Holy Light LV3 Obtain the Blessing of Holy Light, gain 200 blessing attributes and 60 divine bonus points for 10 minutes, and be immune to curses, nether darkness, and illusions. Waiting for the negative effects of the abyss. Holy Light Barrier LV1 Summon a Holy Light Barrier to withstand the attacks of abyss monsters below S level. Holy Light Judgment LV4 summons an S level Holy Light, causing a large amount of damage to abyss type enemies. Angel Blessing LV1 Release an Angel Blessing, allowing all members within a range to gain a 5% increase in all attributes. Holy Light Explosion LV1 Summons a Holy Light of Destruction, causing massive critical damage to enemies within the range. Available skill points, 10. There was a sinking feeling in the body again. The next second, when Lu Shu opened her eyes. Unknowingly, I had returned to the ruins of the lost Holy Land again. In front of you. The guardian spirit just looked at him quietly. However, Lu Shu clearly felt a hint of surprise in his unwavering eyes. It's like they don't understand why this person came out so soon after he just accepted the test. However, the next second, when the guardian spirit senses Lu Shu's priest level, it is promoted to the master level. Does this mean that the opponent only took 43 seconds to clear the 10th floor of the Endless Tower? The emotionless guardian spirit looked at Lu Shu as if it were no different from looking at a monster. The guardian spirit was silent for a moment and said, "You have successfully passed the test of the priest and meet the requirements of guardianship." The words just fell. The next second, the guardian spirit instantly merged into Lu Shu's body. An angelic light burst out with bright light. Lu Shu's body was immediately enveloped in the holy light blessed by the angel. At the same time, he found that there was an extra buff status bar on his body. Angel Guardian. Type, Special Gain Buff. Function, it has a strong resistance effect against the netherworld. It can transform into a guardian angel during battle, causing a lot of damage to the netherworld. Received the protection of the guardian spirit. Lu Shu's current nether resistance is extremely high. The trouble with monsters of the netherworld is that they are difficult to kill without specific means. Moreover, entering the Wailing Abyss will also face threats from the netherworld. So now, none of these things will have any impact on Lu Shu. Try to enter the netherworld realm. Lu Shu looked towards the dark field. Anyway, I am just a clone now. Let's first see how strong the nether resistance is on our body. In this way, it will be easier to judge the battle status when you actually get to the dungeon. Lu Shu carved a teleportation array on the spot to prevent multiple clones from being sent out at any time if something unexpected happened. Subsequently, try to enter the netherworld. The moment Lu Shu stepped in, the surrounding vision suddenly compressed towards Lu Shu. It's as if the whole world has gone dark. At this time, the guardian angel on Lu Shu suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. The next second, the guardian light dispels the darkness of the netherworld. The oppression of the nether realm also disappeared at this moment. With the protection of the guardian spirit, it will be much safer for me now to enter the nether realm. These pet armies can also join us. As long as the angel's blessing is turned on, you will be immune to the underworld and gain a group benefit. Lu Shu's eyes looked at the new skill 22 obtained by the priest who upgraded to the master level angel blessing. This skill can be superimposed with the protection effect of the guardian spirit, so that all pets can gain the increase of this effect. The attributes of all members can also receive a percentage increase. This is a very useful skill for Lu Shu. Selecting Angel Blessing adds 5 points. For the remaining 5 points, stay and observe the situation. Wait until necessary to add more. It is equivalent to keeping some trump cards that can be used. Adding points is complete. Open the Career panel and view Skills. Angel Blessing LV6 release an Angel Blessing, allowing all members within a range to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Not only the increase in all attributes has been greatly improved, the scope of release has also been expanded to a certain extent. Even if the pets leave the range, as long as they are blessed by the angel, they can obtain the buff for a certain period of time. The effect in actual combat is quite good. XB. 2 reminders suddenly popped up in Lu Shu's ears. Ding. You got Shadow Fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained the Necromancer Fruit X1. During this period of exploration, Lu Shu harvested 2 career fruits each from the Shadow Divine Tree and the Necromancer Divine Tree. Think about it. Lu Shu did not choose to take these fruits immediately. Up to now, just eating a fruit has very limited effect on improving the level of Grandmaster. Usually you have to eat 1 or 2 to advance to the first level. The improvement effect is also relatively average. Lu Shu plans to collect 10 fruits first, and then use synthesis to turn them into more advanced professional fruits. Maybe if you eat it like this, you will be surprised. Open the panel. Remaining time for Grey World invasion, 5 days. After this period of exploration, the time for the invasion of the Grey World is getting closer and closer. Lu Shu placed his gaze on the location of the copy Wailing Abyss at the coordinates 67, 58. Let's go see how this copy is like first. Although there is not much time left, there is still a lot that can be done in 5 days. Lu Shu plans to go to Howling Abyss and use the power of Monster Prophet to see how this nightmare level copy is doing. Oh, I almost forgot. Near Devil Manor, there is also a group of Dark Knight Alliance members who are fighting against the air. You can consider letting them enter the nightmare copy and explore the situation for yourself. No, then add more advanced dead souls to your army of dead souls. As well as the sacred tree on the body of the sacred tree master, Netherworld. Lu Shu has been interested in this for a long time. Team of the Dark Knight Alliance. After a period of fighting, this group of sacred tree masters seemed to have become accustomed to the attack methods of these monsters. A red-haired man held a blood-stained magic knife in his hand. The blade condensed scarlet blood, and a bloody sword light emerged. The magic soldier in front of him was instantly killed. It doesn't seem to be too difficult. Abyss level copy, that's it. The red-haired man smiled wildly. Yu Ming frowned. Have you seen the copy boss? The others hesitated for a moment and were stunned. It seems not. Yes, so many monsters have been killed in this place. Why didn't you even see a boss? Just keep going. Yu Ming was silent for a moment and said. Before he could react, he had already fallen under the illusion. However, although the previous battle was a bit weird, it was not very different from the information in this copy. Everyone walked forward. The weird thing is, after walking for a while, I didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Did we deviate from the direction of the copy and walk out? In the team, a woman wearing a black leather coat and a face covered with lines asked. Others suddenly felt that this was a possibility. The scope of the Abyss level copy is very large. Plus, they don't have a search range like Lu Shu. Getting lost sometimes is a normal thing. Go back the way you came. Netherworld Road. Everyone continued walking for a while. But something even stranger happened. When I returned to the original route, I didn't even encounter a single demon soldier. Where are we now? A young man's tone was slightly trembling. If you get lost in the Grey World, that's not a good thing. There are only 5 days left before the invasion of the Grey World. They still have to find a way to return to their Sacred Tree Island. At this time, near Netherworld, a member suddenly heard an exclamation. Why can't I see anything? Everyone turned around. But when he saw that teammate, he suddenly screamed. However, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped that person. The scream stopped abruptly. Such a blink of an eye. The person next to me just disappeared. What exactly is going on? Yu Ming suddenly cursed angrily. Then, a wave of mental power was released from his body. With a bang, The picture in front of him suddenly collapsed. At this moment, everyone in the team saw. Their current position has entered an abyss. And the surrounding area is covered with the netherworld. That member just stepped into the netherworld realm, and was then mercilessly devoured. When did we get here? The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded. This change comes so suddenly. It's like being in a dream. No one reacted. We were tricked by other sacred tree masters. Yu Ming took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression. What happened? Everyone looked towards Netherworld. Yu Ming said coldly. We didn't kill any monsters just now. Everything was an illusion. You can open the warehouse and take a look. Upon hearing this, the other sacred tree masters immediately opened the warehouse. Turn out, the rewards I got from raiding the dungeon just now have all disappeared. The items in the warehouse are the same as before they raided them. This shows that the items swept out are all fake. And the enemy who can do all this must be a divine tree master. If I guess correctly, our position has been trapped by the enemy in the wailing abyss. Netherworld gritted his teeth and said. How so? When the others heard the news, their faces turned pale. Howling Abyss, when they were exploring nearby, they also got a map of the area. Nightmare level copy. This is a dungeon that is 100 times scarier than the Abyss level dungeon. At the current stage, there is no sacred tree master who dares to say that he can pass here. Is he from Muyu Pavilion? Yu Ming's expression immediately became ugly. He remembered that there was a sacred tree master named Lu Feng in Muyu Pavilion, who was very good at illusion. The battle between Muyu Pavilion and the Dark Knight Alliance has not stopped during this period. The situation between the two sides was very tense. Yu Ming originally thought that Lu Feng was just a third-rate character, and even if he was on the ranking list, it would be insignificant. He immediately sent a message to An Yi. Netherworld. Leader, we have been trapped by Lu Feng's illusion and have been trapped into the Wailing Abyss. I'm afraid we are in a very dangerous situation now. An Yi, what's the situation over there? Not waiting for Netherworld to recover. Suddenly a shout from a teammate came from beside me. Careful, everyone turned to look. In sight. Several Nether Demon soldiers rushed out from the Nether Realm and came towards the people of the Dark Knight Alliance. Yu Ming's expression changed. He had no time to reply to Dark Knight's message. We must first get through the situation at hand. The red-haired man held a bloody blade and slashed at the Nether Demon soldier. Something weird happened. This knife actually passed through the body of the Nether Demon soldier. No harm was done to it. You all stand back. These monsters are not something you can deal with. They have dark power. Nether's abilities are also very close to the monsters in this dungeon. He also released the power of dark attributes. Quantity. In front of you, a black barrier appeared, isolated the attacks of these demonic soldiers. Walk, get out of here quickly. Netherworld shouted. At this time, in the gray mist, endless ghost demon soldiers came out of the abyss. Instantly disrupted the formation of this team. Ah! Several screams came from the surroundings. There were so many demonic soldiers that Nether's ability could not react at all. Among the God 260 tree masters present, except for Netherworld, no one can deal with these Netherworld monsters. One after another, they died in the hands of the Nether Demon soldiers. Some divine tree masters have already achieved thorough results at this time. Desperately, he began to run away outside. Who knows the next second? A Netherworld realm immediately enveloped the opponent. The red-haired man panicked and didn't even look at the road. He ran into the Netherworld and was swallowed up instantly. He didn't even have time to make a sound, he just died. These idiots. Yu Ming couldn't help but curse. Don't you know how to lean towards yourself? Now, if you want to keep these teammates, you have no chance. Almost dead. Although Netherworld also has dark attributes, these magic soldiers cannot kill him for the time being, but the monster attributes of the nightmare level copy are too high. So many monsters have emerged, and Nether's current level and strength are completely unbearable. I had to retreat crazily. At this time, a demon wearing a robe looked at Netherworld with cold eyes. Netherworld instantly felt the breath of death. Following the demon mage, the gray mist staff. The next second, boom, Yu Ming's body actually exploded like this. But Netherworld is obviously not that easy to die. He gritted his teeth and fled towards the outside of the copy. Strictly speaking, Netherworld's body is somewhat similar to that of Fire Lord. It can be transformed into attributes and elements. On a physical level, it is very difficult to kill. The monsters here also have dark attribute attacks. Although attacks with the same attribute can work, the effect will be relatively limited. Escape. This is the only thought left in Yu Ming's mind. If you escape from this dungeon, there may be a chance of survival. QX. Basically all the teammates behind him are dead. Netherworld can only be alone, accept the humiliating failure, and desperately fight for a chance of survival. On the road, he didn't know how many demon soldiers had killed him with their blades, and how many mages had their bodies shattered with magic. With A-level mental power, Nether endured the pain again and again, and put his body back together again and again from the dark and divided state. Finally, he escaped from the scope of Howling Abyss. This moment, Yu Ming couldn't help but take a long breath and laughed. Survived. Anyway, I survived. When he raised his head, Suddenly there was another person in front of me. When he raised his head, what came into his eyes was a pair of purple eyes. The next second, Yu Ming found that he had lost consciousness. The moment I saw Lu Shu, Netherworld seems to have reacted. Some time ago, Shuren once displayed Rakshasa's equipment on the trading interface. And because Lu Feng had a bet with Rakshasa, he had always been obsessed with Rakshasa's equipment. He must have spent a sacred tree fruit to exchange the uranium gold equipment for it. The fact that the Tree Master killed Rakshasa means that he must have had a grudge with the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance. And there is no Divine Tree Master who can crush himself mentally and look at the entire Divine Tree game with more than one hand. Die, Lu Shu said lightly. The next second, staring at Lu Shu's pupils, Netherworld suddenly felt a majestic ocean-like spiritual power, completely suppressing himself. How can it be? Netherworld was shocked. He never thought that the gap between himself and other sacred tree masters would be so big in terms of spiritual power. Activate the purple air eye power. Lu Shu's eyes directly swallowed up Yu Ming's mind. When that terrifying spiritual torrent swept towards the Netherworld, he also wants to resist more. Yu Ming can only feel that his consciousness is gradually dissipating. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not resist his consciousness and was becoming more and more comatose. If he was in the peak state of Netherworld, he might be able to escape by relying on the Netherworld system's abilities. But, after passing the Howling Abyss, various monsters attacked. At this moment, Netherworld's spiritual power was running low. Lu Shu used S+level mental power to attack him. The results can be imagined. Yu Ming had no ability to resist, and his mind was completely swallowed up by Lu Shu. Finally, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You have killed the Sacred Tree Master, Netherworld. Get the Netherworld Sacred Tree. Sacred Tree +1. Now, the Dark Knight's eyes are cloudy and uncertain. He waited for a while, but found that Yu Ming still didn't reply to the message. And Yi couldn't help it anymore. He sent a message. How are you doing now? However, the prompt that popped up in front of Dark Knight the next second was the familiar death prompt box. Sacred Tree Master, Netherworld, is dead. At this moment, Yi's expression finally became unbearable. Muyu Pavilion. A burst of murderous intent burst out from Yi's eyes. Before death, Yu Ming said that he was under the spell of an illusion, and now he was trapped into the nightmare level Wailing Abyss. In the entire Sacred Tree game, the only one who has extremely high attainments in this aspect and can pose a threat to Netherworld seems to be Lu Feng from Muyu Pavilion. What makes Yi a little puzzled is why Lu Feng can threaten Netherworld. According to the latest information, Lu Feng's current mental power should be at best B+ level, and it is impossible to threaten Netherworld who has A-level mental power. There is even information that points out that Netherworld Convective Maple has a restraining effect. But if that's the case, how did Lu Feng trick Yu Ming into Yuanchu Kuang Abyss? Yi's eyes narrowed, although there is something fishy about this matter. But, you absolutely can't just let it go. Netherworld is a top admiral of the Dark Knight Alliance. When he died, the entire Dark Knight Alliance was severely damaged, which is not enough to describe. It can be said that Yi broke an arm directly. Take a deep breath, Yi said to the subordinates in the guild. Send the order and ask someone to increase the reward for all members of Muyu Pavilion. especially by increasing Lu Feng's bounty and adding a piece of extraordinary equipment. By the way, Yu Ming is dead. His position needs a capable person to take his place. Muyu Pavilion. Netherworld is dead. The Dark Knight Alliance suddenly increased the bounty on all our members. Especially Lu Feng's bounty, which has now been added to an extraordinary weapon. Mu Yutingfeng opened her eyes slightly. In fact, in the Dark Knight Alliance, there are Divine Tree Masters sent by Muyu Pavilion to lurk. Same, there are also people from the Dark Knight Alliance in Muyu Pavilion. This is something that both parties have declared inappropriate. And Yi suddenly increased the reward for Muyu Pavilion, which is equivalent to completely breaking the relationship. Open the chat box. Mu Yutingfeng. Lu Feng, what have you done recently? Lu Feng. I'm just going to stay on the Sacred Tree Island. The Grey Realm has almost invaded recently. Should I still go out? Mu Yutingfeng. Then why was your reward increased to an extraordinary weapon by the Dark Knight Alliance? Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Mu Yutingfeng was a little sure that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, use deduction method. Mu Yutingfeng frowned slightly. Lu Feng and Yu Ming's death have nothing to do with each other, but they are somewhat related. What is the cause and effect sandwiched between the two? Deduced for a moment, still haven't found the answer. Mu Yutingfeng. Anyway, you have to be careful lately. Although Yu Ming is dead, the Dark Knight Alliance has recently expanded its membership and bought many Sacred Tree Masters at high prices. Lu Feng. Yu Ming is actually dead. Who did this? Mu Yutingfeng. I don't know, but you'd better be careful lately and don't go out randomly, otherwise you may be in trouble by people from the Dark Knight Alliance. Hang up communication. Now, Lu Feng's face was filled with confusion. What does this mean? Could it be that Yu Ming's death had anything to do with him? Forget it, I can't think of an answer. Lu Feng simply laughed loudly. That guy from Netherworld is dead, which can only be a good thing for Lu Feng. With one less natural enemy, won't there be one less nemesis in the Divine Tree game from now on? What are you afraid of? Just go out and hang out. I don't know who killed Yu Ming, I will definitely thank him for 10 lifetimes. Lu Feng said with a smile. First a Rakshasa died, and then a Netherworld. In the past few days, good news has been coming continuously. People feel refreshed when happy events happen. Lu Feng was very lucky today and got a piece of delicious food from Shuren. He ate it happily. Lu Feng suddenly felt like he was going to heaven. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body opened its eyes. At this time, below the sacred tree, there is a golden teleportation array. It is the teleportation array heading to the Netherworld Divine Tree Island. A teleportation light curtain landed on Lu Shu's head. The next second, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, a new island appeared. The sacred tree in the center seems to be in a dark netherworld. Is this the Netherworld sacred tree? Lu Shu took a deep breath. Communicate spiritual power. The S+ level mental power crushed it, and the residual thoughts left by the Netherworld divine tree were immediately erased. This moment, the Netherworld sacred tree is connected to Lu Shu. Got a new sacred tree. The next second, in front of him, a new sacred tree panel unfolded. Sacred Tree Netherworld. Stage. Advanced Spiritual Tree. Sunshine. 240 per day 2.4x 100. Aura. 230 per day 2.3x 100. Product. Netherworld Fruit. Production Cycle. 9 days 2600 300ths. Growth Point. 20,200 14.7x 100 equals 1,470 per day. Next stage. Holy Tree 100,000 growth points. Have you actually upgraded to a high-level spiritual tree? Lu Shu was a little surprised. And looking at this growth value, it is estimated that it was the high-level spiritual tree that grew into the day he was just killed. It should have been a happy thing. As a result, people died like this. It's also very unlucky. This level is not bad. Lu Shu showed a smile. The level of the high-level spiritual tree is no lower than mine. He remembered that Netherworld also had a talent for time. If there is enough time to accelerate, the upgrade speed may not be much slower than the 100-fold increase. D#, you can't get the opponent's time talent over. Set your sights on the Netherworld sacred tree. The good news is that Yukong's sacred tree has two kinds of fruits. Netherworld fruit, spiritual fruit. This is equivalent to 2 more talents. Moreover, after the Netherworld sacred tree reaches a high-level spiritual tree, the fruits it produces will be of a higher grade. In this way, Lu Shu's progress in the Nether system will also grow rapidly in the future. Take out top fertilizer and blessed holy water. Apply it all. The production speed of the Nether God tree has also been greatly improved. Product: Netherworld fruit. Production cycle: 4 days 2600 650ths. Growth points: 21,500, 16.0 x 100 equals 1,600 per day. Open panel. Gray World Invasion remaining time, 4 days. You can still wait until it matures. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. Before you know it, the next Gray Realm invasion is coming soon. During this period, the higher the sprint, the better the strength. 4 days are enough for Lu Shu to wait until the Nether fruit matures. By that time, you can have one more superpower yourself. Ding! Your primary golden elixir fruit tree has reached the production cycle, golden elixir fruit plus 100. Are you mature? Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. After such a day of exploration, the remaining 2 production cycles of the golden elixir fruit tree have already reached the upper limit. 200 golden elixir fruits hang on the tree. Lu Shu has made rapid progress in the past few days. In addition, Shan has cultivated to the 8th level of acquired life. The enlightenment point of the Bodhi tree has also reached 8,000. With the current progress, by the time the crane invaded the Grey World, he could already cultivate to the innate realm. My cultivation level must be improved quickly. Think of this. Lu Shu picked 100 fruits from the golden elixir fruit tree. Whether to synthesize primary golden elixir fruit x100 into intermediate golden elixir fruit x10. Yes, the next second, in front of Lu Shu, 10 more intermediate golden elixir fruits appeared again. Swallow 10 intermediate golden elixir fruits. After half a day of practice, boom, on Lu Shu's body. There was a loud noise of breakthrough. The golden elixir reaches the 4th level. There are also the last 100 primary spiritual energy fruits. Whether to synthesize primary golden elixir fruit x100 into intermediate golden elixir fruit x10. Yes, whether to synthesize the intermediate golden elixir fruit x10 into a high-level golden elixir fruit x1. Yes, a white light curtain flashed. The 10 intermediate golden elixir fruits in front of me turned into 1 high-level golden elixir fruit. Reaching the 4th level of Jindan. The effect of the intermediate golden elixir fruit is already very low. If you want to break through quickly, you must swallow the high-level golden elixir fruit. Lu Shu chose to break through her cultivation level as quickly as possible. Soon, the high-grade golden elixir fruit is consumed in the stomach. Lu Shu breaks through again. Golden elixir level 5. At this stage, the speed of cultivation has become slower and slower. From the golden elixir to the yuanying, it is not as simple as the accumulation of spiritual energy. Condensing the nascent soul requires some special methods. Lu Shu's progress temporarily slowed down. At this time, there were 3 prompts in succession in his ears. Ding! You got the life fruit x1. Ding! You have obtained advanced growth fruit x3. Ding! You have obtained the intermediate golden elixir fruit x1. Finally come. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. Look towards the sacred tree. The fruit of life exudes the breath of life. And this time, it comes with 3 advanced growth fruits. Wang De Hao. The number of times the golden elixir fruit tree can be produced happened to have reached the upper limit. This wave just fills the gap in the golden elixir fruit. Lu Shu immediately buried these fruits in the ground. Soon, 5 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. Fruit tree of life. Variety. Subspecies spirit tree. Product. Fruit of life. Period. 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining. 1. Advanced growth fruit tree x3. Variety. Subspecies spirit tree. Product. Fruit of life. Period. 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining. 3. Intermediate golden elixir fruit tree. Variety. Subspecies spirit tree. Product. Fruit of life. Period. 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining. 1. After half a day. Finally, all 3 fruit trees have reached their first production cycle. Lu Shu first placed 100 fruits of life under the sacred tree to nurture them. As for the golden elixir fruit tree, I just broke through 2 realms in a row, so I won't take it for now. Lu Shu sets her sights on advanced growth fruits. At this time, the golden dragon koi swam back from the beach and was calling Lu Shu. This guy seems to have gained something again. Lu Shu's spiritual consciousness sensed the call of the golden dragon and koi carp, and carried the advanced growth fruit over to Jian. By the way, feed a wave of golden dragon koi to increase the luck attribute again. Come to the coast. When the golden dragon koi saw Lu Shu's figure appearing in front of its eyes, it immediately vomited something towards the coast. I originally thought this was another school of fish in the deep sea. Did not expect. What I spit out this time turned out to be a treasure box. You have obtained a silver level deep sea treasure chest X1. Do you want to turn it on? There is actually a treasure chest under the sea. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Select, yes. A prompt pops up in front of me. You opened a silver level deep sea treasure chest and obtained water rune X1. Water rune. Type. Deep sea rune. Level. Junior. Function. Control the sea water within 1000 meters of the deep sea. Use elementary water magic to attack opponents. ... Deep sea. Lu Shu keenly captured a word. He has not yet entered the sea outside the island to explore. I thought, the sea outside may just be the space that isolates the sacred tree master. Unexpectedly, there are treasure chests in the deep sea. The power of water runes can control seawater within 1000 meters of the deep sea. This shows that the depth of seawater has a different meaning. Could it be said that the deeper the seawater, the more treasures can be obtained? Lu Shu suddenly realized this. If you have the chance, you can also go to the deep sea to explore it yourself. But, currently, Lu Shu is still focusing on improving her cultivation level. The water runes opened by the deep sea treasure chest are not very effective in combat in the gray world, and are more inclined to continue exploring the deep sea. It's okay to let the golden dragon and koi explore the way first. Lu Shu took out the advanced growth fruit, alloy dragon koi. The golden dragon koi swallowed an advanced growth fruit, and its evolution points plus 100. The golden dragon koi swallowed an advanced growth fruit, and its evolution points plus 100. Opening square bracket ... Closing square bracket. It is indeed a high-level growth fruit. One can increase 100 evolution points. The golden dragon koi can be evolved to the 5th level. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. The effect of the advanced growth fruit was beyond my expectation. It takes 20,000 evolution points to evolve the golden dragon koi from the 4th level to the 5th level. But this time, Lu Shu obtained 3 advanced growth fruit trees, and after reaching the first production cycle, he obtained 100 advanced growth fruits. Swallow 200 pills for the golden dragon and koi. When all the remaining production times are completed, I still have 700 advanced growth fruits. It's enough for those little guys to swallow. Lu Shu calculated the number of advanced growth fruits. Afterwards, the golden dragon and koi were continuously fed. The golden dragon koi basically swallowed the whole fruit in one bite. The next second, its body has become bigger than before. It's almost as big as a shark. The body is even covered with golden scales, which reflect the dazzling golden light and look very majestic, just like the scales of a real dragon. Open the pet panel. Golden dragon koi. Category: mythical creature. Level: Level 5. Blessing halo. Luck plus 150. Evolution points: 500. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 6, 100,000. Do you already need 100,000 evolution points to continue breaking through? Lu Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really can't afford the future. Later, let's train the crane. Return to the sacred tree island. Lu Shu fed the 50 advanced growth fruits to the enlightenment crane. After the crane ate the fruit, its temperament also improved. Enlightenment crane. Category: mythical creature. Level: Level 4. Cultivation level. Acquired 9th level. Blessing halo. Comprehension plus 100. Evolution points: 400. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 4, 20,000. Boom. The moment the crane evolved, it also broke through from the acquired 8th level to the acquired 9th level. I guess if I practice for another day or two and break through the innate stage, it won't be a problem. When the fruits of growth mature later, let the little guys from the gray world come back. Lu Shu thought. Gray world. Location. Howling Abyss. Coordinates. 67, 58. Risk factor. SS. Lu Shu stood outside the abyss. His eyes suddenly erupted with a burst of white light. The next second, Howling Abyss, the monsters in the dungeon appear in Lu Shu's field of vision. Through the power of Monster Prophet, Lu Shu has basically determined the situation inside the copy. This copy is divided into 3 levels. Outermost layer. The monsters are generally the Nether Demon soldiers and the Nether Mages camp. Middle level. There are S+ level Lord monsters that are no less than the Fire Lord, or even stronger. They are quite powerful in number, around 10. The deepest part. Boss, Lord of the Netherworld. The Lord of the Netherworld has the energy to instantly call out other accomplices, and its body is connected to the entire abyss. If other monsters are not killed, the Lord of the Netherworld cannot even be killed. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Killing the Lord of the Netherworld is not that simple. It was impossible to go directly and kill the Lord of the Netherworld instantly. You can only start from the outermost periphery and work your way inside layer by layer. Otherwise, if you attack the Lord of the Netherworld directly, all nearby monsters will be summoned, and the situation you will face will be even more dangerous. There are still 3 or 4 days left. Check the remaining days for the Grey World invasion. Lu Shu plans to use the next 2 or 3 days to kill all the outermost layers of this copy. After, send out an army of dead souls to explore the inner layer. Drag all the monsters inside to the Sacred Tree Island and kill them. When the Grey Realm invasion is over, in this copy, only the Lord of the Netherworld will be left, an empty nest monster. It will be much easier to deal with the pressure. Leave a teleportation circle nearby. Lu Shu's figure moved. Soon, he led the large army around him and entered the Howling Abyss. Enter the Howling Abyss. Lu Shu's field of vision was suddenly compressed. He held up the search fire in his hand. Now, the divine fire was suddenly aroused. The surrounding darkness suddenly stopped when it was halfway swallowing Lu Shu. Visual range, 300 meters. Lu Shu is quite satisfied with this. If it were an ordinary sacred tree master, when he came here, he would be swallowed up by darkness instantly. It is very likely that the field of view is compressed to less than 10 meters at most. If you enter the Netherworld, you will even die completely. Nightmare level copy, like a terrible nightmare. Deadly crises are everywhere. Cast, Angel Blessing. Lu Shu's whole body immediately erupted into a holy light curtain. The pets around him were all shrouded. With Lu Shu's protection, these pets have gained ghost resistance. Besides, revenant souls are also immune to the underworld. This kind of attack targets the living, instantly engulfing human consciousness. Summon an army of dead souls. Lu Shu lets these dead souls take the initiative to attack nearby monsters. Suddenly, a large group of Nether Demon soldiers and cursed Nether children were angered. After stimulating hatred, madness emerged in the direction of Lu Shu. Welcome. Lu Shu smiled slightly. The purpose of doing this is to bring all the monsters closer. Wait until enough monsters gather around. The next second. Raise the Guardian Scepter. Holy Light Judgment. A waterfall of holy light fell down from the sky. The surrounding ghost monsters were immediately hit by the holy light. A lot of equipment and materials dropped one after another. You killed the Netherworld Demon Soldier and received Special Fertilizer X1. You killed the Netherworld Demon Soldier and obtained Netherworld Armor Diamond Level X1. You killed the Cursed Descendant of the Netherworld, obtained Special Fertilizer ×1. You kill the Cursed Netherborn, and get Nether Guard Boots Diamond Level X1. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. In front of me, a lot of Netherworld equipment dropped. Besides, CCEJ, you can even get Super Fertilizer here. A blast of luck. In a very short period of time, Lu Shu put together a 4-piece Nether set. Open the equipment panel. Set effect. Netherworld 8-piece set, 4/8. Set effect. Nether resistance +100, Nether restraint +50, Nether perception +20, Nether gain +50, Nether critical hit rate +10%, Blessing plus 20, Divine Power plus 10. The equipment in the Netherworld suit is basically diamond level or above. If these equipments are thrown into the 5-color altar, it will give you a chance to light up a luck critical strike again, and it can even overflow a lot. The effect of the suit, even the divine power, is more powerful than I imagined. Put on the Nether suit. Although it's only a 4-piece set. But in this copy, some attributes of the Netherworld suit are even more important. Lu Shu kept using dead souls to pull the surrounding ghost monsters over. His holy light level is high enough. All it takes is a holy light judgment. All nearby monsters illuminated by the holy light were all judged, and no one could stay. Equipment and higher level materials are constantly popping up in front of Lu Shu. By the way, let's find the souls of those guys. Lu Shu's heart moved and she walked towards the deeper part of Yuan Howling Abyss. Not long ago, a dozen sacred tree masters around Yuming were trapped and killed in this area. They had not been dead for more than a day. There should be no problem in refining them into dead souls. When Netherworld dies, the soul breath becomes a medium connecting Lu Shu to its sacred tree, so it cannot be refined into a dead soul. You can only choose one of the sacred tree in dead soul refining. Since you want the Netherworld's sacred tree, the other people's sacred trees are one level lower, and they don't have suitable fruit talents. Lu Shu chose to be more straightforward and refined them into members of his own army of dead souls. Thus, this team of the Dark Knight Alliance has not completely disappeared from the sacred tree game. It's just a different way to continue the game. Coming to the area where these people died. Lu Shu performs undead magic. Ah, there was a wail of pain. The sacred tree master of the Nether team had his soul extracted by Lu Shu and felt extremely painful. They want more resistance. However, Lu Shu snorted coldly. His spiritual power is much higher than other sacred tree masters. It is impossible to give your opponent any chance. Activate directly. Mental power to obliterate. Soon, 10 more A+ level souls and 3 S level souls were added to the army of dead souls. The combat effectiveness has increased a lot. At this time, a ray of dark magic suddenly landed on Lu Shu. The next second, the guardian spirit immediately releases the blessing of protection. The bright light of Angel's blessing appeared around Lu Shu, resisting the effects of dark magic. The angel's figure appeared from the jade pendant, with a holy light curtain, breaking through the darkness and lighting up everything around it. The Nether magician has activated dark magic on you. The guardian spirit protected and resisted the dark magic. 2 prompts popped up in succession. Lu Shu looked in the direction of the attack. In sight, a magician wearing a dark robe was looking at Lu Shu with cold eyes. A monster panel pops up in front of you. Netherworld magician. Type: Demon, Netherworld, Magician. Risk factor: S+. Sensing range: 400 meters. Force: 1200. Speed: 1150. Defense: 920. Skills: Dark Magic, Death Curse, Dark Sacrifice, Netherworld Devouring. Description: In the Abyss, they have powerful magic power and unique talents as magicians, and are loved by the Lord of the Netherworld. Holy Light Blessing, Holy Light Barrier, Holy Light Explodes. Lu Shu waved the Guardian Spirit Scepter and released 3 skills in a row. Under the blessing of the Holy Light, his divine power was greatly improved. The Holy Light Barrier first protects oneself from the dark magic attacks of the Nether Mage. 2. Use Holy Light Explosion. Detonate your opponent directly. A bright holy light suddenly exploded where the Nether Magician was, killing him instantly. You killed the Netherworld Magician and obtained the Netherworld Necklace Extraordinary Level. Ixi. Lu Shu couldn't help but clicked her tongue. Directly exploded a transcendent level equipment. Isn't this very lucky? Even if the opponent is an S+ level monster, it is just a small monster after all. How can extraordinary level equipment be revealed so easily? Open the equipment panel. Devil Necklace. Type: Necklace. Grade: Extraordinary. Attributes: Magic plus 500, Spirit plus 500, Spell Penetration plus 200. Set effect: Netherworld 8-piece set Sad Face 5/8. Set effect: Nether Resistance plus 150, Nether Restraint plus 100, Nether Perception plus 50, Nether Gain plus 70, Nether Crit Rate plus 20%, Blessing plus 50. Divine Power plus 20. The nether set has received a bonus once again. Lu Shu began to perform the fireball technique. The searchlight source in his hand suddenly burst out into a burst of bright fire, illuminating the surrounding area of 500 meters. The fireball technique combined with the divine source of fire also has the expulsion effect on the netherworld. After the field of vision is expanded, Lu Shu used the Marauder's map to obtain more location information about the nether magician. These troublesome guys must be dealt with quickly. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. Raise the guardian spirit scepter. He aimed at the location of the nether magician and continuously released explosions of holy light. Boom boom boom. Holy light explosions continue to explode on the nether mage's body. Under the blessings of angel blessing, holy light blessing, and several layers of guardian spirits, Lu Shu's damage bonus to ghost-type monsters has simply reached an extremely exaggerated level. As the holy light exploded on the netherworld magician's body one after another, the most threatening monsters nearby have been killed. Thoroughly swept the perimeter, Lu Shu got a new nether suit. Devil pendant. Type: pendant. Grade: extraordinary level. Attributes: magic plus 400, spirit plus 600, blessing plus 100. Set effect: netherworld 8-piece set, 6/8. Set effect: nether resistance plus 250, nether restraint plus 150, nether perception plus 100, nether gain plus 100, nether crit rate plus 30%, blessing plus 100, divine power plus 50. Netherworld resistance has been greatly increased. Now even without the protection of the guardian spirit, Lu Shu will not have much impact when attacked by these monsters. The improvement of damage amplification attributes such as nether restraint makes Lu Shu's damage to these monsters even more explosive. After the divine power is enhanced, the professional skills of the priests have also been strengthened. Walking in the nightmare level, howling abyss. Lu Shu actually feels like a fish in water. When Netherworld's team comes to the wailing abyss, it is equivalent to entering the most desperate abyss. If they can only try their best to survive. So, when Lu Shu came to howling abyss, it was like visiting her own back garden. Take a leisurely stroll and walk forward leisurely. When you encounter a monster, just use a holy light explosion to clean it up, and you can also get 10 piles of equipment. If other sacred tree masters saw this scene, they would probably kneel down completely. Sweeping the perimeter. The equipment Lu Shu obtained is enough to light up 2 luck critical strikes. I don't know how much top quality fertilizer I got. Try to synthesize the top fertilizer. Result. Tips displayed before your eyes. Your top fertilizer has reached the highest level and cannot be synthesized into higher level fertilizers. Have you reached the top level yet? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that if we want to increase the growth speed of the sacred tree next, we may have to start from other aspects. The next 2 or 3 days, Lu Shu was sweeping the outer areas. Have to say, the scope of Howling Abyss is simply too large. Just sweeping the outermost area took a lot of time. Finally, the last ghost magician fell in front of Lu Shu. Next is the inner layer of Howling Abyss. Open the panel. Time remaining for Grey World Invasion, 2 days. We're running out of time. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Even if there is a sweep, it will not be enough to sweep the inner area. In that case, then first drag the S+ level Lord monsters in the inner area to your own Sacred Tree Island and slowly deal with them. Lu Shu raised the Dead Soul Bone Staff and held the Soul Control Order. The mighty army of dead souls immediately dispersed and rushed towards the inner area of Howling Abyss and towards the position of the S+ level Lord. Spread out the army of dead souls to explore. Although some will die along the way, the total number is too much. The souls sent by Lu Shu are all the lowest level souls. The death of these dead souls can be said to have a very small impact on the entire army. Ding! Your life fruit has been hatched. Ding! You got Nether Fruit X1. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After this period of exploration, the fruit of life has been hatched. Other than that, the newly obtained nether fruit has matured. The number of career fruits from the other 2 sacred trees also reached 3. There is still some time to go before the number of 7 can be synthesized. Lu Shu thought slightly and took back the army of dead souls. I quickly explored the innermost area of Howling Abyss and directly found the locations of 10S+ level Lord monsters through the Marauders map. Next, you only need to wait for these Lord monsters to go to their own copy before killing them. Generally speaking, Lord monsters will gain additional success in their territory. If you reach your own Sacred Tree Island, you will be weakened. Killing them is even easier. After doing all this, Lu Shu sent the large army back to the Sacred Tree Island through the teleportation array. In addition to life fruits and netherworld fruits, the 2 maturation periods of advanced growth fruits are also completed during this period. Advanced growth fruit plus 600, plus 50 for the crane and the golden dragon koi. Lu Shu has a total of 650 advanced growth fruits. It's time to give these pets a dose. As a teleportation light curtain descended, the large army from the Grey Realm returned to the Sacred Tree Island. The remaining time until the invasion of the Grey World, 1 day. World public screen. There is only 1 day left. Luckily I ran back. Every time, I'm on the edge between life and death. Shit, I'm lost. I'm not going to die, right? Condolences for upstairs. Poor child, in order to explore the dungeon, he can't even go back to the Tree Island. When exploring the Grey World dungeon, the most important thing is to figure out the way, or go directly to the trading interface and buy a teleportation ability. I envy the bosses who have the power of teleportation. They don't have to fight so desperately back and forth between the 2 lines to escape. I remember that some time ago on the Sacred Tree Island, there were people selling teleportation fruits, but now they can't sell them anymore. Nonsense. In the early stage of the Sacred Tree Island, everyone had nothing, but they were still willing to sell the teleportation fruits. Now the price has risen to an unimaginable level. Yes, everyone already has the fruit. Doesn't the value of the teleported fruit need to be doubled several times? I envy those big guys who can have teleportation fruits in the early stage. They don't have to be like us to try like crazy in the cycle of life and death. To be honest, if there is a teleportation fruit, you don't have to worry about the return journey. The exploration distance can definitely be doubled, and the benefits will be unimaginable. Holy shit, I just realized this. I sell teleportation fruits. I feel like I lost blood in the early stage. I will never sell these things cheaply again. It's all your fault that you say these things in the forum every day, which makes a stupid kid become smarter, and you also let us old fools. How can we collect wool every time when the Grey Realm invasion is about to come? In the Sacred Tree game, there are always a group of Sacred Tree Masters who are exploring the Grey World and start running crazily towards their hometown. Some Sacred Tree Masters even failed to make it back due to miscalculations, or were completely lost, and countless of them died in the Grey World. There are 1 billion Sacred Tree Masters. I don't know if there are even 1/10 of the number left. Up to now, most of the Sacred Tree Masters who can survive have 2 brushes. Then, the teleportation fruit becomes valuable. At the beginning, the value of the teleportation fruit was not optimistic, but now if I want to redeem it, I am afraid I will lose everything. Lu Shu's eyes also moved slightly. In the early days of the Divine Tree game, I traded in exchange for a teleportation fruit. It seems like a wise choice. Up to now, the strategic value of teleportation fruits is comparable to that of S-level fruits. It seems that I used a few spiritual energy fruits to redeem them, and I was going to make a lot of money. At this time, the Sacred Tree Master of World Public Screen suddenly talked about the ranking list, which naturally involved the Tree Raider at the top of the list. Tell me, how many defense points can the tree-playing boss get this time? Don't say so much, just look at the plate and you will know. Nowadays, many Sacred Tree Masters have begun to get tens of millions of rental points by using the Tree boss. This is normal. I already got 6 million defense points last time. What's wrong with making a small breakthrough this time and getting 10 million points? There is a 15 million point plate next door. Do you want to vote for one? Forget it, 15 million is too exaggerated, right? Yes, and there seems to be no new first kill achievement reward for Lushu boss recently. Are you crazy? People have already killed all the Abyss level copies. Do you know what the next level is? Nightmare level. It's okay upstairs, even the Nightmare level dungeon knows about it. Anyway, I tried to get some information and found that the Nightmare level dungeon not only has a lot more monsters than the Abyss level dungeon, but also a bunch of S+ level Lord monsters. He's not even a boss yet, but whoever can overthrow a Nightmare level copy at this stage would truly be a god. There are a bunch of S+ level. I almost vomited when I fought S level monsters. Emotionally S+ level monsters are not even boss in Nightmare level dungeons. S-level monsters in Nightmare level dungeons are just little monsters. The difficulty of this dungeon is too terrifying. Even if the boss of Lushu wants to pass such a dungeon, it will take some time to grow, right? Asterisk 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 0. Yes, how could someone be able to challenge a dungeon of this level so quickly? Do you think they are playing at full level? Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Watch the chat above. Lu Shu originally wanted to get a 15 million plate to play with. According to his own estimate, the defense points this time would be around 15 million. What I didn't expect was, there are also a bunch of Sacred Tree Masters who have invested in the 15 million plate. The ratio is not high, even if you place a bet, you won't make much money. Lu Shu was speechless. These people really trust themselves. 15 million points, just invest in the stock. However, in addition to this plate, Lu Shu also found that there was a Sacred Tree Master who voted that he could not be ranked first this time. It can only be said that these people have the mentality of gamblers, specifically working against other Sacred Tree Masters, trying to make big money with a small amount of money, and get rich overnight. Lu Shu smiled and didn't care about anything. The Sacred Tree Master who thought this way soon let his points let them know what kind of price an unrealistic gambler should pay. At this time, the fruit of life has also been successfully hatched. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Your life fruit is hatched, Squirtle plus 100. Squirtle, type, Pokemon, powers, rocket headbutt, water cannon, impact. Physique, A, speed, B+, spirit laughing face, overall potential, B. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The newly born pet turns out to be the Pokemon Squirtle. The attributes seem to be a little worse than those of Dunkong Fox. Logically speaking, the life fruits hatched from higher level sacred trees should be more powerful. It shouldn't be. Let's feed the advanced growth fruits first. Lu Shu distributed 100 advanced growth fruits to the Squirtles. Bah, 3 times 5 divided by 2. Squirtle ate all the advanced growth fruits. The pet panel that popped up in front of me got update too. Squirtle, type, Pokemon, powers, rocket headbutt, water cannon, impact, foam beam, new. Physique, A+, speed, A, spirit laughing face, overall potential, A. You actually got a new superpower. This time. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. It turns out that Squirtle can gain new powers after eating advanced growth fruits. Although the initial growth potential does not seem very high. But if you swallow the growth fruit, you can gain new superpower attributes. In that case, Squirtle's upper limit is actually quite good. Moreover, Squirtle's innate physique is very strong, and it is a pet that can gain strong combat power by relying on its physical body. Coupled with the new abilities that are constantly obtained, it is also quite impressive in terms of combat effectiveness. At this time, a teleportation light curtain descended. The troops from the Grey World are also back. After Pikachu and the other little guys came back, they saw new companions appearing on the Sacred Tree Island, and immediately came forward to say hello. There seems to be a connection and induction between Pokemon. Soon, these little guys got along and became familiar with each other. You guys should go and eat the advanced growth fruits too. Lu Shu greets Pikachu, Yumi and the little white fox to eat the fruits of growth. These little guys each received 100 high-level growth fruits. A total of 300 high-level growth fruits were eaten just like that. Soon, the attributes of the pets have all been improved. Pikachu, type, Pokemon, power, 100,000 volts, shock fruit. Physique, A, speed, S, spirit, S, overall potential, SS. Yumi, type, magic cat, powers, continuous hit and block, fishing missile, Yumi possession, strong energy, the final chapter of the grimoire, sparkling fruit. Physique, A, speed, A+, spirit, S, overall potential, SS. Escape fox, type, elf, Powers: Void Teleportation, Hostile Perception, Void Rift, Dark Fruit. Physique: B+, Speed, A+, Spirit, S, Overall Potential, SS+. Open the Divine Tree panel. Product: Devil Fruit. Production cycle: 4 days 2600/650ths. The next fruit is Devil Fruit again. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. With Devil Fruit, the strength of my pet army can be improved again. I wonder what kind of Devil Fruit I can get this time. XJ. There are still 250 advanced growth fruits. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. His eyes were on the crane. The level of the crane has reached the 4th level. It also takes 20,000 evolution points to reach the 5th level. 250 growth fruits are enough for the crane to reach the 5th level. Let these two mythical creatures reach the 5th level. After thinking for a while, Lu Shu chose to combine the advanced growth fruit with the crane. Bah, bah, the crane has reached a certain level of cultivation. Despite its small size, but the eating speed is not much slower than that of golden dragon koi. 3 times 5 divided by 2. 200 high-level growth fruits were eaten by the crane. Buzz buzz. A strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the crane's body. Lu Shu was surprised to find that there was Taoist charm flowing on the crane's body. Promoted to level 5, Crane's understanding has been greatly improved. At the same time, a burst of brilliance washes over the whole body of the crane. The realm has broken through to the innate realm. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. A pet panel appeared in front of me. Enlightenment Crane. Category: Mythical Creature. Level: Level 5. Cultivation Level: Shantian First Level. Blessing Halo: Comprehension plus 200. Evolution Points: 1000. Evolution Points required to upgrade to Level 4: 100,000. When the level of the crane is raised to the innate realm. The enlightenment point of the Bodhisattva, 750, tree has now reached 10,500. There is only 10,000 evolution points left before evolving to a high level. Shani's improved understanding allowed Lu Shu to break through his cultivation bottleneck. It's time to use the golden elixir fruit. Lu Shu felt her bottleneck and suddenly relaxed. The improvement of his understanding makes his current state of mind quite suitable for a breakthrough in cultivation. Not long ago, 100 intermediate golden elixir fruit trees that have reached the production cycle have not yet been swallowed. Use the synthesis skill. Lu Shu synthesized 100 intermediate golden elixir fruits into 10 high-level golden elixir fruits. Then combine 10 high-grade golden elixir fruits into 1 top-grade golden elixir fruit. Take a bite. The taste of the best golden elixir fruit is full of richer fragrance. That moment, Lu Shu suddenly felt like she was in a fairyland of ultimate deliciousness. When I opened my eyes again, a golden light bloomed all over. The aura of the golden elixir realm climbed upward again, breaking through to the 5th level of golden core. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. Naturally, getting stronger will not be a bad thing. When he completely breaks through to the golden elixir, his mental power may be further improved. Purple Air Pupil Power. Now, Lu Shu only needs one glance to make the enemy fall into the illusion. Even against some super powerful boss, the power of Purple Chi Pupil can play a good role. Illusion attacks have a considerable effect on some monsters that are immune to attacks. Kill your opponent directly at the spiritual level, or even kill people virtually. If your attainments are high enough, the effects you can produce will be quite explosive. At this time, the golden dragon koi also swam back from the coast. Seems to sense the turmoil in the gray world. The golden dragon koi no longer lingers at the border. Lu Shu noticed that the golden dragon koi seemed to have brought back something good. Come to the coast. The golden dragon koi saw the approaching figure of Lu Shu and opened its mouth to vomit. Another treasure chest appeared in front of Lu Shu. RT. The color of this treasure chest is actually made of diamonds. You have obtained a diamond-level treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. The next second, the moment the treasure box was opened, a burst of bright light burst out. Lu Shu's eyes were flashed fiercely. Take a closer look. It's actually a fishing rod. Lu Shu was a little stunned. What does it mean when a treasure chest opens a fishing rod for yourself? Do you still want to go fishing? The information panel of the fishing rod pops up in front of you. Deep sea fishing rod. Grade. Diamond grade. Function. Place the fishing rod on the coast, and every 3 days, the fishing rod will fish out unexpected treasures from the deep sea. The deeper you explore the deep sea, the better the treasures you can catch with the fishing rod. There is such a treasure. Lu Shu was slightly startled. He suddenly realized that in this deep sea, there might be an endless treasure waiting for him to explore. Judging from the information on deep sea fishing rod, as long as the deeper the distance to the deep sea is explored, the higher the grade of the treasure chests discovered will be. It is conceivable that during this time, the golden dragon koi probably dived quite deep into the seabed to get the diamond-level treasure chest. If there is a chance, it seems that we need to explore the deep sea. Lu Shu thought. At this time, 100 squirtles crawled towards the coast. Jenny, Squirtle barked. Lu Shu's expression moved slightly. He recognized Squirtle and seemed to want to go to the sea. This Pokemon is interested in the deep sea. Lu Shu smiled and said, "Let's talk about it later, it's not safe yet." Jenny, Squirtle nodded, understanding what Lu Shu meant. After the invasion of the Grey World is over, you can resonate with Squirtle and explore what the deep sea is like. Lu Shu's heart moved secretly. Whenever the Grey World invades, this sea area will be shrouded in grey fog again. The sea seems to have some connection with the garden. It is also a space worth exploring. In this case, Lu Shu became somewhat interested in the deep sea. But now is not the time to explore. Lu Shu first let the golden dragon koi and Squirtle return to the island. The artificial river channel has been expanded by the piranha arranged by Lu Shu. When the Grey World invades, the golden dragon koi can temporarily inhabit artificial rivers. Wait until later and then send it back to the sea. Do it all. Lu Shu looked at the divine tree teleportation formation. By the way, Netherworld Guo Chu. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Almost forgot. On another sacred tree island, there are also newly produced supernatural fruits that have not been consumed. A teleportation light curtain descended. Lu Shu heads to Netherworld Island. The Netherworld sacred tree has already grown a Netherworld fruit. It looks as deep as the underworld. Lu Shu stepped forward. Pick the nether fruit and bite it in one bite. You swallowed a Netherworld fruit and obtained the Netherworld body. Netherworld body S-Level. It can assimilate the body with dark attributes, and is immune to physical damage to a certain extent. When the body is damaged by non-restraint systems, it can quickly recover. There is an extra S-Level ability. Now, even if Lu Shu does not need the protection of the guardian spirit, entering the Netherworld will not cause any problems. His body has transformed into the underworld. Naturally, it will not be affected by these attacks. And his level of cultivation and talent make him completely different from the Divine Tree Master, Netherworld. Its own fighting ability is also quite powerful. Combined with the special effects of Netherworld body, it can play a greater role on the battlefield. The information about the Netherworld sacred tree has also been updated. Product: spiritual fruit. Production cycle: 4 days 2600/650. Tried to use the power of the Netherworld fruit. Lu Shu's body suddenly turned into a ball of dark energy. If a physical attack, including magic attack, falls on a body with dark attributes, it will be neutralized. Used to save lives and resist specific dungeon monsters, it works wonders. Lu Shu smiled. The most important is, I also awakened the profession of a priest. Even if other sacred tree masters use the Holy Light System's abilities, they will be offset by my own profession as a priest. It is a monster-level existence that stands and outputs output to other sacred tree masters, causing others to immune to death. Familiar with the powers of the nether fruit again. Lu Shu was quite satisfied with this. The nether body is just the beginning. There are more netherworld abilities in the future, waiting to be unlocked. Return to the sacred tree island. Lu Shu threw most of the equipment dropped from the dungeon during this exploration of the Grey World onto the 5-color altar. It didn't take long. The 5 sacred stones on the 5-color altar are all lit up. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Remaining number of luck critical hits, 1. At the same time. After all 5 sacred stones are lit. After a few seconds of dimming, these sacred stones were lit up again. There are a lot of diamond-level equipment dropped. Such an astonishing amount of equipment and equipment levels are thrown into the 5-color altar, and the effect can be imagined. Lit up a luck critical strike. The sacred stone above is still being clicked. It was only when it reached the fourth divine stone that it stopped. The last sacred stone is left. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Shu's mouth. Even if you use up this lucky critical hit, the next critical hit will be unlocked immediately. Made adequate preparations. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. The invasion of the Grey World is about to begin. World public screen. It's finally here. This time, I accidentally broke into an abyss-level dungeon, and an army is about to attack my island. It's so exciting. Wow, a leader in the rankings suddenly appeared upstairs. Have the big guys on the list started to bring all the abyss-level boss to the island now? Don't tell me, going to the Grey World to conquer the abyss-level dungeon by yourself is equivalent to going to someone else's lair to cause trouble for someone else. But if you bring over the Abyss Dungeon, you will be fighting the opposite side in your hometown, and the effect will definitely be different. There is such an operation, the bosses are so awesome. Not only that, if you drag the boss to the island and kill it, you will not only get similar rewards, but these points can also be calculated into the rankings. Kill two birds with one stone. Why didn't I do this earlier? I regret it. I should have learned more from the boss. Recruited. Don't think too much, it's the privilege of the boss to play like this. If monsters from the Grey World invade your sacred tree and eat your sacred tree in one bite, you will regret it. What? Monsters also eat sacred trees? I have a friend who is a sacred tree master. The last time he pulled a monster, he overturned. He failed to protect the island. The monster entered his territory and ate his sacred tree. He evolved instantly. It becomes extremely scary. To persuade people to pull monsters, the sky will strike like lightning. If you are not a sacred tree master with city defense talents, it is best not to pull over the copy casually. There are too many monsters and you will not be able to control them well. Oh my god, those monsters in the rankings can get such high points, are they just dragging the monsters to the sacred tree island? How many monsters do they have to pull to get such points? Horrifying. It's hard to imagine what kind of supernatural talents they have awakened, and how dare they play like this. Looking at the points obtained by Mr. Lushu last time, I deeply feel the gap between people. It turns out to be such a huge disparity. The chat box of Shenshu game. Some big guys who don't usually make waves have also come out during this preparation period. There are many techniques that have been discovered by experts in the early stages, such as pulling monsters. Until now, there are still many sacred tree masters who don't know about it. If it hadn't been for the invasion of the Grey World, and some big guys who loved Versailles would occasionally bubble up and share their experiences, then the other low-level sacred tree masters might never know, and they would still. There is such an operation. They also realize now. Even if you know how to pull monsters, you still have to protect the sacred tree. And monsters from the Grey World will eat the sacred tree. Monsters that eat the sacred tree will also produce upgraded. Get extremely powerful attributes. This information surprised them. Lu Shu opened the world public screen and showed a thoughtful look. This was also the first time he knew that monsters could eat sacred trees. However, even so, Lu Shu didn't have much to worry about. The defense line of your own island is extremely strong. There are also a lot of troops to destroy all kinds of monsters. The strength of the pets has been greatly improved, combined with the attribute bonuses from the mythical buildings and the Tianji array, coupled with the gains in the Grey World during this period. Defending the island is not a problem at all. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly appeared towards the sacred tree island. The grey fog on the coast is also compressing towards the island. The grey fog stopped when it compressed to the seaside. At this time, a huge army of monsters surged out of the grey season. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. The third Grey Realm invasion has begun. The next second. From the grey fog. First of all, the first wave that came in was the dead souls and zombies. Basically, they are just cannon fodder sent to death. Although the number seems huge. But the purple spirit mine outside the island is enough to keep these monsters out. With the attack power of the dead souls and zombies, even the purple spirit mine could not break through and was blocked outside. Boom! The spiritual cannon in the distance fires missiles powered by spiritual energy. Attacking on the masses of dead souls and zombies, just one attack can take away a large group of monsters. Various information about killing monsters kept popping up in front of him. In just 1 minute, Lu Shu's defense points have exceeded 100,000 points. Next, Grey Fog seems to feel that Lu Shu's island is too strong. After the previous wave of bombardment, subsequently, the monsters that came out of the Grey Mist were B-level to A-level souls. There were also some demon troops who came out of the Grey Mist. As a relatively advanced type of monster, demons usually only appear on the second or third day. Not long after Lu Shu's first day, he had already encountered this high-level monster. One can imagine, during this period, how many monsters did he pull into the Grey World Island. The demon moves very quickly. The defense line of Zilling Mine is difficult to stop a monster of this level. A-level to B-level revenants can also break through the Purple Spirit Mine's defense line and enter the second line of defense. The figures of the dead souls surged towards the direction of the sacred tree. Exido. The next second, some vines with demonic aura suddenly wrapped around the dead souls walking out of the Grey Mist. The dead souls seemed to be pulled, and moved closer to the ground involuntarily. What awaits the dead souls is the ferocious mouth of the devil flower. Click. Take one bite. 22 Chew slowly. In the eyes of devil flower, these high-level dead souls are nothing more than more delicious food. Even in the Grey World without rules, there are still laws of natural selection. The devil flower is the nemesis of the dead souls. Not only can it directly suck the dead souls over and swallow them in one gulp, but it can also be strengthened by jumping. After eating these monsters, they suddenly grew in size. Your devil flower has eaten a sufficient number of dead souls and has evolved into a giant devil flower. What a guy, he's actually evolved. Lu Shu moved her gaze to the direction of the devil flower. After devouring a sufficient quantity and quality of dead souls, the devil flower changed from its original A-level danger factor to an A+ level giant devil flower. Not only is it larger in size, it can also swallow 2 dead souls in one go. The picture doesn't look too cruel. The other 3 sacred tree islands. Basically, no monsters appear in the Shadow Divine Tree and the Undead Magic Divine Tree. However, there are many monsters coming to attack the island of the Netherworld God Tree. Lu Shu saw that the dead souls here were almost eaten, so he transferred all the nearby devil flowers to the Netherworld Island through the teleportation array. The giant devil flower begins a new round of devouring and continues to evolve. It seems that we are just a little short of evolving again. Pity. The level of the dead soul on the first day seems to limit the evolution of the giant devil flower. It must devour an S level to break the last threshold. After the undead and zombies were swept away, the next more troublesome thing is the devil, especially Flame Imp. This kind of demon has great jumping ability and can also throw fireballs. Suddenly, a freezing breath enveloped the nearby Flame Imp. Ash. These ice peas with freezing properties made the flaming imp's movements become slower and slower. Boom. There was a loud noise in the distance. The destruction mushroom exploded. The nearby flame imp was instantly killed by the explosion of the destruction mushroom. This explosion is equivalent to a hit from a psychic cannon. The ice shooter not only slows down the movement speed of all the flame imps, but also cancels the fire attribute effects on them. Their movement speed has slowed down, and the psionic cannon has played a great role. Keep bombarding the devil. Soon, the demons on the field gradually became cleaner. The situation is almost over now. At this time, Pikachu just came to the side of the defense line and used 100,000 volts to kill all the monsters blocked outside the defense line. Sizzle, sizzle, lightning flashed. All the dead souls and zombies were killed under such terrifying lightning. At this point, the monsters on the battlefield have almost been cleared away. Lu Shu opens the panel. Defense points, 1,129,999. 1 million defense points. On the first day alone, the defense points gained exceeded 1 million. The appearance of high-level monsters, such as demons and other monsters, provides Lu Shu with a lot of defense points. Finished the last enemy. It didn't take long. A copy of the reward popped up in front of Lu Shu. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Grey Realm invasion on the first day. Get Primary Fertilizer X 1000, Intermediate Fertilizer X 500, and Advanced Fertilizer X 100. Obtain mid-level wood x 10,000, mid-level ore x 5,000. Obtain search torch x 10. Get the top skill illustration, cooking. A top-level skill illustrated book was revealed. Lu Shu's face lit up instantly. This means that your cooking skills can be improved again. I want to eat limited edition delicacies again in the future. Need more money. Would you choose to learn top cooking? Yes. The next second, a skills panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Cooking. Level. Top. Function. It can bring out the ultimate taste of food to the greatest extent, making people feel endless aftertaste and unforgettable. This is so powerful. Lu Shu couldn't help laughing. I'm not much of a foodie myself. The food you eat, no matter how it tastes, will be forgotten after a while. You can also have cooking skills that people will never forget. After the Dungeon of Grey Realm invasion is over, you must give it a try to see what kind of strength this top-level cooking can bring out. Today's battle ended extremely early. The battle on the Netherworld Divine Tree Island has also ended. All the monsters were swallowed up by the giant devil flower. Now, sunlight has returned to the Netherworld Sacred Tree Island. The sacred tree there can start producing again. The next spiritual fruit is still 3 or 4 days away. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. Today's battle is just like a warm-up battle. Basically, they relied on magical plants and various city defense missiles to defeat their opponents. In addition to Pikachu releasing the 100,000 volts to clean up the monsters blocking the city gate. Basically no challenge, much easier than before. Mythology architecture really helped me a lot. Lu Shu sighed. The bonus of the mythical building allows the large forces in the Divine Tree Island to receive very high attribute bonuses. Cooperate with the Tianji formation and Psycannon. Bomb your opponents in all kinds of ways. Even without Lu Shu personally taking action, the enemy was basically eliminated. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lu Shu even had the leisure to open the world public screen to see how other sacred tree masters were doing. Oh my god, I finally killed these cheating monsters. If I had known better, I wouldn't have gone so far to the Grey World. I almost died. The primary fertilizers and wood dropped are useless. High-level monsters cannot be defeated, and the output of low-level monsters is very limited. Yeah, these skill illustrations have been released several times, and now you can't exchange them for anything in the trading interface. To be honest, there is a bit of a surplus of primary fertilizers now. Everyone has almost all of them and can't use them up. There's no point in releasing them anymore. It's better to pull more powerful monsters. Ah, hehe, I have discovered the skill of low-level synthesis, and can synthesize 50 packs of primary fertilizer into intermediate fertilizer. I'm envious of the person upstairs who revealed such a good skill. Wait a minute, in the current trading market, instead of 30 packs of primary fertilizer, have you replaced 1 pack of intermediate fertilizer? Why do you feel like your skills are still at a loss? It's really true. Ha 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 ha, why do you have to tell this cruel fact? Wouldn't it be better to let that person synthesize it? In fact, it is useful to explode this skill. If you upgrade to advanced synthesis, you should be able to make money, but it is estimated that not many people can explode this skill. Oh, I envy you for your leisurely discussion. This time I missed the ranking list. I only scored 50,000 points on the first day. The gap between me and the top players on the ranking list is really huge. The real Versailles guy upstairs, he got 50,000 points on the first day. If I can get 50,000 points in this life, I will laugh so hard. The cute couple who are satisfied with their lives huddle together for warmth and shiver. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis closing square bracket. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. At this stage, many sacred tree masters have encountered a very embarrassing situation. Ordinary output can no longer meet their needs. Low-level products such as primary fertilizers are already in surplus at the current stage. However, some items with relatively large bonuses can only be obtained by a few divine tree masters with powerful talents, and it is impossible to exchange them with these secondary materials. The gap between the divine tree games will only get bigger and bigger. We still need to quickly conquer more and more advanced dungeons. Lu Shu sighed inwardly. After this dungeon ends, I will immediately go and guide the nightmare level dungeon. Otherwise, if the output reaches a bottleneck, it cannot break through to a higher level. No matter how many monsters are killed, it will still be an ineffective killing of monsters. As for the ranking list, only the reward for the top one is the most valuable. The invasion of the Grey World begins the next day. Rest and wait for a while. Soon, a new round of fighting begins again. The next day, most of the monsters that emerged from the Grey Fog reached the A-level level. The first wave of attacking monsters is the demons. Various monsters with almost A-level danger coefficients began to emerge from the Grey World. Some revenants even have special skills. Even the Devil Flower cannot stand. Wrap them around now. Yumi, possess Pikachu's body and be ready to release skills to assist in the battle at any time. Pikachu, use the power of Shock Fruit to 393 deal with demons, and use 100,000 volts to deal with soul monsters. The little white fox will first roam around the battlefield. If it sees monsters with A+ and S-level danger coefficients, it will kill them and support its teammates. Lu Shu gave the order. Soon, my pet army started to kill. Squirtle also ran in front of the plant's defense line at this time. Although Squirtle's current superpowers are not very strong, his physical attributes are truly powerful. When you see a magic soldier in front of a magical plant, just bump into it with a turtle shell. It directly knocked the entire body of the opposite monster away. It's like it has turned into a new barrier to protect your own shooters in battle. With the blessing of mythical architecture, the psychic cannon has become the main output equipment. Killing monsters below S level is no problem. The firepower output is particularly fierce. If the attributes of various demon soldiers and generals were encountered by other sacred tree masters, they would probably be in trouble. However, under Lu Shu's firepower, no matter how many A-level monsters you have, they have now become cannon fodder. The defense line of this island has become extremely terrifying and difficult to break through. The little white fox's spiritual power is very valuable. Using Dark Fruit's ability costs a lot of money. Therefore, the little white fox always chooses the strongest monster to attack. Whenever an A+ grade elite monster appears in the monster group. At this time, the little white fox uses Dark Fruit to directly and accurately cut off the life of elite monsters. No need to use more strength at all. These elite monsters are often killed before they even get close to the battlefield. Lu Shu's clone joins the battlefield. Now, he is blessed by the divine power of the clergy. Use Holy Light Explosion. Even without attribute restraint, the monster hit by the explosion will still suffer fatal damage. And his magic sword Thousand Blades transformed into 1,000 blades, frantically harvesting opponents on the battlefield. His cultivation in the Golden Core realm makes his attack power extremely terrifying. Any monster swept by the blade is basically killed. The elegant and easy-going crane also joined the battlefield. It's unimaginable that this guy is quite ferocious when he fights. With those wings, chasing the enemy will give you a severe beating. Tisk tisk. The picture is simply incompatible. After a burst of fighting. Open the panel. Defense points. 4,568,888. 4.5 million points. Moreover, the second day's battle is not over yet. At this time, in the Grey Fog, 3 huge monsters walked out. The S-Class Lord-class monster finally appears. The 3 S-Class Lords were huge in size. They stood at the 3 corners of the island, like 3 giants, and launched an attack on the sacred tree in the center of the island. Use 1,000 Blades of Magic Sword, and Holy Light Explosion. Lu Shu carried out a wave of cleansing of the surrounding demon soldiers. Focusing on the 3 S-Class Lord monsters. Yumi, possess Pikachu and Little White Fox respectively. Pikachu, go deal with that $level Fear Demon Soul. Little White Fox, activate the power of Dark Fruit and kill the bloodthirsty Demon King directly. There is also a Yumi possessing me. Lu Shu immediately commanded. Soon, one of the Yumi immediately turned into a flash of light and escaped into Lu Shu's body. A shadow of Yumi appeared behind him. The battlefield is divided into 3 parts. Pika 100,000 volts. Coming to the side of the S-Class Fear Demon Soul. Pikachu instantly released the most powerful lightning attack. With lightning like a thunder dragon descending. The Fear Demon Soul made a sharp cry. The Fear Demon Soul is activating the demon sound pierced ears. However, with Pikachu's current mental strength, this attack will have no effect at all. Yumi is still releasing Sparkling Fruit, and the final chapter of the grimoire, next to her. A series of attacks continue. The fear demon soul soon couldn't hold on any longer. The psychic cannon took care of the other monsters, and then aimed at the S-class lord. Continuously launch the psychic cannon. At this time, the Tianji formation also transformed into the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. This power can purify evil spirits and have a considerable weakening effect on the demon soul. S-level monsters are a difficult boss to deal with in other abyss-level dungeons, but for Lu Shu now, they are just a slightly more troublesome enemy. Pikachu swallowed the growth fruit, and after being improved, its attack power became even more terrifying. Soon, the soul of the fearful demon soul gradually dissipates. You kill the fear demon soul, and gain defense points plus 1 million. You killed the bloodthirsty demon king, and gained defense points plus 1000000. 2 prompts sounded in succession. It's not just the battlefield over Pikachu that is reporting good news. The little white fox also ended the battle quickly. The only troublesome thing about the bloodthirsty demon king is that he activates the blood demon skill, which sucks him while fighting, and his vitality is extremely terrifying. Pity. The opponent it encountered was the little white fox. And there are 100 little white foxes that have unlocked the dark fruit power. Endless black death light immediately enveloped the bloodthirsty devil. Even worse than the fate of the fearful demon soul. The bloodthirsty demon king was instantly killed by the power of dark fruit without even using a single skill. 2 million points. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Shu personally dealt with the split demon king. This kind of demon has a very troublesome skill, which is to split its body into thousands of small pieces. Each clone has an independent life, and its combat power is between a level to A+ level. Belongs to a rather troublesome boss. Different clones can also combine skills with each other. Righto. Lu Shu raised her hand and added a holy light blessing to herself. The divine attributes exploded immediately. Subsequently, take out the holy sword of war. This weapon, specially designed to restrain demonic soldiers, split into thousands of fragments with the use of the 1,000 blades of demonic sword. Each fragment caused restraint-type critical damage to these clones. All the clones of the split demon king were killed by Lu Shu. If other sacred tree masters were to deal with such a troublesome thing, I'd be afraid that by the end of 3 days, the other sacred tree masters would have finished fighting, and he hadn't finished the battle yet. I can fight for a year. A prompt pops up in front of me. You kill the split demon, and gain defense points plus 1 million. Then clean up all the monsters around. Wait until the last enemy falls. Now, Lu Shu opens the panel. Defense points, 7,110,098. 7 million points. On the second day, this had already exceeded the previous total points. The real big head is still behind. On the third day, in the gray fog, there will be a nightmare-level dungeon lord monster. The monsters there are at least A+ level. Even more so, they have to face the simultaneous attacks of 10S+ level lord monsters. For Lu Shu, this is also a fierce battle. However, with the blessing of the Sacred Tree Island, Lu Shu is still confident to eliminate these opponents. Several prompts popped up in front of me. Congratulations on successfully resisting the Grey World battle on the second day. Get Demon Soldier Armor, Gold Level X 120, Demon Soldier Boots Gold Level X 110, Demon Soldier Armguards Gold Level X 130. Obtain the Advanced Magic Weapon Skills Illustrated, Curse. Obtain Demonic Soul Pendant, Extraordinary Level X1. Obtain the Bloodthirsty Demon King's Longsword, Extraordinary Level X1. Obtain the Soul of the Split Demon King X1. Lu Shu threw all the newly acquired gold level equipment onto the 5-color altar. As for the extraordinary equipment, he will keep it for now. Its attributes are similar to those he obtained in the Grey World. Most of Lu Shu's current equipment has been replaced by extraordinary equipment. Soon, the sacred stone of the 5-color altar burst out with the last ray of light. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Remaining number of luck critical hits, 2. I already have 2 chances to get a lucky critical hit. There was a hint of joy in Lu Shu's eyes. I can now generate enough equipment. As long as the efficiency of this Grey World exploration is maintained, the luck critical strike will definitely continue to be lit. Keep your luck at all times, and you might be able to make some big discoveries. Subsequently, Lu Shu sets her sights on the skill illustration. Asterisk asterisk. After the curse skill is upgraded to a high level, it can weaken the enemy to a greater extent in conjunction with your own mental power level. Subsequently, Lu Shu set her sights on Split the Demon King's soul. Split the soul of the Demon King. Category: Special gain items. Effect: within 10 minutes, gain the attribute of Split Demon King, which can split your own body into 100 parts. Each body has 10% of the attributes. Isn't this equivalent to a tenfold increase in combat power? Lu Shu thought for a moment and suddenly discovered that she also had the skill of Angel Blessing. This blessing has a group effect. The ability of Split Demon King can temporarily divide yourself into 1,000 pieces. Moreover, each skill is independent and stackable. In that case, how big the bonus will be if 1,000 of you use the Angel Blessing at the same time? Certainly, the effect of the buff will also be reduced to 1/10 of its original value. But if there are 100 superimposed effects, it will be doubled 10 times. Back and forth. This skill, which originally only had a tenfold attribute increase at most, with the blessing of Lu Shu's Angel Blessing skill, actually achieved a tenfold overall increase effect. Wait until this gray mist battle is over. Go to Howling Abyss and kill the Lord of the Netherworld. This consumable can bring me a huge increase. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly, realizing the effect of splitting the Demon King's soul. World public screen. The monsters on the second day were too disgusting, they were so much stronger than the previous day. Upstairs, isn't this normal? No, I only had 50,000 defense points on the first day, and I had 500,000 defense points on the second day. Holy shit, what did you do to raise your defense points so high? Pass T to the boss. 500,000 defense points, this is only the second day, you must be in the rankings. The leader of the rankings is actually by my side. It should be pulling monsters. I found a pattern. Generally speaking, the lower level monsters are on the first day. The monsters on the second day were upgraded to a higher level, and big name and boss level monsters all appeared on the third day. I understand, this boss is a low level monster and is too lazy to kill it. He only explores more difficult high level dungeons, so the defense points on the second day are 10 times higher than those on the first day. It's easy to understand. I can't even understand the Big Brother's Versailles literature. My level is too low. Awesome. Is this the world of a boss? If I am still fighting zombies on the third day, I may be hopeless. Upstairs, has he never stepped out of the gray world in his life? Do you really want to be invincible before you step out of the gray world? Alas, the chat box has become dominated by the bosses, and I, a newbie, dare not speak. Actually, these rules are not necessarily correct. For example, I had to fight an A+ level boss the next day. It was really tough. I hope I can't be cured tomorrow. Another fairy from Versailles started fighting an A+ level boss the next day. How strong does one have to be to do all this? The boss above who fought the A+ level boss, can you tell me how many defense points you gained today? It's not much, just 1 million, it's too cheap. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. At this time, those who are in the mood to talk in the chat box are either salted fish who have given up completely, or they are bosses who have easily passed the level. The end of the second day is a node. Many sacred tree masters who have killed high-level monsters are starting to show off their defense points. At this stage, as long as the divine tree master has relatively high talent and finds a way, he can cleverly use the island's mechanism to gain hundreds of thousands of defense points. Occasionally there are some familiar names, the masters who appeared in the rankings last time, and the points they showed are basically more than 1 million. Certainly, Lu Shu just glanced at these points casually. Most of the points that can be shown off are in the early 1 million. It's equivalent to the points you earned on the first day. Of course, Lu Shu did not relax just yet. The names at the top of the rankings have not appeared yet. Of course they would not disclose any information casually in a place like this. Lu Shu's competitors are also these sacred tree masters. The battle in the gray world begins on the third day. Finally, the final battle begins. From the gray mist, a large number of Netherworld demon soldiers emerged. There are also familiar descendants of the Netherworld. Howling Abyss common monsters in the outer layer launched the first wave of attacks. At this time, the defense line was quickly breached. Nether-type monsters can turn their bodies into the power of dark matter. So, when you encounter these lines of defense, you can cross them instantly. Since it is not in the form of a spiritual body, the crystals in the purple spirit mine are ineffective against the elemental nature. The attacks of magical plants and powerful psychic cannons cannot pose a substantial threat to netherworld creatures. Seeing these monsters, they are about to rush towards the second line of defense. At this time, Lu Shu immediately commanded, "All members are ready. Get into battle formation. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. Come and gather first. You are responsible for pulling all these monsters to one location." As soon as he finished speaking, Pikachu and other pets gathered around Lu Shu. With the release of an angel blessing, soon, the surrounding pets have all received increases in attributes. Moreover, their attacks now have a certain holy light effect. It can already have an impact on monsters of the Nether system. RT. The effect is definitely not as direct and obvious as Lu Shu's holy light. Sizzle, sizzle. On the field, the harsh sound of electricity echoed. Each pet fights separately. Little White Fox's dark fruit, Limos, can also produce a certain degree of lethality against ghost-type monsters. But Lu Shu didn't let the Little White Fox take action. Dark fruit consumes too much, and the damage caused to monsters of the same attribute is relatively limited, so it is best to reserve your mental power and wait until the critical moment to use it again. Just pull all the surrounding monsters into a range. The nearby Nether demon soldiers and Nether children, after being harmed, all rushed in the direction of Lu Shu. At this time, Lu Shu imposed a holy light blessing on herself. As a dazzling holy light descends, all the nearby monsters were completely purified and dispersed in black ribbons. You killed the Netherworld demon soldier, defense points plus 20000. You killed the Sir of Netherworld, defense points plus 50000. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Just by killing a monster, you can get tens of thousands of defense points. The income from nightmare-level monsters exceeds Lu Shu's imagination. Using holy light, he killed a large wave of outer monsters. Subsequently, the one who entered the island was the Nether Mage. Lu Shu is already familiar with this monster. He asked all the pets to retreat while he went to the front line himself. The dark magic of the Netherworld Mage can no longer have any impact on Lu Shu. Not to mention his nether suit, the nether body, obtained by eating the nether fruit, has made Lu Shu almost immune to the attacks of these magicians. Leftover, just use holy light blast repeatedly. Kill these magicians one by one to complete the battle. Boom, there was a violent noise. In the gray mist, two behemoths suddenly walked out. S+ Lord level monster. At this time, on the third day, the most powerful combat power finally began to appear. Netherworld Sacrifice. Type: Demon, Netherworld, Sacrifice. Risk Factor: S+. Sensing Range: 400 meters. Force: 1200. Speed: 1150. Defense: 920. Skills: Nether Body, Nether Sacrifice, Nether Summoning, Dark Reorganization, Dark Magic, Nether Realm. Description: In the Abyss, they are the most independent sacrifices around the Lord of the Netherworld. They have the ability to summon the Netherworld and spread the Netherworld. All the descendants of the Netherworld are their creations. Netherworld Demon Lord. Type: Demon, Netherworld. Risk Factor: S+. Sensing Range: 300 meters. Force: 1500. Speed: 1350. Defense: 1220. Skills: Nether Body, Demonic Body, Quadruple Strengthening, Broken Arm Rebirth, Bloodline Rebirth, Dark Armor. Description: Every Nether priest will be surrounded by a Nether Demon Lord as a guard. They have immortal bodies and are the best characters to rush in front and absorb damage. When the Netherworld Sacrifice appeared on the Sacred Tree Island, a burst of obscure chanting floated over. On the ground, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared. From the magic circle, hundreds of Netherworld demon soldiers, followed by a dozen Netherworld children, were summoned to the Sacred Tree Island. Judgment of Holy Light. Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter. Directly use Holy Light Judgment to kill the summoned soldiers first. Prevent these troublesome guys from affecting the Sacred Tree Island. So, Lu Shu used holy light explosion, to target the sacrifice. There was an explosion. However, the holy light explosion only bombarded the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord. The Netherworld Demon Lord suffered damage. He immediately roared angrily. The dark armor on his body was cracked every inch. Along with the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord, a black aura emerged. The Netherworld Demon Lord has activated 4 times the enhancement. Attributes gain a huge increase. Lu Shu frowned slightly. The next second, he sacrificed the Sacred Sword of War and Guardian Scepter in his hands. Launch attacks of Holy Light and Sword Energy at the same time. Under a double blow, the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord suddenly collapsed. Even quadruple enhancement can't withstand Lu Shu's damage. Unexpectedly, Netherworld Priest chanted a spell. All around, dark magic surged. Although the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord was shattered by Lu Shu, but they were quickly reunited by the power of dark attributes. Lu Shu continued to unleash the same attack on the Netherworld sacrifice. The Netherworld Demon Lord is still standing in front of the Netherworld sacrifice. After taking the damage, Lu Shu's skills cannot be used against the sacrifice. Seeing the body of the Netherworld Demon Lord, after being shattered by the holy light, it quickly returned to whole. His brows furrowed slightly. The Nether Demon Lord has the blood of the demon clan. He relies on the holy light technique and cannot be killed directly. However, its demonic body can be instantly restored by the Netherworld sacrifice. As long as the Netherworld sacrifice is not eliminated, the Netherworld Demon Lord will basically be an unkillable existence. At this time, in every corner of the Grey Fog border, the other 4 Netherworld Priests and Netherworld Demon Lord also came to the Sacred Tree Island at the same time. Suddenly, 5 summoning arrays appeared on the Sacred Tree Island. Following, it's the attack of thousands of ghost monsters. At this time, Lu Shu had to become cautious about this. Arrange the other 2 clones to the Sacred Tree Island. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. You all come here. The words just fell. The pets immediately gathered around Lu Shu. 3 Lu Shu, simultaneously releasing Angel Blessing. The effect is tripled. Although he did not use Split the Demon King's soul, he divided his body into 1,000. But when the effect is multiplied 3 times and applied to the entire army, the effect is quite explosive. Under the blessing of Angel Blessing, the combat power of all troops has been greatly improved. Moreover, with the blessing of the Holy Light of Angel Blessing, Pikachu's electric power will now also cause Holy Light damage. Pikachu, go deal with these ghost troops first. Little White Fox, activate Void Teleport, use Dark Fruit's ability, and kill the Netherworld Priest immediately. Yumi possesses the Little White Fox. At this time, the Little White Fox has to play the most critical role. Pikachu went to the secondary battlefield to deal with the monsters summoned by the CCCA sacrifice. Lu Shu just finished speaking. Pikachu and the Little White Fox take action one after another. It's not like you don't have to do anything after Yumi is possessed. Release exuberant energy. Help the Little White Fox increase its speed to another level. Just for a moment, the Little White Fox suddenly came behind a Netherworld Priest. 100 Little White Foxes, sacrificing to the underworld at the same time, releasing the power of Dark Fruit with all their strength. Suddenly, the endless dark matter swallowed up the figure of the Netherworld Priest. Although it is an attack of the same attribute. However, this number is multiplied by 100, plus 3, angel blessings, released by Lu Shu. In just a moment, the people of the Netherworld sacrifice were gone. At this moment, Lu Shu launched an attack on the Netherworld Demon Lord, next to the dead Netherworld Priest, in the shortest possible time. He discovered that the resurrection of the sacrifice could only affect the nearest guard. Once it exceeds the scope, or if it takes too long, then it cannot be reorganized. Therefore, the Netherworld Demon Lord will never leave his sacrifice too far. You successfully killed the Netherworld Priest, defense points plus 2000000. You successfully killed the Netherworld Demon Lord, and your defense points plus 2000000. The Little White Fox killed a Netherworld Priest. The next second, continue to teleport towards another Netherworld Priest. Its dark fruits devouring again. In a blink, 2 Netherworld priests have already been killed. Lu Shu once again killed the demon lord next to him. Soon, there are only 3 Netherworld priests and 3 Netherworld demon lords left on the field. The Netherworld priest seems to be aware of the danger. An obscure spell was chanted. Netherworld sacrifice activates the Netherworld realm. When the chanting spell ends for a second or two, the side of the Netherworld priest was suddenly shrouded in the Netherworld realm. The other side of the Sacred Tree Island was plunged into darkness. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed. He also possesses a Netherworld body. There is now more understanding of the role of the Nether realm. The Nether priest hid in the realm, unless the little white fox kills in. However, in the opponent's field, you may face danger. The Nether priest hides in the realm, which is equivalent to escaping into his own safe area. It is difficult to find him, unless you have a Netherworld body. Otherwise, any existence that enters the Netherworld will be completely deprived of its vision, unable to see the location of the Netherworld sacrifice. Moreover, you will also face the risk of death. At this time, the Netherworld priest released the summoning technique again. The Nether demon soldiers and Nether sacrifice fought their way out of the summoning array and continued to charge towards the sacred tree in the center of the island. 100,000 volts. Sizzle, sizzle. How could Pikachu let the opponent succeed so easily? As a burst of electricity roared past, all nearby monsters were killed. These little monsters are not difficult to deal with. Mainly the Netherworld sacrifice inside. If this core point is not dealt with, we will only face endless monsters running out of the summoning array. Suddenly, Lu Shu's guardian jade pendant burst out with a burst of light. Now, the guardian spirit transformed into the form of an angel and headed towards the Nether realm, killing it. A burst of holy light suddenly dispersed the Netherworld. The blessings of angels come to the world. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that guardian spirits can fight at critical moments. Moreover, he can also disperse the surrounding Nether realm. In this way, the little white fox can continue to attack. Wherever the holy light passes, darkness is dispelled. In the Netherworld realm passed by the guardian spirit angel, all areas receded, revealing the space inside. A Netherworld priest appeared in the field of vision. The next second, an angel sword appeared in the hands of the guardian angel. One sword, strike out. The bright sword light suddenly enveloped the Netherworld sacrifice. The demon lord next to me wants to block. The next second, thousands of blades flew over from the side and pinned the demon lord to the ground. Lu Shu's eyes were cold. I just fell into a misunderstanding. There is no need to kill the demon lord at all. All you need to do is restrict the other party's movements. And the 1,000 blades of demonic sword can accomplish this task perfectly. The sharp blade purified by the holy light descended from the sky. The figure of the Netherworld sacrifice suddenly disappeared in the holy light. The third Netherworld priest has been killed. Also dead at the same time was the guardian demon lord beside him. At the same time, the little white fox teleported and instantly killed a Netherworld priest again. There is only the last Netherworld priest left on the field. The little white fox's mental power has been almost exhausted. However, the guardian spirit angel killed the last Nether priest. Cooperating with Lu Shu, it is no longer a problem to complete the finishing kill. A burst of obscure spells echoed on the field again. Netherworld priest activated dark magic. This guy seems to want to resist again. But under the double attack of Lu Shu and the guardian spirit, the skill of Netherworld sacrifice is pale and feeble, and dark magic cannot have the slightest impact on Lu Shu and the guardian angel. Soon, the last enemy fell on the battlefield. Open panel 1. Defense points. 30 million defense points. Just 5S plus level Netherworld priests and 5S plus level Netherworld demon lords gave Lu Shu 20 million points in income. Plus, other monsters. This time, the score not only reached 30 million, but also increased by 500. It definitely crushed the whole crowd. TJ. Nightmare level dungeon monsters are pulled into the Sacred Tree Island, and the bonus points gained from killing them are completely unmatched by ordinary monsters. It is finally over. Lu Shu took a long breath. The 3-day battle in the Grey World is finally over. The gray fog in the sky over the island gradually dissipated. The gray fog surrounding the sacred tree island retreated crazily towards the distant sea. It can be imagined, after this battle, the area of the sacred tree island will be greatly expanded. At the same time, the settlement reward this time popped up in front of Lu Shu. You successfully resisted this attack from the gray world. Defense points. ***. Comprehensive evaluation. SSS level. Unlocking SSS exclusive rewards for you. Open SSS level rewards. A dazzling array of prizes suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained the legendary ore, Xuanwu Ore X 25,000. You have obtained a special building, Holy Light Mirror X1. You have obtained the city defense prop, Holy Light Cannon X10. You have obtained a rare seed, Watermelon Pitcher X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Leaf Umbrella X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Clover X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Cactus X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Hot Pepper X100. The area of your sacred tree island has been expanded by 500 square kilometers. Ranking rewards will be issued when ranking points are announced. When the ranking points are announced, the gray world will be opened again. Please stay on the island during this time, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. The legendary basalt mine actually exploded. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. As early as in Bishao Holy Land, Lu Shu has already collected 25,000 basalt ores. The SSS level rewards launched this time actually collected the other half. In this case, Lu Shu's outermost line of defense can be greatly improved. The legendary basalt mine can even keep out all monsters with risk factors of B+ and below. The island defense line can be greatly expanded again. Lu Shu walked towards the border of the island, preparing to carry out a large-scale upgrade of the defense line. The purple spirit ore only needs to be decomposed before it can be transferred to the second line of defense. Your own sacred tree island can be expanded step by step. When Lu Shu first came to the island border, suddenly a prompt came in front of me. The scope of your island has been expanded, and it has been connected to your Shadow Tree Island. The scope of your island has expanded, and it has been connected to your Undead Magic Tree Island. The scope of your island has expanded and it has been connected to your Netherworld Sacred Tree Island. The scope of your island has expanded, and it has been connected to the Sacred Tree Island of the Sacred Tree Master, Wanjin. Other Sacred Tree Masters. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.